The crowd of aristocrats was making an excited noise in the main hall because everyone was waiting for a momentous event. Soon the prince and princess arrived, whose wedding everyone had been waiting for quite a long time, as they loved them. Upon seeing the newlyweds, noble people took turns approaching and congratulating them on such a memorable event. Only one person stood at some distance from the princess, as he did not want to come closer at all. However, the bride was still able to make eye contact with the lady and waved happily at her as she was incredibly happy. In response, the red-haired miss raised her glass and smiled festively, although she did not feel such emotions inside herself. The girl was rather worried because her friend was now going to follow her own path. However, deep down the lady was glad about this, although right now she had to run away so as not to show tears. That evening, Miss found herself companions in the form of bottles of alcohol, since she could not cope with the heavy thoughts on her own. When the assistant noticed the heroine, he immediately guessed that she had recently overdone it with drinking. The red-haired lady suddenly declared that she needed to get some fresh air and ran away from the servant as quickly as possible. Only once she was on the balcony was Baddest able to finally relax for a moment. The heroine remembered that after the wedding, the epilogue of this novel was supposed to begin, and for this reason, she was very worried. 7 years have passed since she found herself in this body, and they were full of difficult trials and difficulties. Baddest was given the rare task of becoming a knight and protecting the princess herself from any dangers and threats. As a result, the girl coped with absolutely everything, for which she specifically praised herself right at that moment. The heroine was incredibly pleased that, despite many trials, she was now truly free. But the lady had no idea what would await her tomorrow, so she continued to stand thoughtfully on the balcony. The next morning, the maids began to wake the girl up even earlier than she planned to get up, so she found them in bed. But because of her extreme fatigue, Miss wrapped herself even tighter in the blanket, since she thought that she had nothing to do. But Madame Eldorado had no plans to let her daughter sleep, so she burst into the room noisily. Because of this, Baddest immediately jumped up in fear, as she did not expect the woman to take such harsh measures. The heroine whispered in confusion that she had drunk too much since her dead mother came to see her. But the Duchess confidently asked the lady to stop talking nonsense and go to breakfast, and then practice fencing. Finally, she ordered the miss to control her alcoholic ardor while the girl struggled to wake up. Unexpectedly for herself, Baddest realized that she could not wake up at all, which horrified her. Here she was distracted by a maid who promised to prepare water for her mistress for her morning wash. As a result, as time went on, the lady gradually realized that everything around her was indeed real. She washed herself completely and changed her clothes, trying to find at least one hint that she was just sleeping. But even the Eldorado estate stood as if it were new, although the miss remembered very well how it was burned to the ground. The heroine had to admit that she had been transported to a moment in the past when she had already lived with this family for about a year. The girl accidentally moved from her world to this one and was only glad that now she could not be sad. This new family brought only love and happiness into Baddest's life, so she had no intention of going back. Only thanks to the support of these people, the heroine very quickly adapted to her new life. Moreover, not only the family, but the lady was also helped by her faithful servant Amelia, who explained many things. Although the assistant was sometimes too emotional, this did not prevent Miss from continuing to communicate with her. But Baddest still couldn't believe that she had a chance to see her loved ones alive again. In the end, the girl even ran away from Amelia, because she was on the verge of crying from happiness at the sight of her. She still didn't know what to do if everything that was happening around her really wasn't a dream. Suddenly, the lady heard her brother's voice behind her and immediately remembered how exactly he had died once. But right now, the guy appeared in front of the miss as if nothing had happened because he wanted to know what was bothering her. In order not to reveal the lie, the girl immediately turned away and said that her mother had simply scolded her recently. In response, Valen consoled his sister by saying that their mother was often overly strict, while Baddest also got tired. Here, he unexpectedly came to the conclusion that his mother was the strictest towards her youngest daughter. Imagine the brother's surprise when he heard the Duchess's voice promising to be tougher with him. The guy began to explain that his mother had misunderstood everything, but she did not listen to him and said that her daughter was not eating with them today. The Duchess then explained that the carriage for the lady was already ready, as the princess had called her to her. The heroine was very surprised by this, as she remembered very well that she was not supposed to meet anyone that day. But Madame would not allow herself to be refused and asked her daughter to tell her what the meeting was about when she returned. As a result, Batist had no choice but to obediently board the carriage to the imperial palace. While the coachman drove the carriage at a leisurely pace to its destination, the girl looked around with interest. The thing is, because of the uprising, all these streets were destroyed in the future, so the lady enjoyed their beauty. But then the daughter of Duke Eldrado reminded herself that this was not the time to look at the landscapes around her. Moreover, she urgently needed to get rid of the habit of calling Princess Rosena by her first name. The heroine understood perfectly well that if she made a mistake, even just once, then she would be punished for disrespectful treatment. For this reason, Batist reminded herself over and over again how to properly address her close friend who did not remember her. Suddenly, the entrance doors to this hall swung open, and the Emperor's daughter entered, dressed as usual in a beautiful outfit. The lady managed to greet the Princess of Moselberg correctly, which she was deeply glad about. The lovely girl smiled back at Miss Eldorado and said that she was very glad to meet her, after which Rosena ordered the maids to leave them, since she wanted to be alone with her guest right now. As soon as the front door slammed behind the assistants, Rose immediately turned to Batist, which scared her greatly. But not paying attention to the emotions of her interlocutor, Rosena ran up to her and imploringly asked for help. For the first few seconds, the heroine was so surprised by this that she couldn't even think of what to answer. Finally, the daughter of Duke Eldrado forced out the words of a request to explain to her what exactly the girl meant. Only now did it dawn on Rosena that she had reacted too harshly and had even grabbed the guest by the arms roughly. So the Emperor's daughter immediately removed her hands and jumped back, asking for forgiveness for being too emotional. After which, to begin with, the girl invited them to sit down, but she did not know where to begin this conversation, for the sake of which she had called the lady. With each passing moment, Batist felt more and more awkward as the silence dragged on, and she didn't want to start talking. What frightened the heroine most was the princess's intense gaze, although she tried to pretend that everything was in perfect order. Rose had an expression on her face like she really wanted to say something, but Batist remembered that they hadn't really communicated much. For some time, the girls sat silently opposite each other, until Rosalina noticed that her guest's hands were shaking. This made the princess sigh sadly because she did not want to frighten the Duke's daughter, whom she had invited to the meeting. Trying to somehow soften the situation, Her Majesty asked Batist with a gentle smile not to worry. In response, the heroine said that she had not even thought of worrying, and then asked him to tell her why the princess had called her. To this, Rosena confidently asked the girl to become her personal knight as she needed her incredibly badly. The Duke's daughter could not even imagine that Rose would suddenly ask for something like this, so she froze in confusion. The girl remembered well that this proposal was supposed to happen only a few months later, and not now. So she quickly explained that she had not yet been knighted, and therefore could not cope with such a heavy workload. Her Majesty even jumped up from her seat in alarm and shouted that she needed the guest to become her protector. Forgetting all the rules of decency, the girl screamed that Batist was the best warrior in her eyes and was ideal. The heroine froze in surprise with her mouth open, as it was the first time in her life she had seen such emotionality. But inside, she continued to be very afraid, because such plot twists were not planned at all. She quickly guessed that Rosa had learned about her talents from Duke Eldrado, who told everyone about his daughter's successes. However, now the girl needed to pull herself together in order to calm down and talk adequately with the princess. Rosena was delighted when the lady thanked her for recognizing her fencing abilities because she tried. But then Rose was very disappointed because the guest said that her father would not allow her to be a knight without initiation. Having thus refused to be a defender for now, Miss breathed a sigh of relief because she had come up with a good argument. But then, not knowing how else to convince her that she really needed it, the princess became so upset that she even began to cry. The Duke's daughter was horrified by the girl's face, as she realized that she would no longer be able to refuse Rosena. With anxiety, Batist grabbed the lady's hands and asked for forgiveness, begging her to finally stop crying. Still crying, Rose declared that she only needed a guest as a protector, and that she did not want anyone else in that position. Leaning down, the Emperor's daughter said that Batist was too cruel to her to reject her so immediately. Unable to contain herself, Rosena accidentally whispered that at this rate, all her loved ones would die again, and she would not save them. This amazed the heroine, and she grabbed the crying girl tightly by the shoulders, wanting to figure out the truth. After which, Batist asked whether the Emperor's daughter was really talking about an upcoming coup in the capital. The fact that the red-haired girl also knew about this event surprised the princess incredibly, and she even stopped crying. Eldrado did not expect that Rosa would suddenly stretch out her hand to ask the guest to be silent for a moment and listen to her. At that moment, the girl, tightly closing her eyes from worry, admitted that she came to that time from the future, so she knows everything. Then she became very scared that this information might sound very stupid because there was absolutely no evidence for it. But then Baddest said with a smile that she also came from the future, so she believed her friend from there. Rose didn't expect to hear that the lady even disappeared from the future after her wedding, at the same moment as she did. A little later, both girls came to the conclusion that they really had both moved for some reason, which was surprising. Rosanna happily declared that she hadn't even thought about that when she went to the meeting, but it turned out that it was not in vain that she invited the lady. The heroine asked in surprise how the princess had even thought to call her, since she herself was immediately at a loss. Rosanna admitted that she herself was not herself when she first woke up, as she could not believe what was happening. However, in the end, the Emperor's daughter decided that since she now had a second chance, she simply had to change something. At this moment, the aura of the kind princess was so bright that the lady even had to turn away so as not to be blinded. Hearing the suggestion that all this was thanks to the gods, Baddest was surprised, since she herself did not think in such a way. Then suddenly Rose asked if her friend regretted how their lives had turned out last time. Then their Moselberg empire completely collapsed due to traitors among the aristocrats who carried out a coup. All that was left for the two girls, left without a family, to do was watch the horror unfolding around them. So, clenching her fist tightly, she confessed that she had more than once regretted that they had not ended well. What Baddest remembered most was how she had lost her entire family, who had treated her so kindly. Rosanna put her hands to her chest and confirmed that she felt the same pain in her chest due to the loss of her loved ones whom she did not save. Almost every evening the heroine thought about how little she had done for those around her and had saved only herself. Exactly the same thoughts overwhelmed the princess, whose entire people, whom she loved so much, essentially perished. So now the Emperor's daughter has offered to protect at all costs those whom they accidentally lost during the coup. From that moment on, the two friends decided to start rewriting history, which did not end very well last time. That same evening, the assistant brought his master a report on the minor events that were taking place in the capital. The young man, as usual, thanked his secretary for his hard work, since he made his job much easier. Having opened the book with the account, the gentleman was surprised that the princess and the duke's daughter unexpectedly met each other. He immediately became interested in this information and asked his assistant to study it in more detail just in case. The secretary nodded in response, restrained, since he understood his task, and at that point he remained silent for now, since he had no news. After which the guy asked if everything was ready for his departure to the capital, and the servant nodded in response, since he had managed to do everything. To this the young gentleman resolutely declared that he would go right away, as he had questions. That evening, when Baddest returned to the Eldrado estate, her father gathered everyone for a family dinner to talk about what had happened. But the man, although he was the head of the family, did not know how he should start a dialogue about what interested him. Finally, the Duke, a little worried, asked the lady for what purpose the princess had summoned her. The heroine calmly explained that the Emperor's daughter offered her to become a personal guard because of her skills. This information surprised the father so much that he even jumped on the spot, because such proposals were rare. The lady was noticeably frightened by such a violent reaction from her relatives, since she herself did not expect this from them. To ease the tension, she tried to joke and said that perhaps the princess had just decided to look at her, after which Baddest admitted that she was even thinking about agreeing to such work in the future because it was beneficial for her. To this the girl's mother responded unexpectedly sullenly that she could do as she wanted, after all it was her life. Miss was instantly confused by the Duchess's mood, as she could not understand what exactly she had done wrong. Suddenly the Duke said in disappointment that his daughter would immediately accept such a proposal, and these words frightened the girl. But the brother suddenly happily announced that he would support his sister, no matter what decision she ultimately made. As soon as the lady returned to the room after all this conversation, she immediately fell onto the bed because she was very tired. Just on this day alone, too many different things had happened for the heroine, which is why she was now without strength. The girl raised her hand up and began to examine it, thinking about how possible it was for a future with a different ending. The affair in which Baptiste found herself began with the collapse of the Moselberg Empire due to a coup d'état. Because Rosanna was of no interest to the invaders, the princess was eventually able to escape safely. Baptiste followed her, and together they overcame all the difficulties that arose on their difficult and long path. Upon arriving in another empire, Rose unexpectedly discovered a powerful talent for magic, which she began to develop. The girl began to use her powers for good and healed people who needed help. As a result, Rosanna met her lover, and the romance ended well, as the princess got married. But no one even thought about the fact that the heroine herself was left alone at the end of the story, because there was no place for her in the plot. Now the lady was worried about which direction history might take if it were deprived of a key part in the form of the fall of the empire. Already, the Moselberg Empire was being torn apart by aristocrats who were striving for the ruler's power. And at that moment, the Duke's daughter thought only that if she had known about the death of her family, she would never have become attached to it. After all, as a result, absolutely no one from Eldorado, except for Baptiste, remained alive due to the circumstances of the coup. All that was left for the princess to do was cry and beg her protector to forgive her for what had happened. But at that moment, the heroine was so shocked that she couldn't even properly support her close friend. Since then, the lady simply followed the plot of the novel and did not interfere in anything, although she could help people. The girl went against her father's instructions to help the weak, which made her feel uncomfortable. But she still continued to believe that the death of people around her was necessary to achieve a good ending. Baptiste couldn't give up on this thought, because otherwise her family would also have died in vain. Only after being reborn again did the Duke's daughter realize that the princess had experienced the same emotions. So right now, Rosanna was going to stop the rebellion and, in doing so, change the terrible future of their empire. Although the protector wished for this with all her heart, she would never try to follow such a path alone. When the emperor's daughter finished speaking, the heroine asked if she was really satisfied with everything. The girl didn't understand what her friend was asking about, so she asked her to explain it to her in a little more detail. In response, Baptiste said that they don't know the consequences of their changes, so Rose may not meet Eventide. The lady asked anxiously if Rosanna didn't feel empty in her soul because she might not meet her beloved. In response, the princess smiled sadly, since she perfectly understood all the feelings and fears of her friend. The girl was really used to always relying on the prince who was next to her in difficult times. So now she felt hard just from the thought that for him she was a stranger, whom Eventide did not even love. Baptiste began to worry when she heard such truth because she was worried about exactly such emotions of her friend. However, Rosanna suddenly declared that she would choose the empire over love, which greatly shocked the defender. But the princess was sure that a leader must sacrifice himself for the sake of all the people, so she would do the right thing. Rose remembered that it was Eventide who had once taught her this, and only now was the lady able to understand these words. Last time, a hostile empire captured Moselberg at the worst possible time, taking the throne from the ruling family. Upon learning that Eventide was from a warring country, Rose had a huge fight with him, because he destroyed her house. However, now the girl was much calmer about this situation, since this time she chose the empire. Only now did Rosanna notice that her words brought tears to Baptiste's eyes, as she was deeply moved. The emperor's daughter immediately tried to calm her friend, who was having a hard time containing her sympathy. Rosa admitted that even before the wedding, she threw out all bad thoughts, deciding to live well from now on. And now the girl was even glad that she had traveled to the past and could fix a lot for the empire and the family. Now, when Baptiste recalled her friend's words, she was confused, although she promised herself that she would not doubt. Initially, the heroine believed that love made Rose absolutely happy, but she realized that she was wrong. But the princess's thoughts puzzled the lady, since there was nothing like this in the original story. So now it was only more difficult for the girl, because she didn't know anything about what Rosanna might be thinking about. But what the Duke's daughter was most worried about was whether the princess would be able to get a happy ending if the future changed. Before falling asleep, the heroine whispered that she too would like to be happy, and did not notice how the star fell. The next morning, an incredibly huge pile of books awaited the girl, which she was ready to curse. Baptiste sincerely did not understand when she would have time to read and properly study all this information. Since the lady had moved into the novel from another world, she knew little about culture and politics, and now she had forgotten everything. The Duke's daughter was angry that she couldn't just know the story of the plot, because she understood it perfectly well. Here the lady accidentally hit the book tower with her elbow, and the books immediately fell down as they lost their balance. This caused the heroine to fall into an even greater emotional decline, since now she had to sort everything out again. The protector recalled a recent conversation with the princess, who was surprised by her partial lack of knowledge. Baddest could only sigh, as she couldn't even imagine that she would have to go back to the past again. Rosanna supported her friend and said that she herself had managed to forget a lot because enough time had passed. However, the emperor's daughter was sure that the memories would gradually emerge, since she had lived in this world since childhood. But the heroine herself knew absolutely nothing about the past because she did not originally live in this place. So the lady could only sigh heavily and study all the information about the politics and culture of the empire from scratch. Suddenly, the girl remembered something important, which made her jump on the spot because she could use her knowledge of the future. Miss was already heading off with importance to get ready for a walk, when suddenly the door to her room was abruptly thrown open by a maid. Amelia stated that it was not time to rest, as the princess had invited Baddest again, and even sent a carriage. Such a sharp call to come was not at all part of the young lady's plans, so she was noticeably upset. Since the assistant immediately took the lady away to change her clothes, no one noticed how the Duchess was watching them. When Baddest rushed to Rose, she immediately asked her what had happened, which ended up scaring the princess a lot. The first thing the girl suggested was that her friend had found suspicious aristocrats, but this turned out to be completely wrong. To the surprise of the Duke's daughter, Her Majesty for some reason noted that she was well dressed because the maid knew her business. But the heroine herself found this outfit strange, since she was more accustomed to wearing a knight's uniform. But the princess immediately joyfully declared that the protector looked lovely, even if she had not expected such a result. The emperor's daughter admitted that there was a meeting of aristocrats taking place right now, which is why she called Baddest so urgently. However, now the ordinary meeting has turned into a place where aristocrats confront each other in the struggle for power. Baddest herself remembered hearing about something similar and asked if the princess had really decided to call her just for this reason. But Rose reported that she had noticed the Marquis of Ebon, and the heroine immediately remembered that this was the name of the royal family. Only after this did the emperor's daughter admit that the guy was her cousin, with whom they maintained contact. Although the heroine knew almost nothing about this guy, since he was not mentioned in the plot, she heard something. And only now did it seem strange to her that for some reason nothing had been heard about a person with such a pedigree. Knowing nothing about the Marquis, Miss asked if he could be a threat to them, and Rose immediately rejected this unsuitable theory. The princess stated with complete confidence that Ebon was definitely not involved in the upcoming coup of the aristocrats. This is all because he was killed long before the events of the overthrow of the emperor and the fall of the empire began. Hearing this, the heroine was in complete shock, since she could not even think of any such option for the guy. Rosanna admitted that she only called Baddest to try to save the life of Khalid Ebon, who had been killed for some reason. The girl explained that for certain reasons she could not help him directly, so she acted indirectly. Rose even stated that she had a huge debt to her cousin, and she would like to somehow fulfill it. Since the Duke's daughter also did not want to suffer any longer from inaction, she shouted that she would definitely try to help. In response, her friend broke into a happy smile, since she really hoped for the help of her faithful protector. The girl suddenly announced that her brother had agreed to come and talk to her right after the meeting, so that they would get to know each other. To this, Rose, somewhat confused, said that the guy should be arriving any minute now, so they would see each other soon. The emperor's daughter said with a sly smile that since Baddest was going to save the Marquis anyway, it would be better for them to meet earlier. Only now did the heroine guess why the princess liked her outfit when she first came to the palace. As soon as the girl settled down in the chair to prepare for the conversation, there was a knock on the door of the room. The servant announced that the Marquis of Ebon had approached the lady, and the princess replied that she would meet her brother herself, so nothing more was needed. For some reason, the heroine suddenly began to worry before this meeting, but tried not to show her emotions. As soon as the guy entered, he politely greeted his sister, since they were on good terms with each other. Baddest was shocked by how handsome the Marquis was, and he wasn't even the main character in the story. Rosanna, with a sweet smile, first asked Khalid how his meeting went, since she knew he didn't like them. And indeed, the gentleman answered somewhat dismissively that he saw nothing new for himself among the aristocrats. Suddenly Ebon noticed the Duke's daughter sitting in the room and froze mid-sentence, not expecting to see anyone else. The heroine immediately guessed that the guy was unhappy with her presence, so she felt awkward. Rose noticed that her brother's mood had instantly changed and explained that she had invited her friend herself. But even this did not save the Duke's daughter from Khalid's intense gaze, the reasons for which she could not explain. However, Rose herself behaved naturally and explained that the lady next to her would soon be her personal knight. In order not to appear impolite, after a brief introduction of the Emperor's daughter, the lady stated her name. In response, the guy nodded reservedly and also introduced himself, but showed no interest in his new acquaintance at all. This made it clear to the heroine that the guy was clearly different from his image in the original plot, which even surprised her a little. Previously, Miss thought that the Marquis would be an ordinary person from the crowd, but he clearly behaved like some kind of interesting person. In any case, Baddest believed that they would become allies, so she smiled sweetly at the boy who was sitting not far from her. But the Marquis himself was clearly not in the mood for good communication with his new acquaintance, which was clearly visible on his face. However, the Duke's daughter understood that it was necessary to maintain a dialogue, so she asked how long the brother and sister had known each other. Rosanna replied with a smile that, despite the fact that they were cousins, they were very close as children. But the heroine could not call Khalid kind as confidently as her friend, since he scared her a lot with his gaze. Unexpectedly for the girl, the Marquis noticed that the princess trusted Lady Eldrado very much, which he personally could not understand. However, Baddest didn't see any problems with this, so she didn't understand why the guy was focusing on it. Khalid, at that moment, was thinking about how his sister could so easily tell someone about their friendship. He was sure that due to her difficult relationship with her family, the princess was not trusting and carefully chose her friends. So Eben, watching the girls, decided that Eldrado had good persuasion and friendliness skills. But the guy found this suspicious, so he decided to deal with the miss personally and drew attention to himself. Both girls froze in fear when they heard the question about when they managed to become such good friends with each other. Khalid crossed his arms over his chest in a displeased pose and froze, waiting for at least some kind of clear answer from his friends. Baddest immediately became depressed as she couldn't tell Eben about her recent double rebirth with the princess. The Duke's daughter noticed the Marquis's intent gaze on her and understood that he was studying her specifically for some reason. The lady herself understood that her friendship with the princess could look suspicious to everyone else because they had not seen each other. Rose was noticeably surprised when she heard from her friend that they got together so quickly because they were made for each other. At the same time, Miss lightly and imperceptibly kicked the princess's leg, hinting that she needed to support this dialogue. Rosanna immediately, smiling sweetly, fully confirmed the defender's words, saying that they even had similar interests. It was clear from Khalid's face that he did not believe this lie at all, so much so that he even turned away from them in disbelief. Baddest guessed that the Marquis did not like their excuses, which made the lady a little angry because he was too distrustful. Unexpectedly, Eben admitted that the rumors about Lady Eldrado were very different from what he was seeing right now. The lady listened to the gentleman and admitted that she really trains a lot and only occasionally goes out in public. After these words, the Marquis began to carefully examine the girl, which surprised her since there was no reason for this. Suddenly, Khalid informed her that with Baddest's appearance, it was unlikely that her appearance in high society would ultimately go unnoticed. Only the princess realized that her brother had accidentally complimented the girl, although he himself had not realized it at all. To avoid any embarrassment, Rose grabbed her friend by the hand and began chatting about how the protector would still have time to get used to the aristocrats. The Duke's daughter was greatly embarrassed when Her Majesty suddenly began to cite various good qualities of her friend as an example. What interested Khalid most was the news that even the Order of Knights was interested in Baddest's abilities. But the Marquis was not sure that this opinion was not influenced by the girl's status, because Duke Eldrado was respected. However, the heroine herself did not explain anything to anyone, since the dialogue about abilities greatly embarrassed her. However, the princess stubbornly declared at the end that Baddest's skills would definitely be enough to pass the knight's exam. Eben asked in surprise if the Duke's daughter could really take a place among the best officials of their empire. Suddenly, Khalid asked the lady if he could look at her palm, as this would give him a lot of information about her. The girl looked at the guy's outstretched hand in confusion, since this was the first time she had encountered such a question. She then looked absent-mindedly at her hand because she didn't quite understand why Eben needed something like this at all. For some reason, Miss remembered how in her first life in this world, she wore gloves to hide calluses and scars. Baddest saw that her hands were in good condition now, although she was not worried about what she had accidentally come to later. Rosanna noticed that her friend was hesitant, so she said that she shouldn't have just asked for a lady's hand, which protected her. Surprisingly, it worked, and the young gentleman apologized for his rudeness and did not insist on such things again. The Emperor's daughter suddenly said that she actually understood her cousin's interest perfectly well. Eben found it difficult to listen to his sister's request that he at least try to trust his new acquaintance. He clasped his hands tightly and said that he was well aware of how devoted the Eldorado family was to the crown. But suddenly, the Marquis declared that it was for this very reason that he could not trust girls of the same family. Baddest was surprised when she heard such words, so she immediately asked the guy to explain what he meant. With no less surprise, Khalid asked if the lady had not heard anything about what had happened to his Eben family. In response, the Duke's daughter said that she only knew about the genealogy of this family and only a small part of the information. Even the princess did not expect such ignorance, but she felt awkward telling her friend the truth about what had happened. Instead of the sister, the brother answered, explaining that he was on bad terms with the Emperor, so they saw each other in secret. The Marquis was unhappy that the Duke's daughter really didn't know anything, since it was hard for him to tell the truth about the family. Rosa admitted, a little guiltily, that she couldn't bring up this topic and talk about it earlier because it was her brother's story. The heroine immediately calmed her friend down, while Khalid himself, for some reason, became increasingly despondent as he sat in the chair. Then Eben suddenly said that the lady could not become a knight with such knowledge of politics, which immediately angered Baddest. Coming close to the Marquis, the lady demanded that he tell her everything necessary since he was so smart and knowledgeable. But in response, with an impenetrable face and without the slightest remorse, he immediately refused, since he did not want to help. The Duke's daughter only became more angry when the boy ordered her to find out all the necessary information on her own. Eben turned and walked away, saying at the end that he respected people not for their possible status, but for their skills. The gentleman promised that if the lady could find out for herself why he did not trust the Emperor, he would befriend her. The heroine still protested, as she did not like Khalid's impudence, so she asked what would happen if she refused. To this, the boy declared that he would never speak to her again, and the miss clenched her teeth as she needed to gain his trust. Eben himself did not particularly expect that the girl would agree to his conditions, since he had deliberately made them advantageous for himself. However, Baddest suddenly declared with complete confidence that she would find out everything she wanted, so the Marquis should prepare himself. Literally the next day, the heroine went undercover in a carriage to a place that was well known to her from her past life. The lady arrived at a rich building where she could find the answer to her question about Khalid's past. Everything around was much brighter than even in her memories, so the lady was scared to think about how much it all cost. The only interesting thing was that the real entrance she needed was located to the left. Although he was incredibly poor, the girl, without thinking at all, entered through this very entrance. However, as a result, the heroine could not stand it and still started coughing because of the impossible dust and destruction around her, which no one cleaned up. The salesman, who had been sitting boredly behind the counter until then, immediately greeted the lady and asked what she wanted. To this, Baddest confidently stated that she had business with the owner of Levanche, since she knew that this was the right thing to do. But in response, the guy regretfully replied that the girl was mistaken, since the entrance to the building is in a rich room. Even when the Duke's daughter said that this was not true, the shopkeeper smiled awkwardly and replied that he just had a small shop. Then the heroine explained that in the Empire there is only one establishment called Levanche, and everything depends greatly on the entrance. If the lady now goes to the main building, she will find herself in an ordinary rich salon, in which there is nothing else. But it was a completely different matter with the old and shabby door, which the girl had chosen for a reason. After all, only this entrance led to the very center of the Informant's Guild, where the guest could find out anything he wanted. The Duke's daughter found this place in her past life because the owner showed it to her in exchange for important information. So now the lady smiled confidently and asked to be taken to the owner of Levanche, with whom she had business. Since he had no more reason to object, the shopkeeper laughed and obediently walked towards the door. As soon as he opened them, behind them were beautifully and richly decorated doors, to which the man called the girl. As a result, he brought her to a well-furnished room and asked her to make herself comfortable until the owner arrived. Baddest immediately took off her top because she planned to prove that she could be trusted since she was not hiding, after which the lady sank into a chair, as she knew that they would not come out to meet her right away, so she would have to wait. Miss came here because she wanted to know about Marcus Eben's past and why he doesn't get along with the Emperor. The only thing that worried the girl was how much she would have to pay for this information, because it was highly valued. At that moment, the communication ball that was standing on the table quietly connected so that the owner could examine his guest. The image quality transmitted through the sphere was good enough to recognize the girl as Baddest. Khalid and his assistant looked at the Duke's daughter in surprise, because she should not have been here. The Marquis couldn't even figure out who this girl was, since she was able to find his secret informant guild so easily. The young gentleman was very concerned about how the lady had so easily ended up in the special guest room. His guild assistant, Joel, thoughtfully reported that the girl had never even visited their restaurant. He was absolutely sure of it since he could find almost no information about Baddest, which would have happened if she had been a client. However, everyone noticed that the Duke's daughter behaved confidently as if it was not her first time, and even waved her hand at the sphere. The secretary read the girl's lips and said that she was asking when someone would come to see her, because she was tired of waiting. This made the Marquis sigh once again, since for the first time in his life he was meeting such a strange person. Joel said that, just in case, he would go to meet the lady and then report their entire conversation to his master. But Eben replied that he already knew perfectly well why the Duke's daughter had come to his guild, since he himself had given her a difficult task. Khalid didn't understand whether it was a coincidence that Miss came to his guild to find out information about him. To understand what was going on, Eben told his assistants that he would personally go out to meet the girl who was waiting to talk. But the gentleman had no intention of showing his appearance and decided to use an illusion spell to appear in the form of Joel. Just a few minutes later, Baddest finally heard the sound of a door opening and someone's voice. The Marquis approached her with a changed appearance and introduced himself with a smile as the head of this secret guild named Joel. At the same time, the guy was absolutely sure that the lady would not guess anything anyway, so he did not worry about anything at all. In response, the Duke's daughter greeted him politely, even though she herself was already tired of waiting for someone to approach her. The chief announced that he would ask a little later how the Miss found this place, but now he was interested in what she wanted to know. The heroine said that she would like to hear something about the incident that happened between the Imperial family and Eben. The girl admitted that she didn't know much about this guy, but she really needed to find as much information as possible. Then the guy began to tell this story, starting with the fact that the Emperor had his wedding many years ago. Immediately after this, the family of the Marquis of Eben became allies of the Emperor and served him faithfully for many years. But 5 years ago, when Khalid's father and mother died unexpectedly on the road, everything changed and the relationship began to deteriorate sharply. At that time, the young master had just turned 18 years old, and he was already forced to rule the estate. Joel sighed heavily and said that the boy had no choice but to accept the title and rule. Baddest listened to this story with great excitement because she had no idea that everything was so serious. The secretary and assistant could not understand what their master and lady were talking about at that moment, but they still watched through the sphere. Having heard that the Marquis simply failed to manage the government, which made the Emperor angry with him, the Duke's daughter did not believe it at all. And Eben himself, still undercover, said that everything was exactly like that, and there was absolutely nothing surprising in this story. But the heroine didn't believe that a person with such a powerful aura could not, for some reason, cope with responsibility. Therefore, it seemed to the girl that there were many blank spots in this story, but she could not prove anything, since she did not know. But there was one more thing the lady wanted to know, and the guildmaster said he would be happy to tell her everything he could. Then the Miss suddenly jumped up at him and, holding out her sword, asked the assistant who he really was. At the same time, the girl deliberately did not leave the guy even a chance to escape from her blow if he tried. The Duke's daughter angrily declared that she could clearly sense the magical aura emanating from the man who had come to her. Initially, the lady thought that this was a protection that was supposed to work at the first threat from a new client. But now, Baddest was sure that it was disguise magic, because she almost attacked the guy and didn't receive any damage in return. When asked what happened to the real Joel, the Marquis raised his hands and said that he was completely fine. The guy said that his assistant was watching them right now from his office, and he could have misunderstood something because there was no sound. So he asked the lady to remove the blade from his throat if she didn't want someone to come running to save him, interrupting their conversation. Baddest had no intention of attacking, so she put away her sword and more calmly asked who was in front of her. Khalid thought he had hidden his aura well enough, but Miss had exposed it so easily that it added to the trouble. So he stated that in Levanche the information was valuable, and it was unlikely that the girl would be able to pay enough for it. From this, the heroine concluded that the person in front of her was still part of a guild, although she did not know which one exactly. But when the lady asked the guy if he was some kind of secret patron, he turned away and said nothing to her in response. This behavior angered Baddest, as she was so blatantly ignored, and it was made to seem as if it was supposed to be that way. So the Duke's daughter had to ask herself about the price she had to pay for the information she received. But the gentleman angered her even more because in response he asked her to name her price, which looked very much like some kind of bargaining. In the end, Eben said that if Miss didn't want to, she didn't have to pay anything, since he would make her a concession for his deception in the form of appearance. Suddenly, thoughtfully scratching her head, Baddest declared that this would not do, because an important human life was at stake. Therefore, the heroine's daughter once again asked the guy not to play with her and not to lie, to which he replied that he was always absolutely serious. Then the heroine thought about what she could tell about the Moselberg Empire that could be useful. Eventually, she remembered that further south in the ground there were huge deposits of mana crystals, which could be very useful. The Marquis was very surprised by this, as he did not expect that the girl would somehow possess such important information. This was because in this world, even a small mana crystal was a very valuable resource, most often infused with magical energy. For this reason, the presence of such a crystal could increase the powers of its owner without causing any physical harm. Moreover, it was these elements that had the greatest potential in creating alchemical elixirs. The guy was shocked, because if this resource was used, the empire could become completely independent from other countries. He even doubted whether the Duke's daughter was lying to him, which once again angered her, because she had no intention of hiding the truth. She suddenly decided to go on the offensive, and stated that she was not sure that the identity of the negotiator was worth such information. Khalid had to admit that the lady interested him, but at the same time did not give him any specific information, which played him off. In return, the Marquis snapped his fingers and dropped his disguise magic, finally showing the girl his true face. At the same time, the young gentleman was not at all worried, since he knew that he would ultimately get away with absolutely everything. Suddenly, Baddest jumped back, not expecting to see Rose's brother, and asked if he was following her. But Eben explained that she had come to him herself, although he did not deny that he had indeed told the truth about his past. When the assistants noticed that their master had removed his magic, they were very scared, but could do nothing. And at that moment, Baddest was noticeably embarrassed when the Marquise called her a liar, although the girl did not expect this at all. She asked if Khalid was really the secret patron of the guild, and he nodded, not wanting to tell the truth. Then the lady asked Eben again to tell her what had happened between him and the imperial family. But the guy told the miss to continue to deal with it herself, although she came precisely to get this information. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter was delighted when the master promised to tell her the truth if she answered one question. But when the guy asked whose life was at stake, Miss immediately became tense, since she could not answer this question. But Khalid wasn't going to give up so easily, so he began to slowly approach the girl, bombarding her with questions. The guy almost completely towered over the lady and asked if her own life depended on whether she found out the truth or not. Inside herself, the heroine screamed that it was the Marquise who could die, but she had no intention of telling him about it. Eben was noticeably upset when the Duke's daughter admitted that she still wouldn't be able to tell anything about her words. And the Duke's daughter did not like the fact that Khalid said that he would not tell her about his situation either, since she was silent. The girl did not know what to do in such a case, since she could not begin to persuade the princess to tell her everything. Imagine the heroine's surprise when the guy suddenly said that she had earned his trust with her actions. Eben admitted that he would have frankly regretted it if he had not become close to a girl like the Duke's daughter after her decisive actions. This made the lady instantly blush deeply, as it was the first time in her life she had heard such a pleasant compliment. At the same time, the elder brother Baddest finally returned to his native estate after a long absence. In his joy, he gave his knights the opportunity to have a few days of proper rest, which they were delighted about. the captain was suddenly approached by his faithful assistant and asked if he would immediately go to his family at the Eldorado estate. Having heard a positive answer, the guy asked if Leos would mind if he eventually came to visit with him. This was because the knight wanted nothing more than to see Bedist as soon as possible, who was still embarrassed by Khalid's words. Returning to the estate, the girl decided to consult with her mother, so she came to her in a joyful mood. But the woman answered rather rudely that she would be busy at a meeting today, so they definitely wouldn't be able to talk. However, the lady did not despair at all, and the next day, early in the morning, she came to her mother again to try to communicate. But on this day, the Duchess walked past her daughter with her head held high, declaring that she had important things to do. Then Bedist tried again the next day and came straight to her mother's chambers, confidently knocking on the door. But instead of the lady, her assistant came out and conveyed that Madam was busy, so she asked the lady to return to her fencing lessons. This noticeably upset the miss, but she did not argue with the servant, although she did not understand at all why her mother was avoiding her. As soon as the girl left, the man informed the Duchess that her daughter was puzzled by such refusals, but did not argue. With a sigh, the woman asked if Bedist would come tomorrow as well, and the assistant informed her that it was, in fact, very likely. She admitted that she simply did not know what advice to give the lady, as she did not want to interfere with her in following her own path. But the servant still suggested that the mistress talk to the young lady, otherwise she would continue to suffer because of various questions. To this, the Duchess once again said that she was not going to lead her daughter astray from her chosen path, so let her figure everything out herself. At this moment, the heroine sighed heavily about the fact that everyone in the estate had a very busy and difficult life and work. Amelia, who was standing obediently next to her, gently hinted to the girl that she herself was constantly busy. The thing is that as soon as Bedist wakes up, she immediately starts training, after which she meditates until the night. The assistant found it hard to believe that such a schedule could be managed, but somehow Bedist managed to do it. In response, the young lady admitted that she was not doing anything for now, only because she had slightly revised her views on life. And she was sad that she couldn't spend normal time with her family because everyone else was always busy. This is exactly what the lady complained about to her faithful servant, realizing that she could not change anything anyway. Suddenly, Amelia asked in surprise if her mistress had become lonely, which was why she was so sad. The heroine did not deny this possibility, although she herself still had not fully figured out what exactly she felt. The lady said she just wanted to relax a little right now, but she felt it would be a hindrance to her hard-working family. Imagine Bedist's surprise when the assistant suddenly confidently declared that no one would consider her a hindrance. The maid said with a joyful smile that Mrs. Family cared about her as much as she cared about them all. And indeed, right at that moment, although the girl didn't even suspect it, her mother was watching her through the window. Here, in order to support Miss, Amelia reminded her that she was also worried about her well-being, which made Bedist smile gratefully. The assistant suggested that the lady open up to her family and talk honestly about what was troubling her, because it could help. But the girl began to tickle the maid in response and explained that this was exactly what she was trying to avoid, so as not to upset anyone. In the end, the lady came to the conclusion that there was no point in worrying, since the family was almost all nearby anyway. Unexpectedly for herself, the girl heard the clatter of horses, although she did not know that someone was supposed to arrive. She looked around and found that the maids were all in a commotion, which meant that someone had indeed arrived. Moreover, for some reason the assistants looked noticeably happy, although it was rare for something to make them so happy. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter saw the people who had arrived at the estate and was no less delighted than the servants. The girl immediately rushed to meet her older brother and his good friend Enoch, who had been absent for quite a long time. Without slowing down, the lady threw herself into Leos's arms, as she had missed him greatly during this entire time. The guy was also happy to see his sister, and happily told her that he had finally finished hunting monsters. Suddenly, a knight of the Royal Order of Monks approached the girl and greeted her kindly, as he missed her. Bedist smiled happily at him and noted that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, but the guy, however, had hardly changed. The knight scratched his head in embarrassment and said that he had grown in skills, but he would be able to show this to the girl a little later. Suddenly, the captain asked if his assistant really missed the miss more than his family, which immediately confused Enoch. Bedist asked her friend in surprise if this was really true, as she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the girl said that she had never thought that Enoch could become such close friends with her older brother and his captain. Suddenly, the rest of the relatives approached the chatting friends, also wanting to greet the new arrivals. Valen was especially glad to see the elder, since he could teach him a lot about fencing since they had not fought for a long time. Hearing from his sister that Enoch missed Leos, the younger brother slapped his friend on the back, who stood there uncomprehending. The Duchess said somewhat awkwardly that they should have been told in advance about her arrival, then she would have been better prepared. At that moment, Baptiste watched in surprise as her mother spoke absolutely calmly with Leos, who had arrived. This made the girl even sadder, because the Duchess had never even met her gaze personally. Suddenly, it dawned on the heroine that her brother had been away on the road for 2 whole months, and she was allowing herself to slack off. Suddenly, Enoch approached the lady, who was deep in thought, and asked what had upset her so much that it was even noticeable. The guy smiled sweetly and asked if he could help in any way, because he would never refuse a Mrs. request. The heroine couldn't think of what to say in response, since she didn't expect the guy to suddenly approach her. Suddenly, an idea came to the lady's mind, and she asked if Enoch would refuse her a friendly duel since his skills had grown. The knight agreed, so the miss quickly prepared for this fight, which was to take place in an informal setting. The monk also prepared for this battle with all seriousness, as he knew that the girl was also strong in fencing. The heroine had last seen a knight of the order in battle many years ago, so she had little idea what to expect. So this only made Baptiste more interested, and she asked if her friend needed some time to warm up. But the guy cheerfully replied that he was already completely ready, since he was confident in his strength and developed skills. Then Leos asked whether it would not have been better for his sister to fight with him, since he was stronger than his assistant. But the lady stubbornly declared that she wanted to have a fight with Enoch and let her brother be their judge so that everything would be fair. Elder Eldrado was noticeably upset about this, so his friend began to console him so that he would calm down quickly and not worry. Not wanting to wait any longer, the heroine sent everyone to their places in order to start the battle as soon as possible because she was impatient. Literally, a few minutes later, the guy and the girl were already completely ready for their friendly battle. Leos gave them a somewhat half-hearted command to both take the starting position as required by all the rules. As soon as her older brother gave the command, Baptiste rushed with all her might to attack straight at Enoch, hoping to catch him off guard. Although the knight was surprised by the speed the lady suddenly developed, he was able to calmly repel her attack. Moreover, the guy even managed to take advantage of the situation and then deliver his own blow, which forced the miss to jump back. The heroine realized that she could not move as fast as before her reincarnation, so she would have to rely on magic and technology. At this moment, Leos and Amelia were watching this fight with excitement and were very worried about Baptiste. Suddenly, the elder Eldrado noticed that the Duchess was behind him, approaching completely unnoticed. Enoch himself realized that his opponent attacked and dodged well, which was not bad for a girl her age. The Duke's daughter had no idea that she was giving away all her experience because she simply wanted to give it her best. Suddenly, the heroine noticed that her mother was standing in the stands for spectators, which caused her to get distracted and crash right into her opponent. The lady immediately asked if Enoch was okay, and then asked her mother how long she had been watching the fight. In response, the Duke's wife calmly noted that her daughter's fencing skills had noticeably improved in a short period of time. The woman even admitted that she was surprised at how much her Baptiste skills had grown during this time. But the lady didn't know how to explain her abilities, because she could only make her father and brothers believe in anything. But then, to the girl's great surprise, the Duchess quietly asked her for forgiveness, which was unexpected. After which the mother said that the lady was probably upset by her indifference, which only made Baptiste even more embarrassed. It seemed to the madam that her daughter was bored with training, despite the fact that she had trained hard for it throughout her childhood. Only now did the lady realize that there had been a misunderstanding between her and her mother during one of the dinners. However, in the end, the Duchess came to the conclusion that she would not stop loving Baptiste, no matter what decision she made. She clenched her fist until it shook and admitted that she didn't like such an easy offer from the princess. The woman was worried that as a result the lady would give up and one day become unnecessary, after which she would fall to the very bottom. Moreover, what scared Mom most was the fact that Baptiste would find himself in a hostile environment and would not cope. So the lady tried not to have any contact with her daughter so that her words would not influence her final decision. Only now did the Duchess realize that her personal weakness and silence had undeservedly caused her daughter pain and anxiety. The woman gently took the Miss's hands in hers and said that she had finally found the strength to completely trust and support her. The heroine was pleased to hear that her mother was proud of her, which she had just said, looking straight into her eyes, and even praised her. In response, the girl hugged her mother tightly, who had experienced so much in these few short days. For many years in her past life, the Duke's daughter blamed herself for the death of her own family and the complete destruction of the empire. So in the end, the girl cried for quite a long time, from relief that the Duchess had recognized her, that the lady's eyes were swollen. Amelia tried her best to correct this situation, although it was difficult for the assistant to do anything. Unexpectedly, while the heroine was calmly resting on a bench and coming to her senses, a friend approached her for a conversation. The guy asked the girl if she was feeling better, and she immediately responded with an embarrassed smile, since she didn't want to worry anyone. The lady moved over so that Enoch could sit next to her and thanked him for the duel, since she had managed to learn a few things. In gratitude, the Miss invited the knight to stay for dinner, since he had come to see her brother, and she had taken up almost all of his time. After an awkward silence, the guy nevertheless admitted that he had not come for Leos at all, which significantly surprised the heroine. Battis didn't expect to hear that Enoch actually wanted to talk to her, so she looked at him in confusion. The boy and girl were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice how their assistant was cautiously eavesdropping on them. But the lady herself could not even imagine why the knight wanted to personally communicate with her when he arrived. The monk suddenly became noticeably embarrassed, since he felt awkward about starting such a dialogue, but he really wanted to. Battis asked her friend to tell her everything as soon as possible, as she was already starting to worry about his silence. But because of such pressure, the knight could not stand it and ran away, promising to talk about everything only after dinner. As a result, the heroine, very surprised, remained sitting in place alone because she did not understand what had just happened. A little later, the girl managed to imagine a lot of bad things, so she began to worry even more about the conversation. Amelia tried to calm the lady down at least a little, but even she didn't succeed as well as usual this time. The lady admitted that due to extreme excitement, she was not even able to taste the dishes that the chef had so carefully prepared. So, having gotten angry, the heroine was not going to be the first to start a dialogue, deciding to shift all responsibility onto the guy. Amelia asked in surprise if the young lady really had no idea why Enoch wanted to talk. Bettis asked her assistant in amazement if even she already knew what exactly the knight would talk about that evening, but the maid, laughing maliciously, replied that she would not tell anything so that it would be a surprise for the miss. The Duke's daughter pretended that she was not very interested, although in fact she continued to worry because she did not understand anything. She watched the knight's actions closely from the sidelines, but even this did not give her any clues about the near future. The heroine had no idea what event even her faithful servant could know about at that moment in time. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, the girl noticed a piano, and suddenly she understood everything, because the answer lay on the surface. Noticing the lady's concentrated expression, the assistant smiled even wider, which embarrassed the miss. Amelia was in an excellent mood, as she enjoyed watching the anxious Battist's agitation. Only at the very end did she lose her temper and announce that Enoch would definitely ask the lady to be his companion at the upcoming ball. The Duke's daughter said that she had thought about it herself, but for some reason she still felt that it would not be quite like that. Although Amelia immediately waved her hands in frustration at the Miss's distrust, the girl was not going to explain anything to her. But the Duke's daughter herself remembered very well how she had rushed to prepare for the ball in her past life, since she had learned about it too late. As a result, she went to the event with Enoch, since she had absolutely no one else to invite. Besides, Battist was sure that for the night, she was just the sister of his friends, so he would hardly offer to go together. The assistant, although she remained of her own opinion, did not object to the opinion of the lady, who was confident in her thoughts. Eventually, the heroine got tired of sitting and waiting for Enoch to come to her, so she stood up to stretch her legs. The girl knew that in theory the knight could very well offer her to become his partner, and she didn't know what to do in that case. Before the lady had time to come up with any kind of plan, she suddenly heard the voice of a guy behind her, who quietly approached her. Miss pretended that she still had no idea what the purpose of the conversation would be, and asked her friend what the matter was. Somewhat embarrassed, Enoch admitted that he wanted to talk to the girl earlier, but he was greatly delayed by Leos and Valen, after which he asked, a little hesitantly, whether the Duke's daughter still wanted to know what he so wanted to say. The heroine even froze in place from such impudence, since she was very tired of constant riddles and incomprehensible intrigues. It took the guy a few seconds to collect his thoughts, after which he took the lady's hand and asked if she would be his companion. Although the heroine had expected such a question, she still experienced shock, since this conversation was supposed to take place later. Since the girl did not answer, the knight asked whether she already had someone to go to this event with. Then the monk asked the duke's daughter to think carefully, and she, barely forcing a smile, was able to answer her friend with consent. However, as soon as Baptiste returned to her room, she immediately fell to the floor due to the excess of excitement and feelings that overwhelmed her. The girl didn't understand why everything around her was so confused, and why she told Enoch that she would think about his proposal. According to history, there were 4 powerful families in the Moselberg Empire, among which the most powerful were Eldrado and Noilum. The second most powerful was Marquis Bonnet, and it was him that the heroine suspected of preparing an uprising in the near future. In her past life, the girl diligently tried to eavesdrop on the Marquis to find out about all his plans regarding the uprising. But as soon as the lady tried to leave the ball, Enoch immediately appeared next to her, not wanting to leave the lady's side for a second. Even when the duke's daughter said she wanted to go to the toilet, the guy offered to take her there, although there was no need for it. However, the knight stated that he did not want to leave Baptiste even for a moment, as he was very worried about her safety. As a result, when the heroine finally managed to escape, she could not find Bonnet or even any of his followers anywhere. Therefore, this time the lady was going to choose her partner wisely in order to maintain freedom of action at the ball. She began to list on her fingers all the requirements for a potential companion and realized that it would be difficult to find one. After all, Miss needed this person not to do anything if she suddenly disappeared somewhere from the event. Suddenly, Baptiste remembered a candidate from the Levantia Guild who was ideal for her purposes, so without thinking any further, she immediately sent an urgent invitation letter to the Marquis of Eben himself. Khalid was very surprised by the letter sent, also because there was no Eldrado family seal on it. Eventually, the young gentleman realized that it was a letter with a secret message from Baptiste herself. The assistant shared Eben's opinion, but warned that they could not fully trust even the daughter of a respected duke. The secretary was most worried that the lady might pretend, so that many people would eventually find out about them. But Khalid stopped his assistant and said that he himself understood all the risks perfectly well, so he did not say too much. So both guys agreed that they just needed to be careful, and that was the end of that conversation. Since the Marquis was interested in writing what the lady had written to him, he quickly opened the envelope to take out the piece of paper. Imagine the surprise of the gentleman and his secretary when they saw that it was an invitation to the next ball. Eben didn't even really know how to react to something like this, since he had never considered such a possibility. The guy admitted with a sigh that the daughter of Duke Eldrado never ceased to amaze him by coming up with something new. Literally a few hours later, Amelia ran to the lady with delight and reported that she had received a letter from Levanche. Baptiste had to lie that she went to this rich place on the recommendation of the princess, although this was not true at all. Having unfolded the letter, the girl was convinced that it was indeed a response from the Marquis of Eben to her proposal. The guy suggested meeting tomorrow at the Levanche restaurant so that they could both comfortably talk together. Amelia quickly realized that the lady was going to a rich restaurant and asked if she could go there with the lady. Baptiste wasn't sure if the maid would like to wait for her for a long time, but the girl immediately said that she wouldn't mind at all. For this reason, the very next morning the Duke's daughter, together with her faithful assistant, arrived at the necessary rich and luxurious place. Although Amelia herself was delighted, the heroine did not like the restaurant at all, as it looked too expensive. The assistant, who was standing at the entrance as soon as he noticed the miss, immediately approached her and politely offered to escort her to her place. Another guy said that he would take the maid to the waiting place, and she didn't mind at all, because she could take a walk on her own. When Baptiste entered the office, Khalid turned to her as he had been waiting for quite a long time, although the lady was not late. As a result, the heroine realized that she was starting to get a little nervous since the Marquis's property was around. Eben suddenly noticed that usually people first go to the restaurant and only then find out about the secret information guild. The Duke's daughter was a little embarrassed, but the gentleman suddenly got straight to the point, which visibly pleased her in the end. Khalid honestly admitted that this kind of letter surprised him greatly, since he had not thought about anything like that at all. The girl understood how strange her actions were, so now she would have to explain why all this was necessary. Imagine the gentleman's surprise when the lady asked if he would mind if she suddenly left the event. As a result, the girl had to explain almost all the details of the invented demands to the potential ally from the very beginning. After listening carefully to the girl, the Marquis agreed that it was difficult to find a partner who would suit her conditions. But before the heroine had time to rejoice, the guy declared that all these rules were too absurd. Khalid still couldn't understand why the Duke's daughter wanted to run away somewhere in the middle of the ball, because it was stupid. Listening to the even and emotionless tone of the Marquis who was scolding her, the girl even felt extremely awkward. But most of all, the guy didn't understand why Batist said that they wouldn't have to dance together, because it was part of the ball. Eben was sure that if the lady did not dance with her partner, rumors would quickly spread among the aristocrats. Miss immediately remembered that in her past life she had been friends with a guy who quickly resolved all such issues. However, the heroine insisted that she could not choose anyone else, because that person would hardly cooperate with her in the same way. And the girl could not under any circumstances allow a situation where her partner would complain to her family that she had suddenly disappeared. Khalid suddenly asked if there was any reason why Miss wanted to move quietly and unnoticed around the imperial palace during the ball. He promised that if she came to the event with him, they would attract so much attention that the lady would not run away. Only now did Miss realize that something like this could really happen, something she hadn't thought about at all. In the end, the gentleman said that he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention, so he would not help the girl in any way. Batist immediately drooped, realizing that she had failed and would now be unable to keep an eye on Bunnet during the ball. Khalid turned around unnoticed and saw how much his refusal upset the Duke's daughter, even though he had explained all the reasons to her. So the guy said that he could still help a little, which made the heroine immediately look at him with joy and interest. She said that in that case she could keep Enoch as her partner, since he had already proposed. This suited the Marquis, and he asked the miss to cough twice during the ball when she needed to go somewhere. Batist thanked Eben with relief, since if he distracted the knight, she would be able to escape eventually. Suddenly, Khalid continued his speech, which noticeably surprised the Duke's daughter, because she thought that they had already agreed on everything. Passing by the lady, the guy asked her in a cold voice not to show anyone under any circumstances that they knew each other. Batiste turned around in surprise after the Marquise and asked in confusion why she had to follow this rule. But it turned out that Eben had already left the room without explaining anything to the girl, who did not like this threat at all. Khalid had no intention of explaining anything to the miss, as he believed that she would not be able to fully understand his concerns anyway. A few days later, the heroine remembered that she needed to choose a dress for the ball, and so she called for assistance. But even despite all the efforts of her assistants, the lady continued to be in the clouds, as she was still thinking about the conversation with Eben. So Amelia had to remind the lady once again about trying on the dress that she herself had asked to pick out for her. The assistant even asked if something exciting had happened in Levanche, but the lady replied that everything was fine. After which Miss nevertheless admitted that now one problem after another was constantly appearing, which was tiring her out. So the fitting consultant soon distracted the Duke's daughter by at least helping her try on another dress. However, even at this moment, Batiste managed to think about the Marquis, with whom she had recently spoken in the restaurant. While the maids were circling around her, the heroine was still angry at the guy who told her to pretend that they were strangers. The girl could not understand why, at their second meeting, Khalid suddenly declared that he would regret it if he had not started communicating with her. But now, to make things more difficult for the heroine, Eben himself began to avoid her for some unknown reason. Suddenly, the lady was pulled out of her thoughts by a loud voice, which was trying with all its might to break through as close to her as possible. Miss immediately looked out of the fitting room and asked what was going on and why it had suddenly become so noisy. The servants told her that some girl had tried to cut in line to get to the fitting room, which greatly surprised the Duke's daughter. It turned out that Lady Mediatorca came to Batiste and said that without her nothing would be found anyway. The girl said that the Duke's daughter didn't understand anything about fashion anyway, so she would do her a favor and help her. The heroine came out of the fitting room in surprise and showed the beautiful dress that she was currently wearing. At the sight of it, Midia immediately froze with her mouth open, since such an outfit was made according to the most fashionable sketches. Amelia immediately attracted attention to herself and told the lady that the dress suited her incredibly, which angered Torca. But the lady complained that under such a thin dress, she would not even be able to hide even one of her favorite and faithful blades. But then Midia intervened in the conversation, and she could not allow anything to be decided without her presence. Suddenly, Baddest asked the blonde girl directly who she was and what she was doing here with her. This question made Midia incredibly angry, because she could not even imagine that the Duke's daughter would not want to talk to her. Then the heroine whispered to the maid to explain everything to her, and Amelia said that Torka was a childhood friend. But the heroine came into this world as a teenager, so she knew nothing about what her childhood was like. Only after the maid's words did the girl remember that in the original story of the novel, she had read something about the Torque family. This family was quite well known, and from the behavior of Midia, it was clear that for some reason she personally did not particularly like Baddest. Moreover, although the lady had no memories, her body retained the same emotions and did not feel anything personally towards her new acquaintance. For this reason, in her past life, Miss didn't even suspect that they knew each other and completely ignored Midia. Right now, the blonde girl was once again very angry at the Duke's daughter because she did not listen to her at all. Unexpectedly, Baddest asked her not to be angry and said that she had just made an awkward joke, pretending not to remember her. What surprised the lady most was that Eldrado was supposedly glad to see her, so much so that she even forgot about her anger towards her. As a result, Torka blushed slightly and said that this time she forgave her friend, but that she should not joke like that again. But because the Count's daughter began to follow the heroine everywhere, her maid eventually became very angry with the girl. But Midia said that she was not at all tired of following everyone around, as she was quite happy sitting on the sofas near the fitting rooms. With a smile, Baddest asked her assistant not to drive the aristocrat away, explaining that she hadn't bothered her in any way so far. The heroine watched the lady pursuing her out of the corner of her eye and concluded that she was like a small child. Suddenly, Amelia was inspired by the fact that the lady allowed everything and suggested trying on different dresses further. The heroine's head started spinning from all the things the maid had managed to come up with for her because she didn't understand anything. As a result, so that it wouldn't last long, the lady chose the first simple outfit that came her way, just so that she wouldn't be forced to try on a lot. Suddenly, Midia shouted loudly that this dress should not be chosen under any circumstances, because such lace is no longer in fashion. Even the consultant, who was used to different behavior of clients, was frightened by such a loud voice of the girl. But Baddest praised Lady Torka for her knowledge, and she immediately looked smugly at Amelia, whom she had beaten in the choice of dresses. Since the Duke's daughter wanted to finish choosing her outfit as quickly as possible, she approached her friend and asked her for advice. The blonde grinned and replied that since the miss recognized her superiority, she would take pity on her this time and help her. Midia confidently stated that a bad dress would even make Baddest embarrass herself, which surprised the heroine with the seriousness of the matter. Torka sensed the lady's doubt and immediately shouted that everything was really that complicated, so her help was not in vain. The heroine looked at the Count's daughter in confusion, but decided that it would be better not to argue with her now, so she just nodded in response. Watching Midia from the side, the heroine once again concluded that, although the girl was behaving rudely, she was really helping. After a couple of dozen minutes, Lady Torka chose the best outfits, which the saleswomen promised to deliver in the near future. Baddest approached her friend and thanked her for her help, to which she replied that she simply did not want the lady to be disgraced at the ball. Suddenly, the fair-haired lady asked if the Duke's daughter would keep these dresses in the closet, and she immediately thought about it. In the end, Baddest concluded that she wouldn't have time to wear them for now, but in a couple of years, she definitely would. Hearing this, Midia became very angry and shouted that dresses would be of absolutely no use if they went out of fashion. As a result, the girl walked away, grumbling that the knights were too stupid to think about beauty and clothes. Torka ordered her assistants to follow her and did not even turn to say goodbye. Looking at this, Amelia said with surprise that she did not understand how such kind people could raise such an irritable daughter. Baddest asked the maid in confusion if Midia didn't like her, and the assistant immediately and confidently confirmed it. But for some reason, the heroine still felt that some special relationship had developed between the two of them. That same evening, out of curiosity, the lady tried on the dress she was going to wear to the ball and was very pleased with it. Suddenly, she noticed that her assistant was looking at the outfit with some strange look, although there was no reason for this. The girl began to worry and asked if the beautiful dress that Midia had chosen really didn't suit her at all. But in response, the maid said that this outfit suited the lady very well, and the Duke's daughter completely stopped understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Amelia couldn't take it anymore and gave in to her emotions, screaming that this was exactly the whole problem. Miss asked for an explanation, and the maid said that she did not understand the actions of Torka, who first helps and then spreads rumors. The heroine herself had heard that the fair-haired lady had been at the center of scandals more than once, so she couldn't say anything in response. With tears in her eyes, the maid began to list all the rumors that Medea had spread, which made her very upset. The girl was sure that everything should have reasonable limits, but Lady Torquay had absolutely none. Baptiste sheepishly asked her assistant not to jump to conclusions, since the rumors could have been spread by someone else. Amelia asked in confusion why her mistress was so protective of that spoiled girl, of whom almost everyone thought badly. The heroine herself remembered that Medea had caused her quite a lot of problems throughout her life, but she did not attach any importance to it. The maid recalled that the girl often appeared next to her mistress and pretended to take care of her with all her might. However, every time after this, bad rumors appeared about the Duke's daughter, which greatly damaged her reputation in society. Baptiste realized that she really had little information about Lady Torka, as she had avoided her in her past life. The lady suddenly remembered the situation, decided to go for a walk, and had to urgently hide in the nearest bushes. All because a couple of seconds ago, Miss noticed Medea ahead, but was not ready to meet her right now. The girl was so tired from training and preparing for the ball that she even fell asleep on the spot, yawning loudly. Suddenly, Baptiste heard Lady Torka screaming loudly that the Duke's daughter was only pretending to be friends with her. The girl continued listening, although she understood that it was very bad to eavesdrop on other people's conversations like this. The fair-haired miss was very offended by the fact that her family was one step below Eldorado, although it was unfair. To avoid being accidentally noticed, the heroine began to gradually crawl away, since she had already heard more than she needed to. And Medea suddenly declared that Baptiste would greatly regret not having listened to her correct and smart advice all this time. But even with this knowledge, the Duke's daughter had too little information to be sure about anything regarding Torquay. Last time, the girl was so busy with the plot that she didn't communicate with others at all, so now Miss placed her hands reassuringly on her assistant's shoulders to show that she was on her side. After which, Baptiste smiled kindly and promised to personally talk to the Count's daughter later to resolve everything. A few days later, the lady, with a little excitement, rode in a carriage to the Imperial Palace for the annual ball. The girl really hoped that all her plans would eventually be realized and there would be no failure, as in her past life. The monk, who was sitting opposite the lady, noticed that she was worried and, with a smile, tried to calm her down a little. The guy helped the miss get down from the carriage and promised that he would definitely protect her from everything at this event. This helped the Duke's daughter get into the right frame of mind, so that she followed her partner into the hall with a confident smile. At that very moment, the girl felt a huge number of appraising glances from aristocrats on the side. The knight immediately noticed that his companion was not entirely comfortable, so he suggested going where there were fewer people. Baptiste nodded in agreement, but paused in her place as she noticed the familiar silhouette of Lady Torka nearby. But the fair-haired lady herself was very frightened when she realized that the Duke's daughter was looking at her and wanted to talk. The heroine smiled sweetly at her childhood friend and began to approach her, as she wanted to maintain the relationship. Imagine the lady's surprise when the girl suddenly turned away and ran away from her as quickly as possible. This made the miss so confused that she did not immediately hear the questions of Enoch, who was next to her. But the lady did not want to admit to the guy what had happened, so she asked him to simply continue his journey through the halls. Walking around the palace like this, Baptiste didn't immediately notice Bunnet, who during this time had managed to gather a crowd of guys around him. She immediately realized that the Marquis would be the leader of the rebellion, and his friends were also radical. Unexpectedly for the heroine, the knight came closer to her and asked if the girl was really looking for someone around so diligently. The Duke's daughter had to lie that she was simply testing whether she could remember the names of the aristocrats who came to the ball. Since Enoch believed the lady, since she rarely went out in public, the miss calmed down, but realized that it was time to act. Moreover, it was at that moment that Bunnet began to move, so Baptiste pointed her finger at him, as if she had recognized him by accident. Without another second's delay, the girl immediately rushed towards that man, which greatly surprised her partner. But the guy caught up with the lady too quickly, which made her angry, although she didn't show him her true emotions. Miss understood that the Marquis was leaving the main hall for some reason, and she urgently needed to carefully follow them. The man was followed by his allies, which was exactly the same as in the heroine's past life, so she was ready. The corridors of the palace were too confusing a system, so if Bedest lost the Marquis, he would never find him again. She remembered the words of Khalid, who asked the lady to cough twice when she needed to disappear unnoticed from the main hall. And right now, the heroine really needed to somehow distract Enoch so that she could calmly follow the Marquis. So Bedest coughed twice, as they had agreed beforehand, although she didn't know how exactly Eben would help her. The knight anxiously asked the lady if she had caught a cold somewhere, since he did not want that for her at all. The boy was so preoccupied with worrying about the Duke's daughter that he didn't even notice someone approaching him. Suddenly, an elderly aristocrat fell right on top of Enoch from the side, and for some reason he could barely stand on his feet. The knight anxiously asked the man if he felt okay, and he said that he always felt unsteady on his feet after drinking wine. Bedest watched in surprise as the aristocrat's wife came running and began to scold him for behaving badly again. Suddenly, the man showed the button that was lying on his palm and asked for forgiveness for tearing it off the knight's suit. The aristocrat grabbed the guy by the arm and said that they needed to sew it back on before the dancing began. The monk, confused, said that he could not leave his companion alone since he had invited her himself and was now responsible for her. But a lady approached the girl and promised with a smile that she would definitely keep her company during her partner's absence. Only now did the heroine realize that it was the Marquis who asked these people to help, which ultimately made her very happy. At that moment, the knight regretfully said goodbye to the lady for a while, and she herself could barely contain her joy at his departure. When the woman also handed Miss a camouflage cape from Khalid, Bedest's joy knew no bounds. Without lingering in the main hall for another moment, the girl threw on her cloak and immediately ran after Mr. Bunnet. This time the heroine was lucky, and she almost immediately heard the voices of the people she needed, so she hid behind the wall nearby. It turned out that one of the guys sat down to adjust his shoes, and for this reason alone, the whole company did not manage to get far. As soon as the guy finished adjusting his boot, the Marquis scolded him a little for holding everyone up due to his carelessness. But the Duke's daughter was only happy about this situation, since she could calmly overhear the conversations of the traitors. As soon as the aristocrats entered one of the rooms, the girl immediately ran to the next one as she wanted to eavesdrop from it. Bedest was very lucky, as there was no one else in the room except her, so she could calmly keep an eye on the enemies. The Duke's daughter leaned against the right wall and used a little magic to hear the dialogue in the next room. At this moment, the Marquis told his friends that he was about to tell them a secret that would surprise them incredibly, and the guys were ready for it. Bunnet deliberately dragged out the time a little, pretending that he was taking a long time to get something out of his pocket in order to maintain the intrigue. Eventually, the man pulled out the teleportation artifact, which he announced with great pride as he had barely been able to get it out. He explained that if the second part of it was installed in advance, it would eventually be possible to instantly get straight to it. The heroine was incredibly surprised when she heard what kind of complex device the Marquis had found. The girl knew that even a magic tower could hardly make something like this, which only increased the value of the artifact. But there was always the option that the Marquis had found somewhere a skilled magician like Rosanna, who would help him in the creation. In any case, the man somehow got hold of such a rare thing and even knew how to use it well, despite the complexity. The allies even jumped up from their seats in excitement and declared that with this thing, they would be able to defeat the harmful Baroness Talaroon. The aristocrats even readily asked the Marquis if he had any other ideas, since they were not against contributing. Bunnet responded smugly by declaring that he had already come up with something else dangerous, but didn't yet know how to implement it. The allies were amazed by the Marquis's promise that the artifact would be much more powerful than teleportation. Bedest was frightened by this dialogue since even double reincarnation did not give her enough information. At that moment, the man sadly said that he would not be able to cope with all his plans on his own. To this, one of the guys immediately reported that they had no problems with finances, so everything should work out soon. The guy really wanted to know what idea Bunnet had come up with, so with shining eyes he asked him to tell him anyway. But the man laughed proudly and asked his allies not to rush things too much, as they still needed to think. After which he turned to his faithful friend Viscount Jeff and asked if everything that had been planned was ready. The guy nodded and told everyone that he left the second part of the teleportation artifact in the garden of the Imperial Palace. This made the allies even more alarmed, and the Marquis informed his friend that it was time for them to leave. The Duke's daughter opened her mouth in displeasure and amazement when she realized that the enemies had indeed used the artifact. She immediately ran as fast as she could into the courtyard, although she didn't know exactly in which direction the aristocrats had teleported. Having looked around carefully, after a few seconds, the lady noticed some kind of magical glow nearby. It was not very far, but Miss looked down and realized that she would lose too much time if she went down the steps. So, without a second thought, Battis jumped over the railing, as she was confident that she would be able to land. But the girl did not expect at all that during her flight down she suddenly noticed Khalid on the balcony. The guy, in complete amazement, followed the Duke's daughter with his gaze, whom he had not expected to meet in this place. The lady realized who exactly she saw on the balcony only when she landed, but she had no time to talk to him. Therefore, while the magical trail had not yet completely disappeared, Battis ran as fast as she could in that direction, hoping to still make it in time. With a grin, Eben remembered that he had asked Miss to pretend that they were strangers, but she had taken too good advantage of it. Putting his glass of wine aside, the guy concluded that this girl absolutely could not be left alone for long. At this point, the heroine managed to get to the right place, and she could only hope that the men would not teleport again. Bunnet had already managed to complain to his ally about the rest of the people on their team, whose brains he rated extremely low. Jeff reassured the Marquis by saying that any idiot could be turned to advantage, which is what they did. Battis couldn't even imagine that these two were so clever at deceiving the rest of their allies, asking them for money. The blonde man, with a mocking smile, declared that he would send their accomplices specially modified gems. But the Marquis suddenly remembered that they were on the palace grounds, so he asked the boy not to express himself so freely. After which, Bunnet promised to quickly prepare everything necessary, and this immediately made the Duke's daughter nervous. She watched with alarm as the man quickly pulled out a scroll and then skillfully tore it apart. Immediately after this, both allies were covered by a barely noticeable dome that did not let through any sound. Staring at the man, the lady thought with displeasure about how many more magical items he had in stock. But Miss couldn't afford to just turn around and leave, as she was so consumed with curiosity. The heroine understood that if she could somehow touch the barrier, she would be able to hear the dialogues of these enemies. So Battis decided to try to sneak into the aristocrat's blind spot, as she really wanted to hear their conversation. But suddenly, Khalid grabbed the Duke's daughter tightly by the shoulders and pulled her towards him, leaving her absolutely no chance to escape. The lady stared at the Marquis in surprise, as she had absolutely not expected to see him in this place, since they had agreed not to communicate. Eben kept such a displeased expression on his face, as if it was Battis who had grabbed him and not the other way around. At this point, the young gentleman asked the miss to remove her elbow as it was hurting him, and she immediately came out of her defensive stance. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter heard Bunnet's voice, who announced that they had finished their conversation and could disperse. Disappointed, the heroine sank down onto the grass, whispering that the enemies had just left her like that, and she had done nothing. The girl turned to the guy with displeasure, and he calmly explained that he simply didn't let her make a mistake. Eben explained that he had guessed that the girl wanted to eavesdrop on the conversation of these aristocrats under a good magical dome. However, the Marquis knew that Jeff was not as simple as he seemed at first glance, so he would definitely notice the Duke's daughter. But the lady was sure that with the help of the twilight and the cape, she would definitely remain unnoticed by everyone. But the guy explained that if the miss had caught their eye, she might even already be dead in the worst case. Eventually, Battis had to admit that she had indeed been stupid for wanting to act without a good plan. The girl was sad that she had been so blinded by the desire to find at least some clues to the uprising. Khalid said he followed Battis because she promised to be quiet, but instead she jumped off the balcony. With a smile, the Marquis said that he did not regret his decision at all, as he believed that he had done everything absolutely correctly. Here the miss suddenly remembered that when she jumped down from the balcony, she did not feel the presence of other people nearby at all. Moreover, until the guy grabbed her, the girl was completely unaware of his presence, which was rare for her. Suddenly, Battis realized that in Levanche, the power of Khalid's magic was clearly weaker, which even made the master shudder. He admitted that he had not acted to his full potential at the time, since he did not know about the lady's skills, and this greatly amused her. The Duke's daughter noticed the displeased expression on the Marquis's face and laughed, as it ended up amusing her. However, secretly watching the guy, Miss couldn't help but admit that he was very talented, since he used magic like that. The heroine admitted that they both underestimated each other, which Eben was forced to agree with, since he himself thought so. Here, Khalid reminded the girl that it was time for her to return to the ball, and she immediately returned noisily to the main hall, hoping to make it in time. The lady was glad that the dancing was not to begin until a few minutes later, but for some reason, she could not find Enoch anywhere. The annoying and evil aristocrats around quickly noticed that for some reason, Baptiste was now completely alone. The gossip that the girls were spreading irritated the heroine, but she had no time to deal with their conversations at that moment. Since the Duke's daughter had no choice at all, she ran up to Eben in desperation and asked him to dance with her. Imagine the lady's surprise when she suddenly saw a huge and terrible scar on the guy's face, which made her take a step back. At first, Miss even thought that she had simply imagined it, since she was sure that she had approached the Marquis. Here, the huge cut slowly began to disappear from the guy's face, although he was clearly unhappy with the need to remove it. In a panic, the girl asked what just happened, and Eben explained that he was simply using camouflage magic. The lady could not even imagine that, since she had already revealed the Marquis' appearance once, the magic did not work on her to its full extent. Baptiste asked in confusion why Eben hid his appearance, since only she and the princess knew who he really was. To this, the guy replied that he had thoroughly worked out his image of a worthless aristocrat and did not want to destroy it at all. The heroine still did not understand why Khalid needed such a thing at all, when suddenly he asked her to move away. Eben said that otherwise the lady would be looked at askance, and he did not want that, so he turned and left. Suddenly, the miss grabbed her friend by the sleeve and, although he asked her to let him go, she confidently answered negatively. Only now did Baptiste realize that Khalid had told her not to approach him, only so that she wouldn't be looked at badly. Although the Marquis was not pleased to admit it, there really was no other reason, so he had to at least nod. In response, the Duke's daughter blushed embarrassedly and asked her friend never to worry about her reputation again in his life. With a cheerful smile, Baptiste said that if she cared about the opinions of others, she would never have picked up a sword. This incredible self-confidence noticeably surprised Eben, who did not expect the lady to be so strong inside. But then, since the guy continued to remain silent, the girl became embarrassed and said that if he didn't want to, then they didn't have to dance. Suddenly, Khalid grabbed the Duke's daughter's hands and with one deft movement pulled her towards him to begin the dance moves. At the same time, the Marquis whispered with a smile that he had warned the lady several times, and he didn't care what would happen next. At this moment, the monk tried his best to find his companion, but for some reason she was absolutely nowhere to be found in the imperial palace. Eventually, the guy decided that the lady might be looking for him too, which was why they were going around in circles, so he went to wait for her in the main hall. As soon as the knight entered, he immediately heard the surprised whisper of the aristocrats that this was why they were not dancing. The girls were talking about some dark-haired guy with a huge and terrible scar across his entire face, who scared them. But what surprised Enoch most of all was that it was this guy with whom Baptiste, who had come to the ball with him, was now dancing. During the dance, Khalid asked the lady several times in a row to finally relax, but she still could not listen to him. The whole point was that the girl had never managed to learn to dance properly, so now she was carefully watching her feet. But the Marquis was not satisfied with the fact that he could only see the miss's head, which was constantly looking down. The boy tried to attract the attention of the Duke's daughter, but she was so focused that she asked him not to interfere. Then Eben said that he knew what the Marquis of Bonnet and Viscount Jeff were talking about when they covered themselves with a magical dome in the garden. The heroine could not miss such information, so she asked in surprise how the guy managed to do something like that. But the young gentleman said with a grin that if the lady was really interested, then he would invite her to Levanche again. Skillfully twirling in the dance, the boy and girl did not even notice with what curiosity even the princess herself was watching them. And Khalid suddenly approached Baptiste and declared that even if they had different views, he would still try to help her. In fact, the heroine was even glad that the Marquis was the first to talk about their possible closer cooperation and alliance. Suddenly, Eben finished the dance and, bowing to the miss, said that they would see each other later, which resulted in her being noticeably surprised. The Duke's daughter could not even imagine that during all the time of their movements, she would somehow miraculously not step on her partner's foot. Turning back, the heroine was surprised to discover that the Marquis had already managed to go somewhere and left her completely alone. Suddenly, behind her, the lady heard the slightly sad voice of another friend, which scared her a lot because of it. The girl turned around abruptly and bowed to the monk, asking for forgiveness for not having danced with him, even though they had come together. Miss explained that she had gone outside to get some fresh air and then had arrived very late, and the dancing was about to start. Baptiste, with a guilty expression on her face, explained that she couldn't find Enoch, so she grabbed the first guy she came across. But the knight suddenly said that the girl was not guilty of anything because it was he himself who could not find her at the right moment. The heroine felt ashamed of this, so she mentally swore that she would stop Bunnet and definitely save her friend. Suddenly, one of the aristocrats approached the partners, who really wanted to discuss the latest interesting gossip. The girl said that the Duke's daughter had a strong spirit, since she was not afraid to dance with such a scary-looking guy. Baptiste did not like at all the fact that this madam suddenly declared that the knights really had a different mindset. Moreover, almost all the noble people around were now discussing the moment of this dance, but the lady could not fix it in any way. Suddenly the monk stepped forward in front of his companion and asked the aristocrat how her impudent words were to be understood. Only now did the heroine remember that this girl had once been mercilessly rejected by her older brother, which was known to everyone. In response, the lady smiled even wider and said that she did not condemn those whose hobby was dangerously playing with fire in front of everyone. Miss asked permission to give one important piece of advice, and Baptiste said warily that she was listening carefully. In the end, the aristocrat told the Duke's daughter to try taming wild animals, since she had already tamed the scary guy. Although this was very rude, the heroine quickly turned it into a joke, saying that she did not know that this was what Madame liked so much. The girl immediately realized that Baptiste had cleverly insulted her in response, which even went completely unnoticed. Suddenly, a princess approached their small group, whom few people initially noticed due to her engrossed conversation. Rosanna turned to the girl in the green dress and asked if she had said anything about the Duke's daughter's hobby, and she had to nod. Then the Emperor's daughter generously praised her friend, saying that she really knew her favorite business very well. Rose said with a smile that Baptiste would be better described as a talent, and that the lady in the green dress herself was already engaged in a hobby, collecting things. The fact that even the princess herself insulted her made the cunning girl incredibly angry, as she did not expect such a thing. Admitting defeat, she covered her face with her fan and ran away, while Rosanna walked over to Baptiste with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, in front of all the aristocrats, the Emperor's daughter announced that this year she would be recruiting a guard of female knights. Marquis immediately reminded the lady that she already had enough guards, and they had discussed this more than once at meetings. Rose was instantly angry at his words, but she hid her emotions well and reported that circumstances had changed. The girl raised her hand up and easily summoned magic, announcing to everyone around her that she had discovered a gift for alchemy. Although the heroine was aware of her friend's abilities, she was also surprised at how beautiful they looked. The Marquis had to admit that he had never seen this kind of neat form of magic before, as it was difficult to achieve. Rosanna looked at those present with a confident smile, since her status for them had now increased greatly. Indeed, the aristocrats could not say anything against increasing the security, because the princess possessed magic. At that moment, Baptiste watched her friend and promised herself that she would definitely become her protector. When everyone learned about Rose's abilities, they began to congratulate the Emperor, but he replied that it was his daughter who should be praised. Marquis was the first to approach the princess and say words of congratulations, although in fact they were not at all sincere. The heroine did not expect that the man would suddenly call out to her for some reason, but she still turned around to listen. The aristocrat stated that Rosanna might have said something wrong, and Baptiste did not understand what exactly he was getting at. The Marquis unexpectedly announced that under no circumstances should a girl have been appointed as Her Majesty's guard. The Duke's daughter listened in surprise as Bunnet offered her another job next to Rosanna, hinting at becoming a maid. The man was absolutely sure that the dangerous path of chivalry was best left to the boys, and the lady could be an assistant. He beautifully described to everyone around the situation, where Baptiste simply serves Rose in everything, having received a high status for this. As the aristocrat had hoped, noble people immediately took up his idea, since many could dream of such an opportunity. But the heroine herself only became angry, since she understood perfectly well that they were trying to remove her from the defenders. The lady remembered that in her past life, Rose had been unable to reveal her talent for a long time due to the strict rules of the Moselberg Empire. The girl guessed that Bunnet was trying to catch her off guard, but she had been through too much to give in so easily. So the miss approached the man and said that being the princess's personal maid was indeed a great honor, after which she asked what she should do, because of her skills, no one would be able to pass the next night's tournament. The Marquis was shocked by this statement, as he did not expect the lady to value her abilities so highly. And Baddest said with a laugh that it would be impossible to appoint a guy who would be weaker than a maid to the post of the princess's protector. The Marquis shook with impotent rage at such impudent statements, since he could not say anything in response. In a fit of emotion, Bonnet turned to the princess and asked how she could even choose someone like this girl to be her protector. In response, Rosanna asked the man to calm down, as he had created such a fuss that she did not have time to say a word to him, after which Her Majesty declared that she wanted to make up her personal guard exclusively of women. Hearing this, the aristocrats immediately began to whisper excitedly, since they had never done anything like this before, but the princess herself confidently stated that no one has the right to forbid her from independently choosing people for her protection. Then the Marquis could not stand it any longer and turned to his emperor, asking why he allowed his daughter to act so arbitrarily. Instead of his father, Rosanna answered him, saying that there were many talented swordswomen in the empire who were not recognized by anyone. The ruler, however, said nothing, because he was afraid to comment on such bold statements from the people. So Rose confidently declared that she would choose 4 girls for security, and if the places were not filled, she would hire guys as well. The aristocrats responded to this with evil grins, as they were sure that the lady's plan would quickly fail. The next morning, according to the princess's idea, the streets of the capital began to be transformed with lighting fixtures. The residents watched what was happening in amazement, although no one could object to Rosanna's own order. People quickly realized that these lanterns were much better than the previous ones and should break much less often. The children's mothers were especially happy about this innovation, because now they all won't be so scared to come home in the evenings. Baddest sat near the fountain and was very happy that the residents happily accepted the changes on the city streets. She knew that right now the princess was trying her best to make the city more comfortable to live in. So, having observed the people around her long enough, the lady rose to return to her business as well. As soon as the girl arrived in Levanche, she was immediately met sternly by Khalid's personal assistant, who greeted her with restraint. The lady had never seen this guy before, so she was surprised at how he treated her and why he met her at all. Here, the Marquise called out to Syrian and asked him not to put pressure on their guest, so the guy immediately obediently stepped back. He helped the girl to get comfortable in the chair and even poured tea, for which the heroine immediately thanked him in confusion. Only after all this did the assistant introduce himself as the personal secretary of the Marquis of Eben, named Syrian Pable. Khalid explained that he had called the secretary to the meeting because they had decided to trust each other more and act openly. Baddest was surprised to hear that Syrian and Joel had actually been watching her meetings from the very beginning. The heroine suddenly realized that the assistant had clearly seen how she had threatened his master with a sword at a recent meeting, but Syrian said that he would not question the Marquise's decisions just because of his feelings, and the miss need not worry. Badist felt grateful to her assistant and turned to Eben to see how they would begin their discussion of their affairs. Khalid suggested that they first talk about their common intentions, and then he would tell them everything he knew about Bonnet. The lady then asked if the boy really disliked the imperial family so much, and he nodded briefly in response, after which she confidently announced that she and the princess were going to separate from the emperor and his aristocrats. Baddest admitted that her goal was the complete destruction of the radical nobles and the salvation of the Moselberg Empire. Eben thoughtfully noted that, based on the girl's words, their state was in real danger. Miss clasped her hands tightly out of excitement and admitted that she had heard information about people who wanted to destroy everything. It was these aristocrats who were planning to start a rebellion, which the heroine was absolutely sure of. Syrian jumped up in fright and shouted that it would be difficult to remove the imperial power. But Khalid explained that if such a revolution was led by one of the 4 great nobles, then it would be quite possible. Pable still couldn't understand why these rich people needed to ruin their reputation with such a risk. Badist reported that the aristocrats no longer wanted to share the benefits with each other, so they had to act. Here, the assistant reminded that 5 years had passed since the death of the senior Marquis of Eben, and almost complete devastation had begun. The young master was still hurt to hear that his family, who ruled the aristocrats, died because of this. The girl was surprised when she heard that the conversation was about Khalid's parents, as she did not see a connection between them. With a sad face, the guy ordered the secretary not to interfere, as he had now decided to tell about his goal. The heroine immediately prepared to listen attentively, as she guessed that she would finally hear the real truth. Suddenly, Eben declared that he wanted to personally destroy the Marquis of Bunay, as he suspected him of murdering his family. The thing is that 5 years ago, when Khalid had just turned 18, his parents were doing just fine. He was walking with his father when suddenly the boy was called out by a little princess who ran up to congratulate him. The son of the Marquis of Eben thanked Rosanna with a smile for her small gift to him, and the girl smiled contentedly. Following the guy, the lady was complimented by his father, who said that the emperor's daughter was, as always, irresistible. Since the man sent his son to play with Rose, she was incredibly happy because of these circumstances. Khalid was not at all upset by being told to walk around the castle, as he was exploring the grounds with interest. But as soon as the girl heard something about her cousin being the heir, she immediately froze in surprise. In order not to confuse Rosanna even more, the guy stroked her head and suggested that they go to a beautiful gazebo. As soon as they sat down at the table, the servants immediately set it, but the princess was worried that her older brother did not listen. Khalid suggested that the guy might be very angry about the fact that the Empress was constantly comparing them. Once the Marquis of Eben was in a good position, many aspects of the empire began to recover quickly. The aristocrats were still dissatisfied with the lax rule of the emperor himself, but Khalid's father dealt with them well, all because the man wanted the ruler's son to inherit a stable and well-developed state. The Marquis' son knew that the emperor's son did not like him, because the ruler actually had little power. Only the princess communicated calmly with her cousin, since she did not care about power and family intrigues. Khalid watched the girl with a smile, since he had no intention of taking control of anyone, as was mistakenly thought. But the guy understood that if he told his relatives about his intentions, they would hardly trust him. A few days later, such a heavy downpour hit the Eben estate that the master had to stay at home. The boy absent-mindedly complained to his assistant about the unpleasant weather, which made the estate cold. But the most offensive thing for Khalid was that he had to end up postponing the meeting with the head of the magic tower. He really didn't want to turn down such a good opportunity, but he was afraid that in such weather he might not make it. Besides, the younger Eben still didn't quite understand why he was invited to this meeting and not his father. Syrian, with a joyful smile, assumed that the head of the tower wanted to make friends with the entire family of the respected Marquis. After all, the tower collaborated with several aristocrats at once and received help from each of them. So the assistant was sure that the chief simply saw in his master a good comrade for the near future. In response, Khalid laughed good-naturedly because he wanted it to be true, and then reported that it was not so at all. Imagine Syrian's surprise when he heard that the Eben family was not deliberately taking over the tower's power. The Marquis's son explained that there would be discontent if they established a monopoly in even one of the available areas. Only after these words did the secretary realize how wrong he had been in his assumptions, so he became depressed. And Khalid, with a grin, advised his assistant to better study politics and other structures in order to be able to help him with justice. Suddenly, going out into the corridor, the guy discovered that for some reason there was some kind of incomprehensible rush going on downstairs. It turned out that a servant was hurrying to him as she had urgent news from the Marquis of Eben. The boy was very surprised when he heard that his father had conveyed a message that he and his wife were urgently going to the palace. Without another second's delay, Khalid rushed to the door, as he personally wanted to hear about this from his parents. And indeed, the Marquis and Marchioness were already getting ready to leave, as the Emperor had asked them to come as quickly as possible. It turned out that Duke Noilum unexpectedly came to the ruler, since he had information about monster attacks. So the father sadly announced that he could not afford to be absent from such an important discussion. Before leaving, he promised his son that they would return as soon as possible, so that the boy would not even have time to start worrying. Khalid had no right to stop his parents, so he simply said goodbye to them sadly, closing the door. However, the young master had no intention of remaining idle, so he asked his assistant to find information about military resources. The guy himself headed to the workroom, when suddenly he noticed a huge flash of lightning that flashed right in front of the window. He immediately opened the window because for some reason he was overcome by a bad feeling about everything that was happening around him. Suddenly, Khalid heard servants running towards him as fast as they could, very frightened for some reason. The Marquis's son looked at his assistants in surprise, waiting for them to catch their breath and speak. But their wet and excited faces only frightened the gentleman even more, although he tried not to show it. Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy tightly by the shoulders and asked him to listen to him as carefully and calmly as possible. Only after this did they tell that the carriage with Khalid's parents fell off a cliff and was almost completely destroyed. Hearing this, the guy froze in complete shock, because he absolutely did not believe that such a thing was true. The first thing Khalid did was try to rush towards the cliff to somehow try to help his family. But the assistant suddenly shouted that he could not leave, because then the entire Eben family might accidentally end. Despite all the persuasion of the servants, the master tried to escape until the very end, although he understood that he could not do anything. In the end, he calmed down and asked to tell him in more detail how something like this could have happened to his parents. The man said that when he was returning from the magic tower, he saw a map below and immediately ordered the gentleman to be taken away. After which he warned that when news of their deaths became known, panic would begin around, so his son needed to start ruling. Khalid was at that moment completely unprepared for the fact that he would have to make some important decisions without his beloved father. However, the servants bowed to him at the same time and said that from now on, the boy would be their master and owner of all the lands of Eben. The young man realized that he should not give in to emotions, so he ordered his comrade to take the carriage as quickly as possible. After which he gave orders to his second assistant to ensure that panic did not break out in the estate due to this terrible news. While his parents' bodies were being temporarily moved to their room, Khalid decided to try to contact his aunt. It took him a few minutes to find the right communication sphere in his father's office. For some time, the guy figured out exactly how to control this object, when suddenly it lit up and his aunt's voice was heard. The woman's first reaction was to scold the Marquis for not having arrived, and as a result the meeting went terribly. Suddenly, she was surprised to discover that it was Eben's son who was speaking to her, and not himself, which made the Empress embarrassed. When the woman heard that Khalid's parents had died, she was incredibly horrified, as she could not have expected this. The guy noticed that his aunt had clearly lost her composure, as she even stopped answering him for a while. Khalid could not believe his ears when the Empress suddenly said that she suspected that the aristocrats had begun to act. But when the gentleman suggested urgently telling the ruler about this, the woman suddenly and abruptly disconnected from the conversation. So the guy stood frozen in the middle of the room in complete shock, not believing that his parents' death was an ordinary accident. It quickly dawned on him that the family's entire trip to the palace seemed like it had been planned in advance by someone. For this reason, the current Marquis ran to the family's carriage, but could find absolutely no clues about the murder. However, he had no intention of giving up so easily, so he shouted to his secretary to find another carriage. Syrian immediately replied that the carriage in which the master was supposed to ride was still standing in the same place, since they had not touched it. This information pleased Khalid, and he quickly ran towards the carriage because he wanted to examine it carefully. Eben's son ran to the cart so quickly that his assistants barely had time to catch up with him, and even then, it was only at the very end. But the gentleman was in no hurry to answer all the surprised questions, as he began to intently examine everything around him. And literally a few minutes later, Khalid discovered a small explosive scroll located on the front wheel. At that moment, his servant remembered that the front wheel of the boy's parents' carriage had indeed been torn off. It became clear that if the younger Eben had not cancelled the invitation of the head of the tower at the last moment, he would have died too. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man sternly ordered that they find all those who had at least somehow walked towards the carriages in the last few days. After which he ordered another carriage to be prepared for him as quickly as possible, which seriously frightened his subordinates. But Khalid confidently stated that he was going to the palace to request an official investigation into the death of his family. The servants began to anxiously beg the master to at least wait until the rain stopped, but the Marquis was not going to listen to them. Then Syrian grabbed the master by the hands and asked him to promise that at least he would return to them safe and sound. To this, Khalid replied that for the moment he was leaving the estate to his comrades, and quickly got into the carriage. Only when the current Marquis was left alone did he feel all the pain of losing his most beloved and closest people. The gentleman would never have thought in his life that such important aristocrats would disappear so quickly as a result. He clenched his fist because he wanted to cry so badly, but he still couldn't allow himself to give in to the emotions that were flooding him. Instead of feeling sad, Khalid became really angry and promised himself that he would definitely find the culprits. The young man had almost arrived at the imperial palace and was confident that His Majesty would be able to help him find the traitors. Imagine Eben's surprise when, in response to all his requests, the rulers only silently looked away. No matter how much the guy begged them to somehow help him, the emperor did not even lift a finger to start doing something. Unable to contain himself, Khalid shouted loudly and angrily, asking why His Majesty could not even start a secret investigation. The Marquis even admitted that he had very convincing evidence, so they could well begin to act. In response, the emperor said that even without all the young man's arguments, he knew perfectly well who exactly wanted to kill his family. Imagine the guy's surprise when the ruler said that they would hardly be able to prove anyone's guilt for this murder. For the first time in his life, the young man felt so helpless and even turned to his aunt, trying to find support in her person. But the woman stubbornly ignored the fact that her younger brother was killed and continued to turn away from her nephew. The thing is that just an hour ago, her husband said that they would have to do nothing if they wanted to retain power. The emperor was very afraid that the aristocrats would attack them too, because after Eben's death, no one controlled society. The woman was very scared when she realized that they could destroy their entire family if they tried to help their relative. For this reason, the empress could only tremble with fear, since she was unable to even say anything in response. Having reached the extreme point, Khalid fell on his knees before the rulers and with tears in his eyes began to beg them for help in the investigation. Because of this, Madame began to worry even more, and her hands began to shake hysterically and uncontrollably, since there were many emotions. As a result, the Empress could not bear it and lost consciousness, as she had suffered serious emotional strain on her heart. The guy watched what was happening in complete shock, as he didn't know what to do next or how he could help at all. But the deplorable state of his wife finally angered the ruler, and he angrily drove his nephew away. Angrily clenching his fist, Khalid admitted that he had not expected such a reward for all his father's efforts for the good of the empire. Finally, the guy advised the emperor to try not to regret such a decision, because he would not have any help either. The gentleman told all this to his ally now, since he decided that the time had come for her to learn about what had happened. Badist was horrified by how sad the fate of the Eben family was, even though it was not even written about in the novel. The Marquis admitted that after that incident, even many business partners began to refuse to work with him out of fear. Moreover, most of the aristocrats even withdrew their resources so as not to interact with Khalid in any way. So at the time when his reign was just beginning, the young master believed that he could trust absolutely no one. Therefore, no matter how unpleasant it was for the guy, he clenched his fists until they hurt, and as a result, he lay low for a long time. It was at that moment that Eben deliberately created the image of a Marquis who was so disappointed in himself that he disfigured his face. When the allies' story was finished, the miss sadly noted that he had to go through a lot at a young age. The gentleman looked carefully at the Duke's daughter and admitted that he had expected a different reaction from her. Then the heroine pretended to be very angry and started shouting about how the aristocrats dared to kill their own, after which, literally a few minutes later, the lady calmed down and asked if this was what Eben wanted, which he confirmed. As a result, Badist made the smart conclusion that no one ever expects betrayal from people close to them. The heroine knew all too well that those who had nothing left were in much greater danger. However, she remembered her experience of several reincarnations, so she was sure that life in a family was very valuable. The Marquis was surprised when the lady suddenly said that she understood his sense of loss, even if he did not believe it. The girl suddenly declared that she would never forgive those people who took away her beloved family. Syrian noted that the Eldorado Duchy was fine, and Badist sheepishly explained that she had imagined Eben's feelings. Here, Khalid changed the subject and said that they had different reasons in the form of murder and rebellion, but the goal remained the same. Suddenly, the heroine remembered that she was very interested in one question, to which she urgently needed to find an answer. The guy allowed him to ask it, and the lady, very worried, asked if her father was also under suspicion of murder. To this, the Marquis replied that Duke Eldorado was the only one of the four who had not acquired anything after the death of his parents. The lady felt noticeably relieved, and the gentleman mockingly asked how she would behave if her father were guilty. To this, the girl explained with a sigh that she would first try to prove the innocence of her noble family. To the Marquis's surprise, Badist suddenly said that she trusted him, so she would definitely ask for help in this matter. But the lady immediately added that she trusted only Rosen more than him, since they had been through a lot together. Syrian was watching the girl and the boy at that moment and couldn't figure out why they were talking about primacy and trust. Suddenly, it was the turn of the Duke's daughter to be surprised, because the gentleman suddenly said that she could call him by his first name. Khalid himself explained this by saying that they had proven enough to each other to remove the respectful wording in the address. What scared the girl most was that she, out of habit, began to call the princess by name again, which was not allowed. However, Eben stated that the lady had initially addressed Rose formally with a stretch, so everything was clear anyway. As a result, the Duke's daughter had to remain silent for several minutes, as she could not come to her senses due to embarrassment. But Khalid waited patiently for the moment when Baptiste could call him by name, so he smiled back at her. Since the boy and girl suddenly started arguing again, the assistant continued to watch them in surprise. Finally, the secretary could not stand it any longer and reminded the gentleman that he wanted to tell his guest something about the Marquis of Bunay. The gentleman collected his thoughts and explained that the man had not created the teleportation artifact at all, but had received it from someone else. The lady immediately became interested in this information, as she became incredibly interested in figuring out the supplier. But Khalid immediately explained to the girl that the man would hardly want to cooperate with them, even if they managed to identify him. He reminded that the miss was soon to become part of the princess's guard, and the guy himself was planning to leave. The heroine immediately asked in confusion when exactly her ally was leaving for another city to resolve some issues. Imagine Baptiste's surprise when the Marquis suddenly announced that he was planning his trip tomorrow and had almost packed his things. The Duke's daughter couldn't help but jump up in surprise, as such a quick departure didn't make her happy at all. The girl desperately asked to at least tell the reason for such a quick start, because she could not understand anything. Syrian answered instead of his master, explaining that they were simply returning to Eben territory, as it was easier that way. Still a little confused, Baptiste asked her ally when he planned to return to the capital in that case, and Khalid calmly announced that he would only come next year, which horrified the heroine. Miss knew perfectly well that by that time the Marquis would already have been killed and the empire would have completely collapsed, but she could not tell. So all that's left for the heroine to do is to hide behind Rosina and say that she was planning to give something to her brother. Khalid did not expect that the princess would cook something for him, but for some reason she would not have time to do it before her relative left. He tried to find out what exactly his cousin had come up with, but Baptiste said that even the maids didn't know about it. Having thought hard, the guy suddenly came to the conclusion that for this reason, he could well stay in the capital for a couple more days. The Duke's daughter immediately took advantage of this situation and happily offered to stay for another week. In the end, after thinking a little more, the Marquis nevertheless agreed with his ally that it would be much easier for the princess. Syrian glared at the lady who had encouraged Khalid to linger, and she merely smiled back at him. That same evening, when the heroine returned to the Eldorado estate, she sighed wearily, as the day had been very long. Suddenly, the girl saw her assistant ahead and immediately called out to her so that they could talk. Amelia immediately ran up to the lady and imploringly asked her to do at least something with Lady Midia while she was visiting them. Baptiste was very surprised when she learned that the girl arrived immediately after she left and had been waiting in the living room all this time. Only a few minutes later did the Duke's daughter realize that the aristocrat had waited for her for 8 hours for some reason. She immediately threw the things into the assistant's hands and asked her to take them to the room, and she herself ran as quickly as possible to the living room. Since the lady was in a hurry, she called out to Midia before she even entered the room, which scared her a little. Baptiste immediately apologized to her guest and explained that she had been very busy all this time, after which the miss asked why Torka had come to her, because it must have been something very important, since she was waiting. For some reason, after this question, the fair-haired girl became very embarrassed and could not immediately find the right words. Suddenly she screamed loudly, asking for forgiveness for ignoring her friend at the imperial ball. Then Midia loudly declared that it was not she who had been spreading bad rumors about the Duke's daughter all this time. The girl explained that she had simply bragged to other aristocrats that she was also going to the ball, but had not insulted anyone. However, for some reason, the lady's ordinary words suddenly began to acquire unpleasant details, which made her feel offended. The heroine could not even imagine that the girl who was always angry at everyone would suddenly ask her for forgiveness so sincerely. Lady Torka herself was surprised that her friend immediately believed her and thanked her for her honesty, since she was usually driven away. Baptiste explained that a person who wanted to harm someone would hardly choose their outfits with such diligence. In response, the fair-haired girl with a joyful smile declared that from now on, she really considered them true friends. The Duke's daughter smiled back no less happily, as she sincerely wanted to improve her relationship with her childhood friend. Here, the lady noticed that Midia still could not wipe away the tears that had welled up in her eyes, so she came closer to her. After which the heroine kindly handed the girl a handkerchief and asked her to take it as a sign that they were truly friends. Torka was incredibly delighted by this simple gesture, since for the first time in her life, a friend gave her something as a gift. Looking at how happy the girl was, Baddest was finally convinced that she did not hate her at all. Here, Midia suddenly announced that since they were now definitely friends, she would like to tell them something. But Baddest didn't expect that the conversation would be about her giving up her desire to become an imperial knight. The fair-haired girl admitted that there were many bad rumors about the Duke's daughter, and her giving up fencing could fix that. The heroine excitedly asked the girl why they should care what the aristocrats were talking about. Midia asked in surprise how Baddest was going to live if everyone around her was turned against her. But today the lady was so tired that she suggested ending this conversation for now, since she did not want to argue. She held her hand out in front of her, gesturing that her friend shouldn't bring this up again anytime soon. But it was this gesture that reminded Midia of how, as a child, she tried to help her older brother, but he also brushed her off. The guy angrily shouted at the little girl, declaring that he could handle everything himself and that she should just sit still. Lady Torka instantly blushed at these bad memories because she had tried all her life to forget such things. So Miss lost her temper and started screaming that she was just worried about Baddest, and she was ignoring everything she said. Then the Duke's daughter explained with a sigh that she meant that one should not change at the request of outsiders. Unexpectedly for the heroine, Midia suddenly declared that only she could think so, because Eldrado was allowed to do everything. Torka was sure that no matter what the girl chose, the whole family would definitely support her and allow whatever she wanted. In fact, even as a child, the girl dreamed of exactly this kind of freedom of her own when she secretly watched Baddest. She saw how passionate the little lady was about fencing, fighting with her older brothers day after day. The sight of this amazing sight delighted Midia, as she had never seen anyone so captivated before. As a result, the girl also wanted to learn fencing, because in that case many adults could recognize her. In this way, the little girl even hoped to eventually become closer to Baddest, since she had no other friends. But after the very first training session, Duke Torka began to scold his daughter, who had picked up a sword without asking. The girl received quite severe injuries from this training, but no one pitied her in return. What hurt Midia the most was that her father also scolded her mother, who was completely innocent of what happened. It was from then on that the lady began to believe that if you go against the system, the people around you will definitely destroy you. But Torka wanted her friend to live happily, which she said, being very worried about her stubborn intentions. Only now did the heroine realize how much Midia was intimidated by her family, which was not uncommon. Here, the fair-haired girl looked at Baddest in surprise because she asked her personal opinion about everything. Unexpectedly, the Duke's daughter smiled kindly and promised her friend that she would definitely help her achieve any goals. She took the girl by the hand and invited her to her Imperial Knight's exam, saying that she would prove everything to her there. After several days of hard training, the competition finally arrived, and the lady was warming up diligently before it. Suddenly, she heard familiar voices behind her, and so she turned around with interest to see people in person. As Miss thought, behind her the princess was talking with the Eldrado family, because for them it was no less an important day. The heroine immediately remembered her recent conversation with a friend, who didn't even know that her brother was planning to leave soon. Baddest apologized for lying about the princess's gift, but she wasn't at all against the idea. To the surprise of the Duke's daughter, Rosena even promised to come up with an order so that she could go with the Marquis. This made the girl very happy, so she joyfully jumped into Rose's arms, as she was pleased with her plan. Thanks to this, the lady now had to concentrate only on the exam, but she also wanted to try to find Midia. Although not immediately, the heroine was still able to find Lady Torka among the other fans in the special stands. As soon as the girls met eyes, Baddest began waving at her friend from afar, which made her visibly embarrassed. The blonde girl didn't expect that because of the actions of the Duke's daughter, everyone around would pay attention to her and turn around. This immediately made Miss blush and cover her face with her hands, although she waved back just to get them to leave her alone. The heroine was pleased with the effect it had on Midia, so she laughed merrily, noticing her embarrassment. Suddenly, Baddest heard about the announcement of the beginning of the exam for the honorary title of Imperial Knight. The girl was only glad about this because she wanted to start acting as soon as possible, as she was sure that she would succeed. The test was divided into several stages, one of which was a one-on-one battle between contenders for the title. For some of the knights, even this initial stage was very difficult, although they fought with all their might. This is because no one took into account the difference in weight and strength due to gender, so most often the guys beat the girls. But there were contenders whose dexterity allowed them to emerge victorious, even from difficult situations. One of them took advantage of the moment of surprise and hit her opponent hard with her head right in the chin. As a result, a girl named Jenna Precia was declared the winner of the match, which she herself was incredibly happy about. The candidate screamed loudly about the fact that she now had 2 wins and only 1 loss for the first round. Suddenly, she noticed that something much more interesting was happening in the other arena, since all the people had gone there. It turned out that Baddest was finishing her last match in this ring and had absolutely no intention of losing to anyone. The guy who tried to resist her didn't understand how the girl managed to be so strong. The whole point was that the Master Lady used mana during the battle, since a lot depended on it too. The opponent also strengthened his body with mana, but this did not help him at all against the Duke's strong daughter. Even the jury was surprised at how skillfully Baddest was able to control mana at her age. As a result, the girl won against her opponents, and at the same time she hardly got tired since it was easy for her to fight them. So the promising young master quickly fell to the floor, thereby signifying his defeat in the fight. When her latest victory was announced, the heroine triumphantly raised her sword into the air, causing the crowd to cheer. At this point, the 2 candidates almost simultaneously said that this match was simply an incredible spectacle for everyone. Jenna asked the girl next to her with sparkling eyes if she also thought Baddest's skills were amazing. But the dark-haired lady clearly had no desire to discuss her thoughts with anyone as she looked at Precia with displeasure. However, the girl was not at all embarrassed by all this as she immediately began to share her impressions. Suddenly, literally a few minutes later, the other person couldn't stand such a stream of words and therefore ran away. At this moment, the heroine decided to remember all those girls who went through the first stage with her. The first thing she noticed was Jenna Precia, a 2-time winner, standing nearby, still with a worried look on her face. The miss who had just recently run away from the blonde was named Olivia Polona, and she personally had never suffered a single defeat. The Duke's daughter also remembered Rish Chadinel, who was able to win twice and ended in a draw once. The heroine remembered all these girls from her past life because then they fought together with her. Suddenly, Baddest remembered a situation from the past when she decided to find her subordinates, as they were late for their shift. Suddenly, she heard clearly irritated and angry voices nearby, which immediately became of interest to her. It turned out that the palace guards had just started pestering the girls from the Imperial Guard for some reason. Riche proudly tried to defend the honor of the girls chosen by the princess herself because she bore this title quite well. But the guy still didn't value the defender at all, although her skills really were many times superior to his. He suddenly shouted that the ladies had never even had to fight in a real battle, so how could they call themselves knights? These words made Olivia so angry that she even considered drawing her sword to fight the guys right then and there. But then Baddest stood up for her subordinates, since she was a captain and was used to taking responsibility. So the Duke's daughter demanded that those present tell her about everything that was happening here right now. Turning to Olivia, the girl asked irritably if it was really because of such arguments that they were late quite often. Since she didn't have time to wait for an answer from the girl, she then asked if the guys were Imperial Knights, after which Baddest threatened them that she would definitely tell the management about such violations of discipline. Suddenly, one of the guys recognized the captain of the guard and was afraid that she might take their words as a personal insult. So, since they still had an understanding of who to argue with and who not to, the knights hurried away. As soon as they disappeared, Polona bowed her head to her boss and sincerely thanked her for her help. Then words of gratitude were said by Rishi, who also asked how long the captain had been with them. The girl admitted that she was nearby and heard how the tone of their conversation suddenly increased, which attracted her attention. As a result, the assistant had to admit that such clashes occur between them quite often. At that moment, the heroine felt ashamed because she realized that she had not been able to earn the ladies' trust, so they did not tell her anything. Moreover, for a long period of time, she did not even show the lady due attention, and this is what it turned out to be. And even at that moment, Baddest suddenly remembered that she once again had more important things to do than communicate with the defenders. So the Duke's daughter asked for forgiveness and ran away, since the original course of history seemed more significant to her. For this reason, all the heroine did in her past life was fight for the survival of her loved ones and the Empire. But as a result, Miss was unable to protect anyone, which she thought about sadly at that moment, hoping to fix everything. Baddest was sure that this time everything would definitely be different, because she no longer had to fight alone. Then the lady heard one of the next challengers being called to the match behind her, announced as Marin Lyris. The heroine turned around and saw a lively and confident girl who was completely ready for battle. For some reason, her face immediately seemed familiar to Miss, although she could not remember where she had seen it. Although Marin herself didn't stand out in any way, Baddest still looked closely at the candidate. However, the Duke's daughter soon had to run away on business, so she could only listen to the results to find out everything. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, the girl noticed Lyris and realized that she had somehow managed to pass the first stage. Suddenly, the host announced that in the second stage, the contenders would have to fight a real monster. Some of the candidates were not at all afraid, as they decided that it would be easier to work in a team anyway. And the host was pleased that the candidates had not shown too much fear and constraint in advance. Baddest looked at the inspector's smug smile and realized that they wouldn't get through without coordinated action. But the girl still didn't really understand how to act in such a case, because it would have been much easier to figure everything out on her own. Suddenly, another candidate called out to her and said that it was an honor for her to be in the same group with such an amazing master. Only now did the heroine realize that she had been thinking too hard, and all her acquaintances from her past life had managed to gather. But Jenna was most surprised when she realized that the Duke's daughter somehow knew her name. To this, Baddest explained that she remembered the names of almost all the candidates who were announced in the first stage. In confirmation of these words, the heroine called Riche and Marine by name, who bowed politely in response. After which the lady even named Olivia, whom Jenna had only just now noticed, since she was hiding again for some reason. Unexpectedly, Chadanel noted that for some reason, only their group consisted entirely of girls, which was suspicious. In response to this, Marin confidently stated that this was only so that they would end up sitting at the same winning table. Baddest was surprised to hear from Riche that it was unlikely that the organizers had such good intentions. Since no one understood her, the lady explained to those present that many people around them wished them complete failure. The girls couldn't believe that they had been deliberately gathered together in one group in order to fail the test. Olivia snorted contemptuously and stated that they just needed to catch that huge beast in the cage. She pointed her finger at the Duke's daughter, surprising her, and said that only their efforts would be enough to make everything work out. Riche couldn't even imagine that the dark-haired girl would suddenly remind her about the possible lack of individual glasses. Jenna immediately stood up for the timid girl, telling Olivia that she had been too rude to other people. But since Chadanel said that everything was fine, Pressia could do nothing but look angrily. Here, one of the organizers called Marin and Jenna to him because some inaccuracy was found in their applications. The heroine didn't remember anything like this happening at the competition last time, so she thought hard. Moreover, for some reason, the name Lyris still seemed very familiar to the lady, although she could not remember it. Miss had heard of a guild of knights before that fought so brutally as if they were actually mercenaries. As soon as the girl thought about mercenaries, she remembered that Marin had been one of them in her past life. Despite the fact that her abilities were highly praised by the Emperor himself, Lyris chose to lead an almost bandit-like life. Since they fought together for the Empire, at one point they even fought shoulder to shoulder, although not for long. In those years, Marin was a commoner, so she could not stay on the same level with the aristocrats for long. Only now, the heroine absolutely did not understand how such a skilled person could fail the knight's exam. At this point, Jenna and Marin obediently approached the assistant, who asked them to wait while he brought the applications. But in reality, the guy's plan was completely different, since there was no problem with the applications at all. Moving as far away as he could, he deftly opened the bottle, releasing the aroma, which quickly spread. People didn't notice this smell at all, but the monster, prepared for battle, immediately began to slowly become wild. As the girls followed the order and waited, they noticed too late that the monster had become more aggressive. Suddenly, the beast howled loudly and threw off absolutely all of its chains in just one moment, which was completely unexpected. Baddest turned around in horror at the sound, as it was immediately clear to everyone that this monster had somehow escaped from its cage. And Marin and Jenna, who came completely unarmed, could only slowly retreat back. But the monster was too angry, so it wasn't going to let go of such easy victims right in front of it. Although Lyris tried to somehow pull Pressia back, the blonde didn't even move, as she understood that it was too late. Imagine the girl's surprise when, right in front of her face, Olivia and Baddest rushed at the monster without a doubt. Moreover, the ladies moved so quickly and swiftly that Riche, who was with them, barely managed to keep up. The Duke's daughter shouted at Polony to get the rest of their team away as quickly as possible. The candidates were eager to fight because they were worried about Miss, but they understood that they still couldn't help in any way. The girl was distracted for literally a second, and the monster almost hit her as he was quite strong. But his actions only made the heroine even more angry, so she gathered all her mana into a fist and rushed at the beast. The Duke's daughter had no doubts or hesitations, as she had rich combat experience from her past lives. For this reason, with her first attack, she managed to hit the monster right on the neck, as a result of which the beast instantly fell dead. The girl herself, not at all tired, landed next to him a few seconds later and was completely fine. The assistants, who had scattered to the sides during the battle, were surprised to discover that the monster had been defeated. But for Baddest, nothing was over yet as she looked around and spotted the organizer. The guy immediately realized that the lady was not just looking at him angrily, so he became very scared and began to crawl back. Slowly approaching the assistant, the heroine noticed that he was stealthily glancing at someone and turned around. It turned out that the captain of the guard had been watching them from the second-floor balcony with a displeased face the whole time. The girl guessed that the man had chosen Jenna and Marin for a reason, since the death of commoners would hardly have become known. Because of this, the Duke's daughter looked at the captain with contempt, since for the first time in her life she had seen such a vile person. Here, Duke Eldrado himself came running to the noise, since he had been informed that the monster had somehow managed to escape from the cage. The presenter immediately shouted at the captain because they divided the duties and he had to watch the cage with the monster. But the head of the guard only threw up his hands in response and explained that he was distracted because he was ensuring the safety of the princess. The Duke realized that it was useless to blame anyone now, so he asked the men not to argue for now. He then turned to Jenna and asked if she was okay, which surprised the lady, and she immediately confirmed it. The head of the Eldrado family was surprised when he heard that his daughter had personally dealt with the monster and saved everyone around her. The Duke turned around and looked at the monster's body again, as he had first thought that it was the captain who had defeated him, not the young lady. Meanwhile, the candidates helped each other get ready so that everyone could prepare for the second stage of the tests. Pressia couldn't help but thank Baddest and Olivia for saving her life so easily and quickly. The heroine was embarrassed, and therefore replied that anyone in her place would have done the same, although she knew that this was not the case at all. Olivia chuckled in response and said that there was no reason to thank her at all, although she was also pleased. But the girl really believed that she had done nothing, because the Duke's daughter had defeated the monster single-handedly. Only Jenna reminded them that the dark-haired contender was not afraid to stand up for them, which already meant a lot. To this, Polony stated that she was only thinking about herself, because she was on the same team and did not intend to lose. Martin suddenly noticed that for some reason, the dark-haired lady addressed everyone in a respectful manner, which surprised her. Olivia blushed visibly after this question and admitted that she was only 17 years old, so she was the youngest of all. The girls crowded into a circle in amazement and began to whisper that they had a different opinion because of their allies' skills. This made Polona even more angry, so she shouted at the elders not to dare to just chill like that. But the candidates only laughed good-naturedly in response, as they were finally able to calm down after the incident. Here, Jenna tried to get up, and if it weren't for Rich, she would have fallen to the floor because her legs wouldn't obey her due to the fear she had experienced. The girl was not sure that she would be able to withstand the final battle, as she was too afraid of the monster. Baddest noticed that the blonde's confidence was greatly shaken by what she had experienced, so she decided to try to cheer her up. She knew that each of the girls had something to fight for, so they couldn't afford to give up so easily. So the heroine leaned towards the blonde lady and with a smile asked her not to worry about the test at all. Although the Duke's daughter could not tell the whole truth, She promised that Jenna's fears were completely unfounded. Even all the other knight candidates were incredibly surprised by what kind of monster they encountered on the battlefield. It turned out that they released a very small flying monster into the arena, which couldn't even bite. The aristocrats in the stands laughed loudly at the candidates because they knew that no one was going to kill them. And the flying creature itself squealed cheerfully, since it was completely ready for battle, although it could not injure people in any way. The only thing the monster could do well was fly around quickly, which made it impossible for the challengers to catch him. When it was all over, Baddest happily asked Jenna if she should have been so scared about this fight beforehand. The girl immediately admitted that she was incredibly happy with the Duke's daughter because she skillfully led their entire group. When Pressia suddenly asked if she knew about everything in advance, the heroine immediately said that she did not at all. But the blonde was absolutely sure that the lady had somehow managed to guess that there was no danger. Suddenly, Rich approached the girls and said that due to investigations related to the monster, the test had been postponed until tomorrow. Marin decided to take advantage of the extra rest, so she quickly said goodbye to her allies. But before Lyris could leave, Baddest told her that at this rate she was bound to fail the test. The lady was so surprised by this phrase that she froze in place because she did not know at all what to answer. Only a few seconds later, she asked to tell her more, but the heroine suggested that they talk elsewhere. Marin obediently moved away along with the lady, but then she couldn't stand it any longer and demanded an explanation. Then Baddest reported that the girl had been behaving aggressively for most of her fight, which was absolutely unacceptable. What surprised Marin most was that Miss was able to repeat the words of her teacher, who told her to trust her instincts. But the heroine reminded that they shouldn't have relied on them too much because that's what could have led to failure. Lyris lowered her head in shame in response because she understood perfectly well what was being discussed and where exactly she was wrong. The girl apologized for being so presumptuous and then sincerely thanked him for his wise words for her. Baddest looked closely at Marin, who was now doubting her own strength and for some reason remembered the past. In that life, the commoner ended up becoming a mercenary, which could be very useful, so the lady was hesitant. More than anything else, the heroine was afraid of allowing the events of the coup to happen again, so she didn't know what she needed to change. Suddenly, her ally noticed that something was wrong with the Duke's daughter, and so she grabbed her hand sharply, tearing her out of her thoughts. As a result, Baddest lied that she was completely fine, and then decided to ask the girl a personal question. Marin didn't expect that anyone would ask her why she decided to join the Imperial Guard in the first place. The girl immediately brought up a weighty argument in the form of the knight's enormous salary, which was attractive to her. Lyris admitted that her family was large but poor, so she had to take any convenient job. Baddest concluded out loud that Miss simply wanted to provide for her family, whom she loved and cherished very much. Unexpectedly, Marin smiled shyly, and after a while admitted that in fact it was not just about that. The girl suddenly admitted that knighthood was her childhood dream, which she had strived for with all her might. So she even applied in secret from her teacher and was prepared to accept defeat if she didn't make it in the end. The Duke's daughter felt genuinely sorry for the commoner who had decided to risk almost everything she had for the sake of the competition. Marin herself understood perfectly well that she would not be able to become a knight again, so she thought about becoming a mercenary. Suddenly, Lyris asked the lady to ask them all on her behalf if she did not pass, and this greatly surprised the heroine. This is all because once in a past life, the girl had already heard exactly the same phrase, and so she was amazed again. During the fall of the Empire, the mercenary Moran was one of those who helped the princess and her assistant escape. To thank the girl at least with words, Baddest came to her that same night in which she hid them. The Duke's daughter bowed to the mercenary and said that if it weren't for her help, they would definitely be dead already. Since all these actions were known to the heroine in advance, she was going to continue to follow the plot. Miss pretended that she was genuinely interested in knowing why Marin suddenly saved Princess Rosena for some reason. In response, the head of the mercenary guild said with a sad smile that she simply didn't want anyone else to be in her place. After which she smiled more happily and asked Baddest to show everyone around what it meant to be a real knight. And right now, to the girl's great surprise, Lyris asked her exactly the same thing, although she herself did not suspect it. The lady was no less surprised then than she was now, but now at least it was clear to her why the mercenary had said so. The whole point was that, although in her past life the heroine did not recognize Marin at all, the commoner herself remembered her perfectly. So at that moment she spoke on behalf of all those who could never become a knight, although she was just as confused as she was now. The Duke's daughter could not leave Lyris aside, so she declared that she would handle everything herself and would still show her strength. The lady explained that now that the applicant was aware of her problem, she could try to correct the mistakes. Moreover, the miss promised to personally help the girl if she really was not going to give up and give up. The offer to fight together until the very end struck Marin so strongly that she even froze in place at first. But the shock didn't last long, after which the girl pulled herself together and firmly shook Baptiste's hand as a sign of unity. As a result, a few days later, the Duke's daughter was appointed by the princess herself as her personal knight, as they both wanted. But not only one heroine passed this exam, but with her were the other 4 girls who tried their best to do so. As a result, the captain was forced to contact his superior and admit to him that their plan had failed miserably. He said that his assistants managed to anger the monster with a potion, but it didn't even have time to touch the candidates. The lord from the sphere asked with displeasure if Baptiste had really used all of her mana into the sword, which was confirmed. So the man concluded that the entire Eldrado family was constantly interfering with his plans, which was unfortunate. He asked the captain if he had any other plan, and the knight happily stated that all the girls were inexperienced yet. In response, his master asked his assistant not to disappoint him, as he did not want to leave the north prematurely. The captain's superior unexpectedly turned out to be none other than Count Neulam, one of the 4 most powerful aristocrats of the empire. Literally the next morning, when they were all given uniforms that fit, Jenna was incredibly happy about the event. But the one who was most surprised was Marin, who initially did not believe that everything would work out for her in the end. The girl bowed to the Duke's daughter, as she was sure that without her supportive words, she would not have succeeded. The heroine congratulated her entire team on the fact that they had now successfully become Princess Rosena's personal guards. In her joy, Pressia could not stop jumping merrily, but Baptiste felt sorry to calm her down with a strict order. So Jenna finally got going and suggested that everyone go somewhere and celebrate their dedication. At that moment, the only thing that was important to the heroine was that she was finally able to try on her favorite uniform. The clothes she wore in her past life at Rosena's wedding were just a copy of this one, recreated by tailors. But Baptiste once again realized that absolutely nothing could compare to the original, which she was glad about. But most of all, the lady couldn't wait for the moment when she would get her hands on her favorite family sword again. But while she still had such an opportunity, the lady decided to fully enjoy her freedom and happiness due to the fulfillment of her goal. Moreover, the assistants were already calling their captain to follow them, since Jenna personally was eager to celebrate. When the heroine arrived home a few days later, her family greeted her with a welcoming salute right at the door. The older brothers said right from the start that they had no doubt that their sister would definitely succeed. They gave her flowers, as it was customary in the family to congratulate everyone who was knighted. Unexpectedly, Leos admitted that he also wanted to give Baptiste something else, but for certain reasons he couldn't do it. Since the girl was immediately interested in these words, the guy explained that the mother asked him to give the gift to her daughter first. And indeed, as soon as the lady entered the drawing room, she saw that the woman was already sitting on the sofa in it, ready. The heroine did not remember exactly what her mother was supposed to give her, so she cautiously and excitedly called out to the Duchess. Here, Duke Eldrado noticed that his wife was somehow shy, so he kindly encouraged her not to be embarrassed about anything. It was the first time in her life that Miss had seen her mother blush, so she was incredibly surprised by all this. And the Duchess called her daughter closer, after which she asked her to open the long case that lay in front of them on the table. Without thinking twice, the girl joyfully opened the indicated object, as she had already begun to guess what lay inside. The thing is that the mother decided to congratulate Baptiste and gave her a valuable family heirloom, which was also the case in the lady's past life. But the lady was much more surprised by the fact that it was not her father who gave her this sword, because that was exactly how it was in her past life. While the woman sat with rosy cheeks, the man told her that she had once brought this sword with her as a dowry. The Duke proudly reported that many years ago his bride had declared that she would take at least one sword into her possession. At the same time, the young Duke Eldrado knew perfectly well that the girl did not hold anything sharper than a kitchen knife in her hands, but she still tried. The man was still in awe of how sweet his wife had been at the very beginning of their relationship. Here, the Duchess asked her husband to stop telling everyone their secrets, and he immediately fell silent in fear so as not to offend her. With a sigh, the mother admitted that she simply wanted to give the sword to her daughter, but the father insisted that Baptiste learn its full history. The girl took the weapon in her hands with delight, since she didn't even know that it originally belonged to her mother. In her past life, the lady constantly regretted that she had nothing left after escaping, but it turned out that she was wrong. The Duchess, somewhat embarrassed, said that she had been carefully looking after the sword all these years, and hoped that it would be of great help to Miss. With tears in her eyes, the heroine promised that she would definitely take care of this important thing for her and her family that was given to her. After several hours of continuous crying, the girl finally calmed down, but her maid was horrified at the sight of her mistress. Amelia reminded him that on this day, Baptiste was supposed to be happy, not sitting alone, crying on the floor. Applying cool packs to her face, the heroine admitted that she had never been so happy, so everything was fine. In response, the assistant could not object, and only sighed with understanding, since the lady had the right to be so happy. Then Baptiste remembered that she still hadn't received the rest of the gifts from her family, and she was interested. Imagine the girl's surprise when she discovered that many more people had sent her congratulations, and there were a ton of gifts. The Duke's daughter could not remember being given even half in her past life, which surprised her greatly. To begin with, the Miss decided to open the gifts from those she at least knew, and took into her hands what Enoch had given her with all his heart. In the letter, which was attached to a beautiful necklace, the boy hoped that they would see each other more often in the palace. Next, the lady opened a gift from the ever-swearing media, who sent various delicately colored handkerchiefs. In his letter to Lady Torca, he said that he would definitely find something to do and would never leave his friend, with whom he would communicate. In response, Baptiste smiled, since she was not at all against such funny competition from the aristocrat. Only at the very end did the girl notice that behind the mountain of other gifts there was some kind of huge box. She carefully examined it from all sides, but did not notice any signature or mark at all as to who the gift was from. So, after a few minutes, the heroine finally decided to open the box, when she suddenly discovered that there were more boxes inside. Suddenly, the lady noticed a small piece of paper that was lying inside and began to study its contents with interest. Although Baptiste examined the paper from all sides, she still could not understand who it was that she had forgotten, that he decided to remind her like that. At this point, Khalid was going about his work as if nothing had happened, when suddenly his communication sphere lit up. When he took the call, the Duke's daughter immediately cried out questioningly, asking how she should even understand such a gift from a guy. But in response, the Marquis only laughed, since he had originally expected exactly such a cheerful reaction from the girl. But the heroine herself didn't find it funny at all, since she blushed more than any naturally red crayfish. Still keeping a grin on his face, Eben asked the girl not to scream so loudly since she was already perfectly audible. He explained that the lady had once taken the communication sphere from him, but had never contacted him, so he had arranged a check. Baptiste only now realized that she had completely accidentally forgotten about this method of communication, so it was simply lying around unused. And the Duke's daughter was indignant because Khalid had the idea of giving her 18 plus a gift that she did not expect. In response, the guy joked that after the imperial ball, a rumor began to circulate that Miss would make a good trainer. Hearing this, the heroine blushed even more, as she understood perfectly well that Eben had simply latched onto people's superficial words. Only a few minutes later, the Marquis admitted that he was just joking, after which he asked the lady to tear off the bottom of the box to get the gift. The Duke's daughter was already afraid to take any action in relation to Khalid's gift, but still did not begin to offend him. So the girl obeyed and was surprised to pull out from the very bottom a good belt for any swordsman, made masterfully. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly discovered that it was even a scabbard that did not fall off her leg. But that was not all, as the Marquis reported that under the lid he had hidden a dossier on the knights who were in collusion with the aristocrats. Khalid lowered his head and said that he could no longer look after the lady, since he had given her all the information. Then Baptiste remembered that Rosena had given the order, and she was now supposed to go with Eben on his journey. But before the girl had time to tell everything, she decided that it would be better to make a surprise than for the Marquis to find out about everything right now. Instead, the lady said that she would like to thank her friend for the gift, so she suggests meeting tomorrow. Khalid was not against the meeting, but was suddenly very surprised when he heard from the girl that she really wanted to see him as soon as possible. Baptiste herself didn't understand at all that she had said something wrong, so she waited tensely for the Marquis to speak to her again. Since Eben had agreed to see her, the lady was delighted, although she herself could not explain the reasons for such behavior. When they hung up, the young gentleman wondered in confusion why he had just given in to the Duke's daughter. The next morning, the heroine arrived at the meeting place first, so she tried to find an ally from all sides. Suddenly, the assistant noticed the miss first, so he called her, which helped Baddest finally meet his friend. But it turned out that it was not Sarion, but Khalid himself, who explained that he used magic so that no one would recognize him. The guy asked the Duke's daughter to play along with him, since he absolutely did not want to show himself so openly in public. At this moment, the real Syrian, taking Joel with him, watched the young master from afar as he was worried. Even the guild assistant himself did not understand why the secretary followed Khalid everywhere, because there was no need for it. To this, Syrian stated that he was not following Eben at all, but Lady Eldrado, since he still did not fully trust her. What scared the guy most was that after the girl appeared in Khalid's life, he changed a lot and even took a long time to choose an outfit. The secretary sincerely did not understand why the gentleman was doing such things, to which Joel replied that Eben simply wanted to look good. But the assistant saw how much the Marquis's attitude had changed, even towards one person, and he could not accept this fact. In the end, the deputy head of the guild concluded that he couldn't bring the secretary to his senses, so he simply relaxed. Meanwhile, Khalid and Baddest were walking along the streets of the capital for their own pleasure, and did not even suspect that they were being followed. The lady originally wanted to go to the magic goods store, and so she brought the Marquis there as well to have a look around. Although Miss pretended to come out of curiosity, in reality she wanted to find a very specific thing. In the original story, this artifact came into the hands of the princess by accident, but now the Miss wanted to give it to her on purpose. It was because this thing played such an important role in the development of Rosanna's abilities that Baddest couldn't help but find it. Suddenly, among other devalued things, the girl found the very artifact that looked so much like a medallion. She reached out to him with her hand, but suddenly accidentally hit the hand of another person who was reaching out with her. The Duke's daughter did not expect that something like this could happen, but she only laughed cheerfully since she was not in pain. It was only after a few seconds that she noticed the guy she had just bumped her hand into, as they were both sloppy. Miss immediately froze in place at what she saw, because she immediately recognized this person and therefore became scared. And the fair-haired guy himself didn't even understand why the girl was looking at him so strangely, although they were meeting for the first time in their lives. Not wanting to interact with this gentleman, Baddest quickly turned around and walked away, realizing that the future had already begun to change. But before she had taken even a few steps, the stranger suddenly called out to her, because he had one question. Smiling kindly, the guy asked if he could look at the thing that the lady had just taken from the shelf ahead of him. The heroine was horrified by this request, because she thought that the guy knew about the artifact and its capabilities, and therefore would take it away. According to the plot of the novel, the gentleman was the heir to one of the largest trading companies, and also secretly loved Rosina. His name was Deloigi Osharbe, and he was known as a very dangerous collector who always got what he wanted. Here, the Marquis noticed that something had happened to his ally, so he covered her with himself, asking what was going on. To this, Deloigi confidently said that he was interested in the artifact that the Miss had chosen, and wanted to look at it and then return it. Khalid looked back at Baddest, but she was trying her best to show that she didn't want to share anything with this strange stranger. So Eben said they were already buying the thing, so there was no need for some unknown person to even look at it for a second. To this, the heir of the trading guild sadly said that he really couldn't do anything in such a case. As a result, the girl bought the artifact as quickly as possible and left the store with Khalid so that nothing else would happen. The gentleman anxiously asked if the Miss knew that man, to which she immediately answered negatively and quickened her pace. When the Marquis said that the guy from the store was following them, Baddest only tensed up even more because she saw no reason for this. But, turning around briefly, she herself saw Osharbe, who, with a gentle smile, was not at all lagging behind his strolling friends. Since even after several dozen minutes Deloigi had not gone anywhere, Miss was tense because of his constant pursuit. The girl decided that all this was because of the artifact, which was probably so valuable, and the merchant knew about it. As a result, the Marquis also became angry at their pursuer and even offered to remove him, but the lady forbade it. She once again carefully turned around in the hope that the stranger had left, because he always brought nothing but trouble with him. However, to the Duke's daughter's great disappointment, Deluigi only smiled wider when he noticed her looking. Since he would continue to follow them, Battis decided to stop it and shouted at the guy to go away and do his business. In response, O'Sharbe, as if nothing had happened, stated that he was glad that he was finally noticed and that they started talking to him because he was already tired. But the Duke's daughter had no intention of even talking to this annoying stranger, so she took a deep breath. After which the lady screamed very loudly that the merchant could beg her as much as he wanted, but she would not sell the artifact. Deluigi never thought that the girl would stop only to yell at him and then walk away again. However, O'Sharbe's question had not yet been resolved, so he called out to the miss again in the hope that she would still listen to him. Suddenly, Battis realized that the guy addressed her by name, which scared the heroine, and she asked how he knew her. The lady's first thought was that the merchant had also returned to the past, but from his face, she quickly guessed that this was not the case. Suddenly, Deluigi bowed to the Duke's daughter and introduced himself as the man in charge of trade deliveries to various cities, after which he admitted that he had no intention of taking that medallion at all, because from the very beginning he was not interested in it. The Duke's daughter asked O'Sharbe in surprise why he had been pursuing them all this time if he was not interested in trade. In response to this, the heir to the trading business smiled sweetly and said that he would like to get closer to Lady Eldorado. The heroine was so shocked by these words that she froze in place, and Khalid immediately became angry because of this impudence. O'Sharbe suddenly announced that he had done wrong when he began to persecute his friends, and that he wanted to make amends. The guy didn't expect the lady to immediately refuse to communicate, so he stared at her thoughtfully, trying to come up with another plan. He quickly realized that it was pointless for the young man next to the girl to say anything, as he was very angry. Deluigi suddenly began to whine about how he had failed to make a good impression on Lady Eldorado in particular. Unexpectedly for herself, Battis realized that for some reason she even felt sorry for the merchant, since he was somehow sincerely worried. So the miss repeated her question, how did the merchant know her, to which he smiled slyly at her in response, as he had thought of something, after which O'Sharbe admitted that his guild was responsible for selling various magical goods that the lady also purchased. The heir believed that a good business owner should know his clients by sight, and so he remembered who the girl was. The heroine didn't even think that her new acquaintance would be able to find out that she was the head of Princess Rosanna's personal guard. Only now did the lady realize that the guy had come to the Empire only to make a profitable deal with Rose. He complained that it was incredibly difficult for foreign traders to obtain an audience with Her Majesty. Battis asked with a smile if Deluigi really hoped for her help in this matter, since she could communicate directly with Rosanna. In response to this, O'Sharbe once again suggested that they retire somewhere for a cup of tea to discuss everything in more detail. Although the merchant offered to take the Duke's daughter's companion with him, she still looked at her ally with fear. The heroine felt the oppressive atmosphere coming from Khalid with her back, and she was not mistaken at all, since he really was incredibly angry. The girl could perfectly understand the guy's emotions because she invited him to a meeting, and now she was going to leave him completely alone. But the miss desperately wanted to talk to Deluigi as well, but she was stopped by the fact that the Marquis was leaving tomorrow. Eben noticed how much the Duke's daughter was worried about not being able to choose just one at that moment. Although it would have been more correct to be angry at the lady for acting this way, the Marquis realized that for some reason he could not be offended. He himself did not fully understand why he was increasingly soft when it came to Batist, with whom he had a close collaboration. So Khalid himself asked the boys to follow him, since he knew of a good secluded place nearby. Batist was very surprised that the Marquis was not against going with them, but he explained that he did not want to upset the lady. Moreover, Eben had no intention of leaving his ally alone with the unknown merchant, so he would not have gone anywhere. Unbeknownst to Deluigi, Khalid whispered to the girl that, in return, she should stay with him after the meeting, since she was wasting their time now. This made the heroine blush, although the miss agreed that the guy had put forward quite reasonable demands. Quite soon, when the trio came into the room and sat down, they immediately began to discuss the latest news. Deluigi tried his best to advertise his company and himself, but the Duke's daughter still stubbornly ignored him. The heroine did not know how exactly O'Sharbe developed his business before the beginning of the novel, but at the time of their meeting he was already rich. If the head of the guard manages to bring the merchant together with the princess, then they will both be able to receive joint benefits even earlier. Batist herself wanted Moselberg to supply goods that were not available anywhere else, so she decided to cooperate. She wrote a document and handed it to Deloitte, asking the boy to show it to the palace so that Rosa could accept it. In response, Osharbe smiled happily, as he was very pleased that his cunning plan had succeeded so well. After which he glanced at the girl and the guy and asked if they had finally managed to relax and find a common language. Only now did the lady realize that she had really begun to communicate very easily with the merchant, although they had only known each other for a short time. This caused Osharbe to chuckle, after which he announced that he was going to stay in the Empire and visit the magic tower. Baddest was surprised by the merchant's plans, so she asked him to tell her a little more about what he was going to do. The guy checked his work schedule and told him exactly down to the minute when he would visit the Marquis of Bunet's estate. Imagine the surprise of the miss when she suddenly realized that she already knew about these dates and that the aristocrat would be busy at this time. According to the story of the novel, it is during this period that the Marquis will be visited by a man who will have to give him a valuable artifact. But Baddest wasn't sure whether Deloitte's trip was intentional or a coincidence. The Duke's daughter did not know exactly to what extent Osharbe could have been involved in everything that was happening with the Marquis of Bunet. Glancing at Khalid out of the corner of her eye, the girl guessed that he had immediately decided that the guy was definitely guilty of everything. But Baddest herself was sure that Deloitte was not one of those who would easily and simply deceive other people for the sake of profit. While the girl was thoughtfully looking at the guy, he noticed this and therefore asked if he really had something on his face. And the heroine herself was simply thinking about how to find out from Osharbe to what extent he was connected with the Marquis. The lady began her interrogation by asking whether Deloitte had asked to be brought into the tower himself, and he immediately answered in the negative. The guy explained that he had business not even with the merchants, but with the magicians, so he received an individual invitation. This is because the heir to the trading company had been unable to obtain such an audience for many years due to the busy schedules of his people. Although Osharbe saw no point in making a detour to Bunet's tower, the Marquis quickly offered a profitable deal. So the guy admitted that since his visit was inevitable, he planned to find as many buyers as possible. Khalid immediately noted that usually magicians come to the right place themselves and do not invite someone to trade. To this, Deloitte stated that his deal with the people from the Mauselberg Empire was only possible thanks to the decree of the Emperor. The merchant himself was surprised that the most developed branch of magic and alchemy in the state was the one that was most developed. But Baddest only smiled when the guy asked if Rose was going to learn anything, because the lady could teach a lot. The only thing the lady was worried about was that the princess was clearly still pining for Prince Eventine. So when they can save the Empire, Miss came up with the idea of sending Rosanna to another country to her beloved with the help of Osharbe. Unexpectedly for herself, the heroine also realized that it was not Deloitte who was looking for a meeting with Bunet, but the magicians from the magic tower. The girl guessed that one of them must have a prototype of a teleportation artifact in their hands, but Baddest didn't know how to confront such an enemy, who was clearly unusual for making such complex things. However, there were moments that the lady was still too worried about, so she looked at her ally. The guy didn't expect the girl to suddenly ask him to talk alone, but he wasn't at all against it. As soon as they walked out the door, he immediately asked what exactly the Duke's daughter wanted to tell him so much. To begin with, Baddest asked whether Khalid Deloitte had any suspicions that he was involved in all the affairs. And Eben stated with complete confidence that he did not even doubt anything like that, so he would take action. The heroine asked to take a closer look at the relaxed guy and explained that it was unlikely that he knew anything. Khalid crossed his arms over his chest and said that the merchant could very well just be fooling around, so his appearance meant nothing. But most of all, the guy didn't understand why the girl was even trying to justify a person they were seeing for the first time. In fact, the heroine knew Deloitte from her past life, but she couldn't tell about it, so she kept silent. She eventually suggested sneaking into Bunet's estate with the mages, and the Marquis thought about the idea. Eben knew perfectly well that if they succeeded, it would be a great chance, and there would definitely not be another one like it. The lady explained that she did not want to use Osharbe at all, but simply wanted to agree on mutually beneficial cooperation. Since the Marquis stubbornly refused to trust the merchant, there was a long pause between the boy and the girl for a while. Eventually, Khalid realized he had to give in, so he sighed and said that the miss was too confident. The heroine did not expect that since the teleport was located on the territory of the Imperial Palace, it would be difficult to prove anything. But what hurt Ballist the most was that she had important information, but at the same time, did not know simple things. The girl couldn't say anything to Khalid in this situation, so she could only listen to his comments in silence. Suddenly, the guy leaned towards her and declared that for some reason, despite all this, his heart was telling him to trust the lady. Since it was the first time in his life that he had so deliberately approached the head of fear, Khalid even blushed a little. Imagine the Marquis's amazement when he discovered that Betist herself had blushed just from his words and proximity. He even froze in place out of surprise, since he did not know what he should do in such an incomprehensible situation. And the heroine suddenly got angry and shouted at her business partner that he shouldn't have come so close to her. The Duke's daughter was not actually angry, but she completely disguised her confusion as irritation in order to save herself. Suddenly, Eben asked in confusion if the lady really didn't like the fact that he approached her. This made the girl immediately forget about her anger, because as a result, she even felt sorry for the guy who wanted the best. Khalid guessed from the Duke's daughter's emotions that she was not against him, and this ultimately greatly amused the Marquis. Since Eben had decided to go along with Batist's plan, they brought Deloigi up to speed, and he promised to contact them later. The lady was glad that the merchant instantly remembered everything they had talked about, because it helped a lot. Here the Marquis suddenly asked if the lady would like to take a short walk with him, as it was still too early for dinner. But Miss froze in response, as she wanted to go home at least, so as not to be even more embarrassed. Only now did it dawn on the heroine that such walks with just an ally could look strange from the outside. So the Duke's daughter, although she herself did not want it at all, blushed more and more for no apparent reason. Khalid noticed that for some reason the girl still hadn't responded to his proposal, so he turned to her in surprise. Suddenly, Syrian jumped out into the middle of the square and shouted loudly that he had been looking for his master all this time. Joel immediately ran up to him and shut the secretary up, as he was behaving very badly, shouting in the street. The Marquis didn't expect his assistants to somehow be nearby, so he turned around to look at them in surprise. And this allowed the lady to break free and run away in embarrassment, which is what the girl wanted most right now. Khalid noticed too late that his business partner had run away, so there was no point in him catching up with her. Realizing that his assistants were to blame for everything, the Marquis, with a gloomy face, ordered them to follow him silently. The next morning, the Marquis had to leave back for the estate, although he had not even spoken to his ally. The guy felt sorry that they had broken up so awkwardly yesterday, but he couldn't fix anything anyway. But no matter how much Khalid thought, he still couldn't find the answer to the question of why the lady suddenly ran away from him. He suddenly remembered the words he whispered to the girl as he leaned towards her, which made them both end up blushing. Not wanting to be embarrassed again, Eben punched the carriage hard, startling Syrian, who was riding alongside. The secretary immediately asked if everything was all right with his master, and the Marquis replied that he did not need any help. Khalid suddenly realized that he felt so at ease and calm when the Duke's daughter was nearby. And this surprised the guy, because he thought that he had long been accustomed to distancing himself from everyone, but here it didn't work at all. For the first time in his life, the Marquis met such a sunny person as Betist, and he wanted to be as close to her as possible. But at this point, Eben forbade himself to think about the girl, since they still had completely different lives to communicate with. Suddenly, Syrian, who was riding his horse on his own, heard some strange sound behind him, as if there were horses there. The assistant turned around and saw that some horsemen were gradually approaching their carriages at an incredibly fast speed. Syrian immediately reported this to the master, since it seemed to him that those people clearly belonged to the aristocracy. At this, Khalid asked the secretary not to brake, but instead to move to the side so that the other carriage could pass. But then the Marquis noticed how much the assistant's face changed when he suddenly saw the figures approaching them. It turned out that all this time, Betist had been trying her best to catch up with the Marquis's carriage, and she had finally succeeded. Eben was so surprised by the lady's presence that he could not even comment on her appearance at first. The thing is, last night the guy promised to come see her early in the morning before heading back to the estate. And the heroine, since she didn't want to tell ahead of time that she would also go on a trip, remained silent in response. Right now, when the carriage and horses stopped, the Marquis asked why the miss had caught up with him, and she handed over the scroll in response. Khalid couldn't believe his eyes when he recognized in the document the order of the princess, who told Batist to go with him. Rosanna even put her signature and made a family seal so that no one would doubt her words. The Duke's daughter asked with a grin if the guy was surprised at how cleverly she had managed to hide the truth all this time. Imagine the surprise of the head of the guard when, instead of the joyful face of her ally, she noticed that he was upset. But Eben did not explain his condition in any way. He just turned around and got into the carriage, which only puzzled the heroine even more. A little later, when they stopped at a hotel, the girl tried in vain to understand why Khalid had reacted so gloomily. Miss remembered that she tried to diffuse the situation with a joke, but in the end, it didn't help at all. But the gentleman's confused expression did not change, which made the lady not know how exactly she should react to this. She even clenched her hands into fists nervously from worry, although even this method ultimately could not calm the Duke's daughter down. The girl sincerely did not understand how the Marquis could really dislike the idea of their trip together so much. Even when they were already riding in the carriage, for some reason Eben tried to dissuade the lady from her decision until the very end. As soon as the lady calmed down a little and lay down, she suddenly jumped up, as she was afraid that Khalid might have left. The Duke's daughter had no intention of letting the boy go alone, so she was very angry at the mere possibility of this. At this moment, Eben had just come out of the bathroom, although heavy thoughts did not leave him for a second even there. The guy couldn't even imagine why the Duke's daughter had suddenly followed him, since she had a whole bunch of other things to do in the capital. What he feared most was that now he was again in charge, and there was always a chance that he would fail in the end. No matter how much Khalid tried to reassure himself that Baptiste was strong, he would not have been able to survive this evening without a bottle of wine. The Marquis was so thoughtful for the first time in many years because he was actually incredibly worried. He knew that there were rumors about his estate, that those who were no longer relied upon were sent there. It was for this reason that Eben was not sure that it was possible to bring the smiling daughter of a duke to such a terrible place. As Khalid poured wine into his glass, he thought anxiously about what would happen if he failed and made a mistake. Suddenly, the gentleman accidentally spilled the drink and immediately leaned over him, whispering that it was too heavy a burden. The next morning, even though he had hardly slept, the Marquis left his room before the servants woke up. And at exactly that same moment, Baptiste, who had gotten up early to keep an eye on her friend, jumped out of the room opposite. The girl stubbornly spread her arms out to the sides and declared that no matter how much Khalid didn't want to, she would never let him go alone. In response to this, the guy somewhat irritatedly said that he was going for a regular morning walk and nothing more. Since the Marquis quickly guessed that the miss would not believe him so easily, he stood there thoughtfully for a while. The heroine was very surprised when her partner suddenly suggested that she go for a walk with him, since she was not sleeping anyway. The lady didn't know what exactly to expect from these words, but in the end they both really did go for a normal walk. Baptiste watched Eben briefly, but absolutely no emotion showed on his face the entire time. After a couple of minutes, the miss couldn't stand it any longer and asked the guy if he always got up so early, to which he answered in the negative. Here, the girl anxiously asked whether the Marquis had not slept at all, but he said that he had at least managed to lie down for a little while. After which Eben remembered that the lady herself had not really gone to bed, but she said with a smile that this was a normal state for her. The heroine was interested in learning about the place they would soon arrive at, so she asked to be told in advance. When Khalid suddenly did not refuse, the lady was delighted, because she thought that she would not be able to persuade him. Imagine the miss's surprise when the guy suddenly, for some reason, began to explain about his hometown, recalling its geography. Unable to bear it, Baptiste said that she had asked to tell about various interesting places, since she knew the locations herself. Only after Khalid finally fulfilled her request did the lady calm down and again began to listen to him very attentively. Eben was proud that his city was famous for its delicious white cherries that everyone wanted to try. The Duke's daughter knew firsthand that this berry was often used in desserts, as it went well with absolutely everything. The heroine sincerely enjoyed listening to such stories, so she asked Khalid to remember something else equally interesting. But the head of the guard did not expect at all that the Marquis would suddenly say that it was also extremely dangerous in his hometown. And the guy suddenly announced again that he still insisted on the lady's return to the capital, where she would be much safer. Eben explained that his territory was surrounded by enemies, and it was impossible to tell whether anyone was watching them or not. And for the sake of those who remained with the master in such a terrible place, the young man was going to win at all costs. What held the guy back most was that there were people nearby in front of whom he couldn't relax even for a moment. With a smile, the heroine said that she was there precisely to help the gentleman, because his life was already hard. But Eben once again said that the lady would help him only if she returned to the capital and did not interfere. But Baptiste had no intention of going back, so she began to try to convince the Marquis to leave her. However, no matter what the girl said, it was all absolutely useless, because the gentleman did not want to listen to her. So the miss could not resist and grabbed the Marquis by the hand, asking if he really did not trust her that much. But Khalid couldn't admit that he didn't trust only himself, so he pushed Baddest away and again asked her to just leave. At this, Eben, with a cold expression on his face, reminded that the girl had no reason to stay with him now. The heroine instantly thought that if she left, she would miss the moment when she would have to save the young master. So the Duke's daughter clenched her fists tightly and admitted that she was very worried, although the guy did not allow her to do this. In response to this, Khalid crossed his arms over his chest and stated that it looked like it was the lady who didn't trust the people around her. Baddest felt a pain in her chest when the Marquis suddenly said that it was her behavior and selfishness that were making everything difficult. The guy promised that he would provide the girl with all the necessary help if she returned to the imperial palace. But the heroine herself did not want to believe until the very end that the Marquis was not joking, since his words caused her great pain. In response, Eben briefly stated that they would travel on separate carriages from now on, as he did not wish to speak to the lady anytime soon. No matter how hard Eben tried to lie to the Duke's daughter, he himself could not restrain himself and eventually clenched his fist, because he also felt pain. Khalid knew that he had greatly offended the girl, but he hoped that this would save her from danger, which would clearly help. Soon, Syrian gave the order to leave, since they could not stay overnight any longer, since they were afraid of arriving before dark. The heroine sat in the carriage with her head down, completely alone, and was sad that she could not answer. She herself understood perfectly well that her stay at the Aben estate greatly complicated the life of the Marquis, who was in charge of everything. Right now, the lady wasn't even sure that the guy would definitely be killed, so she didn't know what to do next. Miss was afraid, to the point of shaking in her hands, that everything had already been decided, and she would not be able to influence the future in any way, no matter what she did. But even so, Baddest didn't want to just sit on the sidelines and not do anything to help her loved ones who might die. However, the fact that she did not know in which direction the future had changed only worried the Duke's daughter even more. Since Baddest was sure that she had already exhausted all her time travel, she could not make mistakes and lose people. Otherwise, the heroine and her friends will have to once again experience all the enormous pain associated with the fall of the Empire. Almost crying, the girl whispered that she absolutely did not want to go through all this again because there was a huge amount of pain. At sunset, the entire detachment arrived at the Eben estate, and the chief assistants of the building immediately greeted them with smiles. Khalid immediately asked if anything had happened while he was gone, and the butler replied that he had prepared a report and left it on the table. Suddenly, the man noticed that a red-haired girl, whom he had never seen in these parts before, came out of the carriage. The Marquis briefly stated that the lady was an imperial knight and asked the servants to prepare a good room for her. The assistant did not argue with the master, except to ask the maid Violet to help the guest so that she would not get lost. At that moment, Baddest tried to prepare herself not to be afraid of communicating with these new and incomprehensible people. Unexpectedly for the girl, the assistant was the first to approach her and ask for help in figuring out where to go. The woman introduced herself as Violet and explained that she was in charge of the estate, so she could be contacted with any questions. After which she explained that the Marquis was busy at the moment, so the lady should go into the chambers with her so as not to distract anyone. The Duke's daughter was surprised by the size of the room in which Khalid had lived his entire life, having studied it well. However, despite the vastness of the building, for some reason it still seemed empty and silent to the girl, and yet there were servants there. Baddest looked around and realized that even the grounds looked well kept, although there was no feeling that anyone lived there. She didn't quite understand how the Marquis spent his days in such an atmosphere and managed not to complain about anything. Miss was lost in thought and didn't even notice how the assistant led her into a room called the Silver Deer. When Baddest saw what the proposed space looked like, she was incredibly surprised, as she had never lived so richly before. The girl looked around carefully and even began to doubt that she could live in such a luxurious room. But in response to all the doubts of the head of the guard, Violet said that it was the order of the Marquis, so everything was in perfect order. The Duke's daughter completely stopped understanding Khalid's train of thought because he either sent her away or settled her into a luxurious room. The girl squeezed her hand in confusion because she could not find an explanation for why the guy's attitude towards her was changing. Here, Violet informed the young lady that no one lived near this room, so she would have to contact her directly. The heroine briefly thanked the maid for the offered help, but refused everything, as she wanted to explore the area herself. Suddenly, Violet noticed that the girl was calling her master by name for some reason, which greatly surprised the maid. The lady immediately became embarrassed and admitted that the Marquis himself had allowed them to address him that way, and she had simply obeyed. In response, the assistant said that if there was such an agreement between the gentlemen, then everything was in perfect order. The woman admitted that she simply felt a little strange hearing someone call Eben by his first name. Miss was surprised when the assistant said that she only now understood why Khalid gave her this particular room. But when the girl tried to find out what was so special about this place, the woman covered her mouth and said that it was wrong to chat. Since Violet quickly changed the subject and suggested a tour after dinner, Baptiste had no choice but to agree. After which, the maid said that she would leave the head of the knights alone for now, since she still had her own business in the estate. The heroine didn't mind being left alone because she had something to think about, since she hadn't yet started working on a plan of action. A few hours later, when the dinner was safely over, the butler asked the lady if she had enjoyed everything to her satisfaction. Miss honestly admitted that the food was very tasty, but the empty table at which she sat alone was uncomfortable for her. Syrian wanted to yell at the girl, but his father deftly stopped him and asked Baptiste for forgiveness for the Marquis' absence. The heroine was confused when she saw how Eben's secretary got it, so she even changed her mind about complaining further. The boy winced from the pain in his ear, which his father had just mercilessly pulled, and muttered something to himself with displeasure. Then the butler said that his son had volunteered to show the Baptiste estate, and Syrian asked in surprise why him. But the man looked at the guy with incredible anger, so that he would not have even one objection because of this situation. As a result, Pabel, with a forced smile, declared that he would show the lady the entire estate right now, since he was free. The Duke's daughter awkwardly noted that it seemed that Syrian could not disobey his capable and formidable father in anything. In response, the assistant only sighed, after which he asked the girl where she would like to go first. Baptiste said she would like to memorize the overall structure of the building, as it is much more useful than going into each room. The secretary asked suspiciously if the lady was not there to search everything, but she did not take offense at this. As a result, Syrian led the head of the guard clockwise, only briefly telling something about the corridors. A couple of dozen minutes later, the heroine asked in surprise why there was not a single portrait hanging on the walls of the estate. The guy explained that they had a separate room, which was called the Room of Portraits of all the marquises of the Eben estate. With a joyful smile, the lady asked if Khalid's portrait was hanging there too, since she was interested in seeing it. But Pabel explained that, having accepted the title, the gentleman was forced to hide, so he was not depicted as the head of the estate. The fact that the portrait of Khalid, not the adult one, but the little one, hung on the wall of the estate greatly surprised the Duke's daughter. The girl immediately decided that she had to see something like this, so she asked if the guy could take her there. Literally a few minutes later, the lady actually saw a portrait of little Khalid, who was cute as a child. Baptiste was delighted with the painted Marquis because she never thought she would ever see such a side of him. As Miss had thought, Eben had been handsome since childhood, and leaving such a man locked up was simply a terrible thing to do. Here, the heroine noticed that almost under the ceiling hung a portrait of a man who strongly resembled Khalid in appearance. Baptiste suddenly realized that it was a portrait of the Emperor, which greatly surprised the Duke's daughter, since neither of them should be here. The secretary explained that the portrait depicted the founder of the estate, who had indeed once ruled the empire. Pabel himself knew that in the Marquis's blood there flowed a family connection with the Emperor, although it was very old and had already almost weakened. It was for this reason that the Emperor chose a woman from the Eben family as his wife, because he wanted to further strengthen his power in the empire. Only now did the heroine realize that, although Khalid was from a side branch, he could well have claimed the throne during the rebellion. And the fact that the guy himself didn't even think about it didn't at all cancel out this possibility and his rights to inherit the throne. Baptiste realized that this was precisely the reason why the traitors had to eliminate the Marquis before the uprising. The people who organized the imperial coup did everything to ensure that this event took place without interference. In the end, the head of the guard could not stand it any longer and ran as quickly as possible to her room to talk to the princess. Suddenly it dawned on the lady that Rosana must have known about Khalid's origins, but for some reason she kept it a secret. The whole time the heroine was thinking hard, Syrian watched her with bewilderment and did not distract her in any way for now. and Miss tried her best to analyze all the princess's recent words about her beloved cousin. In the end, she decided not to rush to conclusions, but instead to ask the question in person. Baddest was confident that in time she would figure it all out and create the best ending to the novel for everyone. A few days before her departure, Miss asked Enoch if he could keep an eye on her subordinates so that nothing happened. And the guy agreed, although he was upset because after the girl took office, they began to see each other less often. But what saddened the knight most was that the lady ended up going to the estate of the guy with whom she danced at the imperial ball. The monk tried to convince himself that it was just a coincidence, since Rosena had given the order to Baddest to go there. However, no matter how hard the guy tried to act calmly, this situation worried him much more than he wanted. Suddenly, the knight unexpectedly saw two of the duke's daughter's subordinates who were calmly walking around the palace. Jenna immediately recognized the guy the captain had told them about before leaving, and so she smiled happily at him. The knight tried to collect his thoughts and asked the girls how their individual training had gone, just to change the subject. Just in case, Royfield even asked whether the lady liked their life as imperial guards. Marin laughed loudly and reported that both the princess and the captain had taken care of them, so everything was fine. Baddest warned her team in advance that other guardians might be interested in them, as they want to become Knights of the Rose. Olivia immediately clarified whether they also needed to keep their distance in front of the other imperial guards. The head of the guard explained that it would be useful to get closer to them, but it was not a fact that the guys would be friendly towards the girls. In response to these warnings, Marin declared that she would knock down anyone who tried to attack her or the girls. When she repeated these words to Inoku, the boy was visibly amazed at how bold the guard's manner of speech was. Jenna immediately noticed that Lyris had accidentally crossed the line and asked Royfield to forgive her and himself. The girl was very surprised when the knight asked to let him know if any of the ladies had any problems because of the guards. The monk explained that this conflict had been going on for quite some time, and the girls were not at all to blame for the way they were treated. The guy understood perfectly well that the other soldiers were very jealous of the girls, and therefore even tried to ruin their lives. Jenna and Marin listened in surprise to Enoch's words, who was sure that everyone needed time to change their beliefs. Lyris asked, confused, how they, who were rightfully members of the knightly order, were worse than the other male guards. But the guy immediately stated with extreme displeasure that most of the imperial knights did not deserve to bear this title. He had heard many times that almost every one of them was constantly trying to rob the ruler's treasury with the help of the aristocrats. For this reason, the Enoch earnestly asked the guards not to get involved with the knights, even if they were strongly provoked. Marin began to confidently say that she would definitely deal with everyone, but Jenna covered her mouth with her hand just in case. Watching the quarrel between his girlfriends, the knight laughed sincerely because he remembered the time when he himself had just begun to serve. Unexpectedly, he reported that the princess had made a wise decision when she decided to recruit a guard of their female knights. At this time, Olivia and Richer stood quietly at their post, as they had the task of guarding the chambers and office of Princess Rosena. Then they saw Marin and Jenna gradually approaching them, and Precia shouted that it was time to change. The blonde asked what had been heard from the lady before taking up her post, and Richer said that there had been orders not to let anyone in to see her. Here, Chadanel noticed Enoch, who was still standing not far from them, and asked what exactly the guy wanted. The knight didn't expect that any of the new guards would suddenly start talking to him so seriously. Royfield hastened to explain that he was simply on his way, and for this reason he had led the girls to Rose's room. After which, although somewhat embarrassed, he asked if there was any news from Baddest, as he was very worried about her. Olivia replied that right now their captain was communicating with the princess about business via the telecommunications sphere. And indeed, the heroine took advantage of the latest technologies in this world to quickly contact her friend. The princess herself was incredibly surprised when she heard the suggestion that her brother died because of the struggle for the throne. Hearing that Rose thought exactly that way, Baddest asked why she hadn't told her about all this much earlier. Her Majesty admitted that she was not entirely sure of this, since she began to think so only because of childhood memories. The heroine didn't even think that Rose was actually trying to make her draw her own conclusions, and not rely on someone else's opinion. But the fact that Rosena somehow tried to make overly balanced decisions was not quite like her. Baddest reminded that they had been through a lot together, so they were much stronger than in their past lives. But the princess was still weighed down by memories of how pathetic and stupid she had been before, which frightened the girl. At that time, the girl was so naive that she sincerely did not understand why Khalid did not visit her again for quite a long time. Little Rose kept asking questions to her assistants, who were noticeably surprised by this. The maids did not know exactly how to answer the young mistress to all her demands to finally bring her cousin to her. Only one of them guessed to say that the Marquis was very busy, and that was why he had not come to see her all this time. Rose sighed wearily and corrected her maid, informing her that Khalid was not actually the head of the estate yet. Imagine the girl's surprise when the girl told her that not long ago her uncle and aunt died on the road. As a result, the princess burst into tears because absolutely no one told her that there were no more relatives. The prince said he had not told anyone about the incident before because he knew his sister would cry loudly about it. The empress tried her best to comfort Rosanna, but she knew that she just needed to cry out all her tears. The girl sadly said that she would like to visit her brother since he was now completely lonely in his huge estate. Suddenly, the mother informed the lady that Khalid would clearly not like it if one of them suddenly came to visit him. She did not give details but admitted that not long ago she had let the guy down badly along with his majesty. Hugging her daughter tightly, the woman asked her for forgiveness for her selfishness and weakness because she didn't want to change anything. But the prince became angry because his mother for some reason asked for forgiveness because it was not her fault that someone died. He stated that Khalid was still a stranger to them, which made Rosanna very angry because she didn't think so. As a result, the boy became so angry that he even punched his sister before leaving her room. But even after this, Rose could not calm down because she still felt sorry for her cousin, who was left all alone. The girl remembered how happy Khalid had been while his parents were alive, and she feared that he might have changed a lot after their death. The next morning, Rosanna was able to recover enough to notice that her assistant was limping for some reason. Noma didn't expect the little lady to suddenly see that there was something wrong with her leg, so she couldn't think of how to respond. Only a few seconds later, the maid smiled and said that she had simply tripped while walking in the imperial garden. Although the princess found this answer somewhat strange, she still decided not to ask any more questions. And the girl began to do her usual things, offering Rosanna to choose what she wanted in the form of sweets. As soon as the assistant walked out the door, the other girls immediately began to ask her questions about the mistress with excitement. The maids were so afraid because they heard that if they said the wrong word to the princess, she would throw them out. Noma felt sorry for the girl who always followed Khalid around like a little puppy, and now had no right to talk to him. The assistants advised the girl not to make such loud statements because the empress could hear them. No one was going to tell the details of what had happened to Eben Rosen, so she was openly sad. The emperor's daughter always lived in a bright world, which was tightly surrounded by a fence that protected her from everything. The girl was so happy that she wasn't even interested in what was outside the fence. She didn't even know that her parents inherited an empire on the verge of collapse, so they did everything to preserve it. Rosanna didn't know exactly why the emperor and empress had been taking such incredible care of her all this time. But even 2 years after the tragedy with the Eben family, the lady still remembered her cousin well. So when she saw him at the imperial ball, she couldn't resist, even though the guy ignored Miss. The princess rushed towards Khalid with all her might, and even her assistant was unable to stop her. Rose ran up to her brother and said that she had been incredibly eager to talk to him about what had happened all this time. Imagine the girl's surprise when the guy suddenly looked at her gloomily and showed her his terrible scar. This frightened the princess so much that she took a few steps back in complete shock. The faithful maid immediately ran up to the lady and began to calm her down as Rose continued to tremble with fear. And the Marquis himself silently turned around and walked away, since he had no desire to talk to his cousin. But the assistant didn't even notice that Rosanna was closely watching the guy as she was calling another servant for help. A few minutes later, when the maid brought the princess to her room, the girl asked if it was really Khalid. The emperor's daughter could not understand what exactly had happened to her close friend, who now did not look like himself. All the maids hung their heads in shame, as none of them had told the little mistress about the Marquis, and Rosanna began to cry again, because she couldn't even think about how much her relationship with her brother had deteriorated. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat and confidently declared that she needed to talk to Khalid, and as soon as possible. Rose said that the boy was still her relative, and she had hurt him with her fright, just because of the scar. Noma immediately and selflessly volunteered to escort the little lady, which surprised the other assistants in the room. The princess then declared that the other maids should look for the brooch while she was gone, otherwise she would never return to the room. The girls again looked down sadly because they knew that the princess did not have such an ornament. The girls stood in the corridor for a while, watching as the maids hastily began to carry out her instructions. Here, Noma distracted her because she asked where exactly they should look for the Marquis, but Rosa knew several of his places. At that moment, the guy stood all alone on the bridge that connected the passage from one part of the palace to another. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and, turning around, discovered that his cousin had unexpectedly run up to him. But the Marquis's opinion had not changed, and he still did not want to talk to the girl, so he turned away. Realizing that her relative was about to simply leave, Rosina couldn't stand it and ran after him, begging him to forgive her for her recent behavior. But because of the uncomfortable heels, the lady stumbled and began to fall, when suddenly Eben caught her with his magic. The guy himself still didn't understand why his little sister came to him again, because in his eyes he did everything to scare her away. Remembering that Miss had asked for forgiveness for something, he glared angrily and asked what exactly he should forgive her for. Such a stern look greatly frightened the princess, but she had not been looking for a friend all this time in order to retreat so quickly. Suddenly Rose remembered her mother's words, who assured her that Khalid did not want to see them, and tears welled up in the lady's eyes. After which she nevertheless asked him for forgiveness for the fact that she was not there at that moment when he was completely alone. The Marquis didn't expect that his cousin would apologize to him so sincerely because he thought that her parents had sent her. Meanwhile, Rosina admitted that she was to blame for everything, but still would not want the guy to hate her. While the girl was crying bitterly, her whole body trembling with sadness, Khalid slowly approached her and extended his hand. Although not immediately, he still decided to stroke the princess on the head and explain that he did not know how to communicate with her further. In fact, Eben would have liked to maintain communication with his sister, but he was not sure that she had the same desire. As a result, the lady burst into tears even more, although this time from relief, since she really wanted to make peace with her cousin. After that incident, the guy began to secretly visit his sister about twice a year, during which they talked for many hours. He even admitted that he constantly put magic on his face so that others wouldn't know that he was okay. During each such meeting, Rosa was already happy that she could be near her brother and did not ask him questions. After several years of such communication, Noma knocked on the girl's room one day, and she immediately invited her inside. For some reason, the assistant had a downcast face, although there was no apparent reason for this because everything was fine. Rosina didn't notice it right away, but she asked what happened, as she guessed that there was something she didn't know about. Suddenly, the maid fell on her knees and confessed that Marquis Khalid was no longer alive, which made her feel sorry. This information caused the princess to experience incredible shock, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Noma admitted that she had learned about this a long time ago, but only reported it now because she was forced to leave the palace. Not believing her ears, Rosanna could barely whisper that the maid was simply lying, because that simply could not be. Then the emperor entered the room and said that sooner or later Khalid's death was bound to happen anyway. The ruler was dissatisfied with the servant, whom he had sent away specifically to avoid rumors, but she still returned. His Majesty even asked if she despised his orders just because she herself was from an aristocratic family. But then Rosanna drew all the attention to herself, as she screamed at her father, asking how he could even do such a thing. The girl still didn't know the reason why her uncle and aunt died, and now they haven't told her about her brother either. The princess fell to her knees before her father and asked why he was always trying to make her look stupid. The emperor replied that the lady would only become more angry if he immediately told her the whole truth about these stories. The man did not want anyone to feel hatred towards him, or him towards anyone, but it was inevitable. So the ruler could only swear verbally that he made all his decisions for the good of his beloved daughter. But the girl did not believe that only her father had protected her all her life, because Khalid also tried to do a lot for her safety. Suddenly, Miss fell silent, since no one knew that she had been secretly communicating with her brother, and the assistant promised to remain silent. The emperor suddenly began to explain that he would have allowed the princess to attend her brother's funeral if he could. Rosanna could not believe that all the inhabitants of the estate refused even the closest ones the opportunity to come to the territory of Eben. And His Majesty said that he himself did not like to hide anything from his daughter, but there was no other choice. He didn't know the lady was talking to the guy, so he said they were just strangers to each other, no matter how unpleasant that was. Having told all this, the emperor asked the girl to calm down so as not to disturb the souls of her recently deceased loved ones. The princess looked at her father in confusion, because she thought that he would be more human than he turned out to be right now. The girl did not want to believe that all this time Kaldi was simply pretending to be friends with her, as the emperor said. Finally, having almost calmed down, the miss asked if Marquis Eben had really not returned, which pleased the ruler. He thought that his daughter understood his words perfectly, but Rosanna suddenly became angry and began to scream loudly. The lady explained that she couldn't understand anything because she didn't know, but at the same time she didn't want to blame her parents for anything. Miss promised that she would not try to find out the truth, since her father said that she would hate them if everything was revealed. Clenching her trembling hands into fists, the princess explained that she would not be able to bear it if hatred were added to the pain of losing her brother. In return, the girl asked not to punish Noma in any way, who covered her face with her hands in fear and trembled violently. Since this was a profitable deal for the emperor, he agreed to all of his daughter's conditions without any argument. After that incident, Rose did not leave the imperial palace until it was engulfed in flames due to the uprising. The princess admitted that she was driven by fear because she had lived her entire life in hothouse conditions. Bedist, who had been listening attentively to her friend, could only sympathize with her in this situation. After all, Rosanna experienced the incomprehensible death of her brother, as well as the ban on his funeral, which was even stranger. The heroine could not imagine that the Eben estate would be decorated in black tones because of someone's death. It then dawned on the head of the guard that Rosa had said nothing about the Marquis's assistance after his unexpected death. Imagine the lady's surprise when the princess told her that none of them could be found in the end. The emperor's daughter herself did not understand how something like this could have happened, but no one ever found out where the Marquis's people had gone. The detectives who were hired specifically to search had the feeling that someone had hidden all the servants. Batiste immediately realized that the only person who could theoretically do this was Joel. She remembered talking to a guy once, but he didn't seem like the type to hide people that easily. What surprised Miss most was that she had never heard anything about this matter before, and Rose explained that her father had hidden all mentions. The head of the guards realized that the ruler was indeed capable of such a thing, since he had aristocrats serving him. Thinking back to her past life, Bedist tried to figure out how much time they had before the uprising. Rosanna also joined in this important matter and began to suggest that there were approximately 3 months left, but the girls didn't know whether their actions had provoked the acceleration of some events. However, Batiste was still confident that together with her friend, they would definitely cope with everything and save everyone. At this point, the captain wanted to say goodbye and return to business, but the princess unexpectedly quickly called out to her. The emperor's daughter explained that right outside her door there were subordinates who would like to talk to the protector. Since the head of the guard gave the go-ahead to meet with her charges, Rose immediately ran to the door. The girl was glad that she wasn't the only one who would be able to communicate, so she looked out into the corridor with a joyful smile. Riche immediately informed her mistress that they had all been waiting together for her to appear to announce the changing of the guard. When Rosanna suggested that they talk to Batiste, it was Marin who was the most happy about it. So, without a second's delay, the girl pushed all her comrades inside the room to quickly chat. Suddenly, the princess noticed that only Enoch remained in the corridor, and he saluted her when their eyes met. For a while, the boy and the girl looked at each other in silence, since the knight did not understand what was happening. But then Rosanna smiled and asked if the assistant would like to say hello to Batiste too, since she had nothing against it. The guy was very happy, because he really wanted to find out for himself how things were going with his childhood friend. When the monk saw the device the Duke's daughter used to communicate, he was incredibly surprised. The thing is that this time, Batiste's image was transmitted to the mirror using a communication sphere. However, the knight was only glad that he could see the girl as well as if she were right in front of him. The heroine boasted that it was the princess who came up with the idea of how to modernize the sphere for them to communicate with each other. The assistant, smiling happily, agreed that this option was much more convenient than using just the ball. After which he asked whether the miss was still at Evan's estate, to which the Duke's daughter answered in the affirmative. Then, poorly concealing his excitement, the guy asked whether the Marquis had treated his first guest in a long time well. The head of the guard admitted that they had had a small argument on the road and had not spoken to each other since then, but she liked the place. Rosanna was very surprised when she heard about the quarrel between the two people closest to her, both in that life and in this one. But Enoch was even glad that the Marquis ultimately did not get along with the lady, because he did not want them to communicate too well. Suddenly, the guy realized that he was enjoying the words about someone else's quarrel, which was not at all like the real him. But no one paid attention to the dejected knight, as Baddest began to discuss the training plan with her team. Riche informed the captain that although things were not very easy for them, they were trying to compensate for each other's weaknesses. Unexpectedly, Marin intervened in this dialogue and conveyed to the Duke's daughter that she absolutely did not need to worry about any of them. The monk supported Lyris and said that he would definitely look after each of the girls so that nothing happened to them. Baddest smiled awkwardly and promised her friend that she would somehow thank him for his help when she returned. She admitted that she was pleased to hear words of support, but it was really time to go. The girl hurried to finish the conversation with her comrades because she was in a hurry to see the Marquis, even if he had greeted her coldly. However, the lady herself was confident, so she knocked on the door of Eben's office and asked to be let in. Despite their recent quarrel, Khalid ordered Syrian to let the Duke's daughter in so that they could have a normal conversation. And Baddest tried to maintain maximum self-confidence, although in reality she was still worried. Coming almost to the gentleman's table, the lady announced that she was going to go and inspect the nearby territory. Eben asked half-heartedly where exactly the lady was going, and she said she would start in the city center. Khalid thought for a moment and asked if the girl really wanted to look for some alchemical devices for Rosa in this place. The girl nodded briefly, although in reality she was pretending so as not to arouse suspicion with her idleness. Suddenly, Syrian suggested starting the research from the old magic tower, since it was famous. The gentleman agreed that this sounded reasonable and asked the secretary to personally take Baddest to the right place. As a result, Pabel also had to prepare for this trip, although he had not originally planned anything like this. Khalid crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he should send a few more knights with them just in case. But the lady knew that other sufferers might not obey her because of their gender, so she immediately refused such accompaniment. As soon as the boy and girl left, the Marquis felt a growing sense of uneasiness inside him because of this. But Eben reminded himself that the tower was not far away, so there was no particular need for his presence near the miss. While his comrades walked through the streets of the ancient city, Syrian told its history as best he could, but he himself knew little. The heroine looked around and saw that things were not very good for the residents now due to the lack of money. But the secretary admitted that they deliberately pretend that everything around them is bad so that no one from outside will rob them. Baddest was noticeably surprised by this when suddenly she heard a modest, childish voice behind her, which quietly called out to her. It turned out to be a little girl who had picked flowers somewhere and now wanted to sell them to anyone. The assistant noticed that the little girl was not the only one who had such a basket, as many children were trying to develop this business. Syrian wanted to give the girl a coin to make her go away, but the heroine suddenly stopped him as she noticed something. The lady leaned over and began to carefully examine the flowers, asking the little girl where exactly she had picked them. Pabel didn't understand why the captain was paying so much attention to these plants, and she explained that they were mana flowers. Everyone knew that initially such flowers were white, but if you feed them with your energy, they will turn red. The boy was very scared when he heard that such plants would squeeze all the juices out of the soil on which they grow. The Duke's daughter could not understand why the locals had not noticed how mana absorption had dramatically improved in these areas. The assistant wanted to ask questions about the flowers, when suddenly the lady informed him that they were not the only problem. The whole point was that the mana flowers sucked out all the moisture they could from the soil until it was almost gone. Baddest said that when this happened, cracks would open in the ground, from which monsters would emerge. When the girl heard that monsters could appear from the ground, she became very scared because her friend had recently gone to that mountain. Without wasting a minute, the heroine asked the little girl to take them as quickly as possible to the place where she found the flowers. As a result, the girl ran as fast as she could towards the field, even though she knew it would take several minutes to get there. The Duke's daughter could only hope that nothing bad would happen until they arrived. To speed up the running process, Miss could not resist and even picked up the girl in her arms, since it really was faster that way. As they ran, the heroine felt a strong flow of mana from the ground, which meant that the monsters could already have come out. But Baddest could not even imagine that such dangerous plants would cover an entire field within the city limits. Syrian was horrified by what he saw, since no one even suspected what was happening in this place. The lady immediately realized that everything was very serious, so she asked Pabel to return to the estate and bring help. The guy didn't quite understand why he needed to go back alone, since he didn't want to leave the girl. But the captain pulled her sword from its sheath and declared that she would go in search of the girl who was picking flowers here. The secretary suggested that they look for the child together, but the miss asked him to bring help here as quickly as possible. The girl understood that it was impossible to allow monsters to enter the city, and it was necessary to take the girl away from here, so the heroine said in all seriousness that she would buy time while Syrian led reinforcements to this place. Papal was still against Baptist staying here all alone, although the lady did not accept his objections. Suddenly they heard a girl's scream from the depths of the forest, after which the captain ordered the boy and the little girl to leave immediately. The secretary realized that he could do nothing to help the lady, so he grabbed the child and quickly ran for help. And right at that moment, terrible monsters that crawled out of a crack in the ground were chasing a little lost girl. The little girl didn't even suspect that such danger could await her in this place, so she ran and called for help. Suddenly, she didn't notice the cliff and fell straight down, hitting herself painfully, which is why she couldn't continue running. With tears in her eyes, the girl thought at that moment that she absolutely did not want to die from these monsters. Suddenly, among the terrible sounds from the monsters' mouths, the little girl heard steps that sounded like human ones. And immediately after that, the fearless Baptist appeared in front of her, extending her hand to help the child up. Although they were not yet saved, the girl felt relief just from the fact that there was an adult next to her. The heroine noticed that the little girl was too exhausted, so she asked her to rest for a while in order to run further. The Duke's daughter was ready to fight the monsters, even though there were more and more of them. Several dozen minutes later, the Marquis, out of breath from worry, jumped out of the carriage that had stopped near the field. The guy confidently gave precise and accurate instructions to everyone around him, as he wanted to prevent the possible appearance of victims. Syrian quickly pulled the hood over the master's head, since he had not shown his face for many years. The first thing Eben did was to isolate himself and try to find Baptist's energy trail, but there was too much mana around. The guy couldn't forgive himself for sending the girl away with just Syrian, which led to such terrible consequences. It remained a mystery to the Marquis how the miss managed to find out about such difficult situations, but now he was not interested in this. While Khalid was looking for the Duke's daughter, he killed the monsters around him very easily because they attacked one by one. After a few minutes, the guy couldn't take it anymore and started running to find the girl as quickly as possible. Since the search with the help of magic did not yield any results, Eben began to run through the forest and simply shout the lady's name. Suddenly, on one of the trees, he noticed a bloody cloth hanging from a branch, which was not local. Barely able to stand upright from the stress, Khalid slowly walked closer, trying to figure out what that piece of clothing was doing there. Suddenly, looking more closely, the Marquis remembered whose clothes they were and was horrified by this. The whole point is that it was in this very cape that the Duke's daughter left his office today, and there could be no mistake. As a result, Eben felt such despair that he fell to his knees, barely holding back tears of pain and despair. Suddenly, from the tree right behind him, Baptist hung upside down, finally answering the master's calls. Khalid couldn't believe his ears when he realized that the captain was actually perfectly fine. The girl explained that she did not rely on her own strength, but climbed a tree with the girl and began to wait for rescue. But since it was now quite safe, the lady jumped down, noting that her friend had quickly managed to find her. Before Miss had time to touch the ground with her feet, Khalid caught her in his arms and whispered that he was glad that she was alive. The heroine was very embarrassed by such unexpected closeness with the guy, who quietly said that he had not lost her. But then the Duke's daughter felt how much the Marquis had been trembling all this time, so she decided to remain silent. When the guy finally wanted to move away, Miss suddenly grabbed him with her hands and asked him to stand like that for a while longer. For the first time in her life, Baptist felt so calm and good, so she wanted to prolong these moments. Eben himself was not against it either, so he only hugged the miss even more tenderly, trying not to put any pressure on her with his weight. A little later, the Marquis's assistants were able to find the magical rift from which all the monsters emerged. The guy arrived at the cave and immediately destroyed with his powers this portal to another dimension, where there were many monsters. Since all their business was now finished, he informed the servants that they could all be free until the morning. But before the Marquis had time to reach the carriage, he heard the screams of Baptist, who was very dissatisfied with something. Only at the very last moment did the lady notice Khalid out of the corner of her eye, and therefore at least calm down a little. Noticing that the boy and girl were each plucking one flower, Eben asked if it was not possible to collect the entire field at once. But the Duke's daughter explained that it was very important not to damage the roots of the plant, and to do this they had to collect it by hand. This is because only in this case would they be able to create the elixir of mana from the plant that fed on it during its life. Khalid watched in confusion as Mrs. Eyes lit up with happiness at the thought of a large amount of money for these flowers. In the end, he realized how important it was for the girl to collect these plants, so he just sighed humbly, looking at everything that was happening. Battis didn't expect her partner to suddenly throw a cloak over her, although there was absolutely no need for it. The guy explained in a few words that it had already gotten cold, so it was better to throw on at least something. Having finished tying the cape, the Marquis smiled and suggested that the lady entrust the careful collection of plants to other people. The heroine blushed slightly because she had time to think about hugs again, but instead she agreed to Eben's proposal. 4 days later, the Marquis was expecting guests at his estate, and Batist knew all too well who was coming to see them. The whole thing was that Leos and Enoch decided to visit the Eben estate because they were worried about the well-being of the Duke's daughter. As soon as she saw her brother, Miss immediately ran up to him because she was sincerely glad to see him, despite everything. Suddenly, he jumped off his horse and began to circle around his sister, trying to figure out if everything was completely okay with her. The girl showed with a smile that she was not injured because she could not be angry with the elder who was worried about her. Leos explained that he couldn't help but come after the news of the battle with the monsters and the discovery of the mana flowers became known. Unlike Sir Eldrado, Enoch showed his concern much more strongly, which he expressed to his childhood friend. Unexpectedly, the Marquis addressed everyone present and loudly greeted the arriving knights. The guy once again put on the illusion of a scar, since he was not going to show his true appearance to his new acquaintances. Leos immediately shook hands with Marquis Eben, as he had wanted to meet him personally for a long time, but it never worked out. But Royfield was in no hurry to approach his opponent, who was so easily and casually taking Batist from him. The knight noticed that the Marquis' energy was less overwhelming than usual, but he couldn't explain it to himself. To avoid standing in the street, Eben suggested that they all go into the estate, and the lady was the first to go with her brother into the room. Khalid accidentally lagged behind the general procession a little when suddenly Enoch called out to him, causing the guy to freeze in place. The knight stated that he would like to speak privately and not in the presence of other people if that were possible. Eben wasn't sure what he was supposed to expect from this man, but he was still willing to listen to him. And Royfield said he didn't like the danger the Duke's daughter was in at all in that place. Moreover, the guy admitted that it seemed strange to him that the girl had somehow fallen into such a trap so quickly. The Marquis crossed his arms over his chest and asked haughtily what exactly the Enoch wanted to tell him by giving such examples. Suddenly the knight said that Eben had deliberately put Batist in danger, which immediately made the young master flare up. Although the Marquis claimed that he had not wished any harm upon the lady, Royfield confidently said that he was definitely to blame. While they were talking, the heroine was impatiently waiting for her friends because she already wanted to start her dialogue. And Enoch suddenly menacingly declared that he was going to take the miss back to the palace from this dangerous and evil estate. These words left Eben in a state of great shock, as he had not expected such an unexpected turn of events at all. Royfield, having said what he wanted, went into the living room so that his absence would not look suspicious. Khalid suddenly remembered how not long ago he personally tried to send the Duke's daughter back so that she would not be harmed. But, tightly clenching his fist, the guy did not understand why he wanted Miss to leave, but at the same time he felt such pain in his chest. Since Enoch had arrived in the living room before Khalid, Batist was the first to ask him why they were both late. But none of the guys ever explained the reason why they arrived noticeably later than everyone else in the room. Royfield tried to watch the Marquis carefully, but he walked past him as if they had never spoken at all. So the knight had time to notice that his childhood friend, for some reason, was calling Eben by name quite freely. When everyone was ready to listen, Khalid began his story about the red mana flowers, which they had managed to collect in large quantities. Leos carefully picked up one of the flowers and noticed that they actually had more mana than the others. The Marquis then said that these flowers did not just grow on their own, but that someone had definitely grown them. The heroine, who delegated the responsibility of telling everyone about the plants to her friend, was pleased with his story. But even with Eben's detailed explanation, the guests still had many questions. The first thing the knight was interested in was whether anyone had any idea who might have planted the flowers. As soon as he asked this question, one of his assistants reported that a man had just been detained on the field. Badist and Khalid were happy because they guessed that these people would definitely come to their flowers, which is what they were caught doing. The assistant told the gentleman that these people were identified as magicians from the tower, which he did not like very much. But the fair-haired guy was in no hurry to admit anything and said that they had simply wandered into that place by accident. Suddenly, the heroine deliberately showed herself in front of the criminals, holding a red flower in her hand. The girl hoped that they would at least somehow give themselves away, and she guessed correctly, which made her smile. All because one magician could not withstand such pressure and began to whisper something, trying to tell the truth. The lady took advantage of this situation and suggested that Enoch tell fortunes on such a valuable flower, pulling out petals from it. At this moment, the Marquis sharply asked the captured people what they were looking at with such anxiety, although everything was already clear. Judging by the reaction of the magicians, Eben concluded that they were the same people who had been planting flowers on the mountain all this time. Since Khalid was not in a good mood today, he summoned magical seals and advised those caught to hurry up with their confession. So eventually one of the guys gave in and said that they had indeed planted all those flowers as ordered. The fair-haired man realized that there was nowhere to go, so he added that these flowers were needed for secret research. But the young master was not at all satisfied with such a short answer, so he simply snapped his fingers, activating his seal. Because of this, magical liquid poured right onto the boys' heads, but no one knew that it was completely safe. Now the fair-haired man could not stand it any longer and began to explain that the flowers were supposed to be used for training. Badist was surprised to hear that the order to grow flowers was given by Bunnet, despite all permissions. Eben was pleased that the mages were fully willing to cooperate with him because they were afraid, so he removed the effect of the magic. Khalid guessed that only the fair-haired one would be able to answer all their questions, so he asked the second guy to be taken away. As soon as the servants left the door, the friends discussed the fact that for some reason Bunnet was flashing before them again, clearly plotting something. Leos asked why they planted flowers on Evan's territory if the research was being conducted by a magical tower, and the guy admitted that they immediately found out that these plants were worth quite a lot, which is what the magicians were planning to get rich on. The lady did not expect that it was the aristocrat who was bothering them everywhere who was able to get the sprouts and explain how to use them. The Duke's daughter was deeply thoughtful, since this was not the first time that Marquis Bonnet had put his hand to something. The girl understood that the artifact had come into the hands of the aristocrat before she returned to the past, and she could not change anything. But the mana flowers were a different matter, because in the past life and in the plot, this did not happen, which surprised the head of the guard. Badist was worried that she couldn't determine what changes in history the Marquis had used to obtain the seeds. Just as the lady had time to think that she had a bad feeling, she was distracted by Khalid, who came closer in time. Miss said it was unlikely that Bunnet had acted alone, and Eben immediately agreed with this, because he had thought of something similar himself. While the boy and the girl were talking enthusiastically about the aristocrat, they did not notice how Enoch was watching them closely. The knight was noticeably upset because he had no idea that Eben and Eldrado had such a good relationship. Returning to the interrogation, Khalid asked that this guy be taken away and locked next to the other one, since he would hardly be able to tell anything. Leos reported that he had contacted the Tower of Magic and asked them to stop their research due to the possibility of another rift. Eben joked that Bunnet had some kind of inferiority complex due to his complete lack of magical talent. The man invested generously in magic, but did not think about the side effects, since he did not use it himself. Enoch suggested that they begin examining the flowers as soon as possible, but Badist reminded him that they must do so in secret. The girl understood that if people found out about the benefits of mana flowers, it could reach the ears of neighboring empires and end badly. The elder brother immediately promised that he would do everything to secretly attract the best people among all for the research. And the heroine herself at that moment thought that the princess should do well as the leader of these experiments. Suddenly Royfield called out to the Duke's daughter and declared that she must return with them back to the imperial palace. The knight admitted that he could not leave the lady in such a dangerous place, because no one knew what could happen to her next. But the Duke's daughter absolutely did not understand such fears and worries for her life. For some reason, she was forced to leave. Royfield admitted that when he learned about what had happened to the lady, he felt as if a weight had fallen on his shoulders. Miss only now realized how much her friend was afraid for her, and she had not taken into account the emotions of other people at all. The monk, sitting opposite the Duke's daughter, thought that she did not even suspect how much he really valued her. So the guy explained that they could all finish their business together and return to the estate because the lady's mission shouldn't be dangerous. Leos also joined in with his friend's words because he didn't want his little sister to get hurt by accident somewhere. The heroine did not know what to do, so she glanced briefly at the Marquis because it was him she had to leave. But Eben did not even look in the direction of the Duke's daughter, since he did not want to influence her decision about a possible trip in any way. In fact, the guy thought that it was too late for him to hold on to Batist, but he wasn't going to admit it to her. He looked at the two knights who had come for the girl and were smiling at her, as they were sure that she would definitely go with them. And Eben expected that the Duke's daughter would also leave him, because staying close to him was dangerous for absolutely any person. Suddenly, the lady confidently declared that she absolutely did not want to leave, so she would stay, no matter what anyone told her. These words greatly shocked the Marquis, because he had already prepared himself for a different outcome of this situation. But then the Miss decided to stay. In response to Enoch's questions, the heroine explained that the princess advised her to rest, so she did not want to go anywhere. But even with this argument, the knight did not understand why his childhood friend so strongly wanted to stay in someone else's estate. Suddenly, during their argument, Khalid, whom Royfield had even forgotten about due to his worries, rose to his feet. And the guy suddenly, in front of everyone, removed the magic from his face, showing that in fact he did not leave any scar on himself. Of all those present, only the heroine knew that Eben had cast a spell on his face, so she was the only one who wasn't surprised. But even Batist couldn't understand why the Marquis had suddenly decided to confess to the knights what he really looked like. The monk immediately asked in confusion, what did it mean that the scar on Khalid's face had disappeared somewhere, although it had just been there? And Eben calmly replied that all this time he had been changing his appearance with the help of magic so that no one would find out anything. Only now did the Duke's daughter realize that the gentleman had removed his disguise for some reason, although before that he had not trusted his guests. Leos asked with interest why the Marquis suddenly decided to show them his true appearance, since they had done nothing. Khalid immediately thought that he did it for the sake of Batist, who always comes to his aid even if he resists. The guy remembered those fleeting but tender hugs of the girl for the rest of his life, as she supported him so much. So with a smile, Eben said that he would now do everything so that the knights could trust him and leave the lady in this estate. The monk admitted that he really wanted to take his friend away only because he did not trust the Marquis, and this surprised the lady. Unexpectedly, Royfield added that the fact that Khalid had been hiding his appearance all this time made him even more suspicious. Batist couldn't stand it any longer and asked the guys not to provoke each other, but to have a normal conversation instead. With sadness in his voice, the Enoch asked how long the girl had known that the Marquis hid his appearance from everyone with magic. The Duke's daughter admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that she had found out about this during the imperial ball. But then Eben drew everyone's attention to himself and suggested that they sit down and discuss everything that was happening once again. A little later, when the Miss went for a walk with a friend, she asked the knight if he was really all right. But Royfield smiled happily in response, since he had already made his own decision and did not want to back down from it. When Khalid told about the death of his parents, Leos was the one who thought the most, because he didn't want to believe such a thing. The girl told her brother that they were indeed telling the truth, because she saw that he was beginning to doubt. The eldest son, Duke Eldrado, explained that he believed the Marquis's words, but could not understand how he could help them. But what surprised Leos most was that his sister knew everything, but for some reason remained silent, which made Miss herself feel awkward. However, Batist explained that they could not act against the aristocrats without good evidence of their guilt. Khalid confirmed the lady's words that they planned not to involve anyone, since it was safer that way. The guy then asked for forgiveness for revealing his appearance so suddenly, but for the heroine, everything was fine. The Duke's daughter sheepishly admitted that if Eben himself had not confessed everything, she would have remained silent. The guy was surprised by how faithful the girl turned out to be, although he didn't even ask her to keep his secret from others. It all worked out for Batist, who would have turned to her family anyway to prevent the rebellion. The lady was not sure that she would ever be able to forget the terrible picture of how the bodies of her loved ones burned. Every time Miss remembered this, her jaws immediately clenched due to the fear and horror she had experienced. Here, Enoch asked why his friend should remain at the Ebon estate for the sake of the plan to infiltrate Marquis Bunet. The captain did not expect that the knight would offer her to return to the palace, and if necessary, to return back with the merchants. But Khalid confidently reported that he needed Baddest here to coordinate the implementation plan. Suddenly, Royfield jumped up and said that after this story he could not remain on the sidelines, and therefore he would cooperate. Baddest never thought that the knight would be so inspired by the opportunity to protect the Empire, and Enoch himself loudly addressed Leos, asking him to allow him to stay in the Ebon estate with his sister. The older brother thought about this possibility because he was not sure that his friend could cope with working on two fronts. Suddenly, he announced that he would take full responsibility, so Royfield could do whatever he wanted. The heroine was glad that her loved ones were uniting to help the Marquis, but she was afraid that he himself might be against it. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman quite calmly and sincerely declared that he was not at all against any help from the knights. However, Ebon still got into an argument with Royfield, since their relationship was not very good anyway. Here, the lady heard that there were no guest rooms in the wing where she lived, which surprised her because for some reason she was staying there. But instead of answering this question, Khalid suddenly turned away and told her not to think about it. However, when Miss was walking a little later with Enoch, she could not help but think about whose room she had taken over. Suddenly, the guy said that he thought Baddest wasn't friends with Khalid, and this distracted the girl from her thoughts. Royfield admitted that he had drawn such conclusions because he had heard that the lady and the Marquis had quarreled on the way to the estate. The heroine explained with a smile that this really happened, but they are not enemies since they work together. But Enoch could not accept Ebon so easily because he believed that since he was a magician, he obviously kept some terrible secrets. In response, Baddest lightly patted the guy on the back and asked him not to worry about trifles since Khalid could be trusted. With a sad face, Royfield admitted that he was really only worried about the well-being of his childhood friend. But the girl didn't like the fact that Enoch wasn't her brother, but was so worried about her with or without him. But the guy still couldn't stop protecting the lady from everything in the world, since he considered it his duty. The heroine managed to move forward a few steps, when suddenly the knight called out to her in a quiet voice. Unexpectedly, Enoch stated quite seriously that he did not perceive the miss as his younger sister at all, after which, with a flushed face, he asked if the girl remembered what she had once told him in their childhood. About 5 years ago, Royfield was still in contact with Valen, who often complained that the local games were becoming increasingly boring. When the guy asked Enoch's opinion, he said that he was not even beginning to feel a little bit cheerful. The swordsman asked the Duke's son why he played at all if he didn't like it, and Valen explained that he tried so hard for his sister. Suddenly, Eldrado remembered that his friend had no brothers or sisters, so he could hardly understand him, after which the guy admitted that his real goal was to escape from constant fencing training. At this, the monk only turned away with resentment, since he did not like everything his friend had just said. Unexpectedly, Valen asked why the swordsman had never come to visit them, since they had always been waiting for him with joy. Eldrado's youngest son complained that Leos was keeping up with him in training, so he could use some help in battle. Although Royfield hadn't even thought about going to visit before, he still nodded in agreement since he couldn't find any reason to refuse. The guy didn't know for sure whether it would be more convenient for him to train away, but he still decided to try to fight with a friend. Before they even reached the training ground, they heard someone training, and Valen explained that it was Baddest. The monk did not expect that his friend's younger sister would be interested in fencing at all, which was a man's occupation. But indeed, when the boys approached the site, they noticed a girl on it who was waving a sword in a warlike manner. The lady was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone had approached the site. Royfield was amazed to see how skillfully the little girl wielded the sword, since Valen had forgotten to tell him about it. Suddenly, Baddest slashed her sword too hard at the training pole, causing the top part of it to fly off to the side. Because of this, the girl turned around and noticed that her brother had come to her with his best friend. The lady asked, confused, why Valen had come to this site, and he reminded her that this was actually his training area. Baddest reported with disappointment that her brother rarely showed up here, so she took over the square to practice. But the youngest son of the Duke's family said that he had invited his friend, and now they wanted to study a little. The monk rarely interacted with children, so he didn't know what or how he should say to the girl, so he simply greeted her. But the fact that the target was covered in cuts impressed the guy because the miss had probably trained for many hours. Suddenly, Baptiste was very happy that there would be a duel between Valen and Enoch, as she wanted to watch it. Since the lady was afraid that she might be driven away, she began to beg the guys to allow her to watch their battle. Initially, her brother really didn't want Miss to be present near the site during the duel, but then the girl made cute eyes and looked intently at the guy so that he would finally take pity on her. As a result, it was Enoch who was the first to give in, since he could not resist such incredible cuteness. The little girl immediately began to jump happily on the spot, and Valen did not find the strength in himself to upset his sister after such a refusal. In fact, the lady was most interested in seeing someone from the famous Royfield family fight. As soon as Enoch heard these words, his eyes twitched nervously, and the swordsman himself instantly plunged into memories. A few days ago, the grandfather asked the teenager's father to tell him about their students' successes. The man admitted that although his son was gifted, his temperament was completely unsuited to fencing. But the old man did not even want to hear about other options for his grandson's education, since he had high hopes for the boy. Even Enoch himself did not expect that his grandfather would suddenly change his teacher, deciding to blame all the child's failures on him. After which, the grandfather confidently stated that their family's sword style was very important, so he would not be defeated. Because of these memories, the boy even now clenched his fists in anger, because he did not understand what was so special about this style. Valen noticed how his friend tensed up, but he couldn't guess the reason for such behavior, so he simply supported him. In response, Enoch angrily stated that his friend should hold his sword tighter because he was going to fight him at full strength. As a result, literally a few minutes later, Valen was thrown to the ground as he was unable to resist his opponent. And Royfield himself shouted loudly that he had warned his friend to be more serious and not to relax. In the end, Duke Eldrado's son gave up too quickly, as he was tired of facing Enoch in this competition. The swordsman looked at his battered hands and realized that he had only been able to partially vent his anger in this fight. Suddenly, he remembered that a girl had been watching their battle all this time, so he decided to talk to her. He confidently approached the lady and, as if he didn't care at all, asked her how she liked their fight. Baptiste, although she had been watching closely all this time, did not at all expect that the guy would decide to ask her opinion. For some reason, the monk suddenly thought that the miss was too young to understand anything from their fight. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter asked why he was swinging his sword so hard in all directions, because it was only getting in the way. The lady explained that the boy's movements did not match the movements of the sword itself, and that was why his technique was lame. Royfield never expected that a small child would suddenly give him such constructive criticism about fencing. But before the guy could even say anything, Valen, who had managed to come to his senses after the fall, suddenly called him. The monk almost didn't even understand that his friend asked him to finish the competition for today, since he was already tired. Since the swordsman's mood had deteriorated again, he silently turned away from the girl without even saying goodbye. Approaching the son of Duke Eldrado, Royfield asked how long ago his sister had picked up a sword and begun to study fencing. Valen took a moment to do the math, and then reported that the lady had been reinforcing her basic knowledge for 4 years now, after which the guy yawned and explained that they always train for so long, which Enoch was noticeably surprised by. But what struck him most was the fact that the girl was somehow able to understand his problem the first time. Royfield didn't even want to think about the fact that his swordsmanship was so bad that even a child could see it. Several years passed from that moment, but people still scolded Enoch, saying that he was holding the sword incorrectly. Each such comment made the boy even angrier, and he didn't listen at all to what the teacher was telling him. In the end, the teacher even interrupted the training because he realized that Royfield was so tired that he could no longer do anything. The teacher reported that recently the swordsman even began to have problems with using mana for some reason. But the monk was unable to answer anything because everything inside him seemed to be burning alive. Unable to bear it any longer, the boy suddenly threw the sword on the floor and very quietly said that he was leaving, but the coach did not hear it. Then the Duke of Royfield's son repeated once more that he was leaving and fell back, not at all disturbed by the pain of the blow. When the doctor examined the guy's body literally a few minutes later, he stated that he had been using the reverse mana flow all this time. Neither Enoch nor his father knew that this could seriously impair blood circulation, which is why the teenager became so ill. But the grandfather himself was only concerned about how long his grandson's treatment would take, since he needed to continue training. However, the doctor explained that such cases were not subject to treatment, but were only supposed to go away on their own over time. Only now did the monk realize that all this time, it had been painful for him to hold the sword in his hands precisely because of this terrible diagnosis. His father, with tears in his eyes, asked why his son was so ill and whether it could be cured in any way. The doctor admitted that he could not name the cause, since he had too little information to draw conclusions. Then the man turned to his son and asked why he had been enduring the pain all this time, instead of admitting that he couldn't do it. To this, the monk angrily asked what he could do if his grandfather did not listen to any of his objections. The father had no idea that the old man knew about everything, so he looked at him in surprise. But the grandfather was not at all ashamed of this. Unexpectedly, the head of the Royfield family announced that his grandson had carried a powerful flow of mana within him since birth, and everyone knew about it. The aristocrats said that the boy should go into a good profession where his innate skills would be valued. But here, the old man interrupted his story, as he sighed and said that his son had no idea what it was like to have such mana. In response, the man bowed his head in disappointment, because he knew that the head of the family was right, because he did not become a swordsman. And then the grandfather suddenly explained that their family's sword depended entirely on how much mana a person had. He himself knew that it was only because the guy's mana flows were disrupted that he gradually began to feel ill. Hearing all this, the man asked if the grandfather would continue to teach his grandson despite such terrible consequences. To this, the head of the family confidently stated that it was precisely because of this structure of mana that Enoch had to study. The grandfather was confident that if his grandson fully mastered his mana, he would become invincible in his swordsmanship. He said that now their family occupies one of the high positions in the status of the empire only thanks to fencing. But the head of the family spent a long time looking for what they needed to do to eventually become the best, because that's what he wanted. Imagine Enoch's surprise when his grandfather said that he had discovered that the founder of their family had the same mana as the boy. It was for this reason that the old man wanted his grandson to learn fencing and then bring glory to their entire family. Enoch's father listened to his grandfather's speeches with horror because he did not even suspect that for him, status was much more important than health. The grandfather himself asked the doctor if he could give him some remedy to increase blood flow, but the doctor replied that it was useless. But Enoch's father immediately tried to protect his son because he realized that the old man was offering some really scary options. The man said that the teenager's body would not be able to withstand it, and he was much more important to him than some kind of family honor and celebrity. Turning to his son, the father informed him that this was not the only style in sword art, so the boy could choose another. However, the old man shouted that he would never allow his grandson to be hindered from continuing to train for the well-being of their family. The doctor, who had not yet managed to leave, watched this family squabble with horror, but did not dare to intervene in the conflict. Even Enoch himself was not pleased to see that his father and grandfather were arguing with each other only because of the decision of his own fate. So unexpectedly for everyone, the boy announced that he was giving up sword art, and this made the adults freeze in place. Only this time, the heir of the Royfield family was so confident in his decision that he was going to oppose even his grandfather. As a result, the old man needed a doctor since he fell unconscious from anger and did not come to his senses for a long time. During this time, the monk managed to leave for Eldrado's family since he had nowhere else to go, although he kept in touch with his father. As soon as the guy finished the dialogue, the Duke's wife asked how their conversation went, because she was worried. In response, the guy thanked the woman for helping and sheltering him at least for a while, as it helped a lot. Madame Eldrado smiled happily and said that until all the problems were resolved, Enoch could be with them. Royfield was incredibly grateful to this family for accepting him without question, as if he were a relative. The only person who bothered the guy in this whole situation was Valen, as he was constantly making noise and wanted to play. Moreover, the son of Duke Eldrado did not hesitate to pester his friend at any convenient moment, because he was bored. The guy tried his best to support his friend, so much so that he even brought animals from somewhere, since he found out that they helped. However, in the end, Inoku only got very tired of his friend, so he found time and ran away from him as far as possible. Deep in thought, Royfield didn't even notice how he passed by the lady, while she managed to pay attention to him. The girl was the first to start a dialogue and asked if the swordsman had come to training, since she was also training. At first, the monk didn't even understand what exactly the miss meant, since he didn't expect her to talk to him at all. Suddenly the boy realized that he had been so deep in thought that he had not even noticed how he had come into the yard for fencing training. He realized that he had even managed to get lost while he was walking, and he himself did not notice where exactly his feet were leading him. Suddenly, Enoch realized that since this was a training yard, Valen would not have come here, so he asked permission to stay. In response, Baddest blossomed into a joyful smile and suggested that they fight, as she had long wanted to know how strong the other knights were. But the former swordsman immediately disappointed the miss with a refusal, since he had stopped fencing not so long ago. The girl didn't even believe this news at first, since swords were everything to her, and she could never give them up. Somewhat embarrassed, Royfield explained that he was annoyed by constantly swinging his sword with force, so he did it. The little girl immediately became thoughtful because of these words, and the guy asked her not to worry since he simply didn't like it. Unexpectedly, Baddest did not give in, but instead carefully pulled her friend by the sleeve so that he would not go anywhere. After which the lady smiled happily and said that when one method gets boring, she can always try another. The monk was deeply surprised by such sudden but pleasant support from a man younger than himself. As it turned out, when Miss got tired of swinging her sword, she started running in circles, and now Royfield had joined her. But even after this, the little girl had no intention of resting, as she began to do exercises for other muscle groups. The Duke of Royfield's son watched with great amazement as Baddest trained until she was exhausted. The guy himself never even thought that increasing physical strength could be such an important activity. The Duke's daughter shared that when she has a lot of thoughts in her head, she usually exercises to make it easier. Suddenly, Enoch realized that he knew very well the feeling during training that the lady began to talk about. When Royfield shared his feelings, Miss joyfully exclaimed that she had felt the same. The girl was genuinely delighted with how accurately Enoch described her feelings during training. Watching Baddest, the former swordsman thought about how he himself had actually once enjoyed fencing. But from the moment he began to study his grandfather's technique, the boy lost all interest in swords. He looked at his trained arm, as he had indeed put a lot of effort into training before, but each time the Enoch experienced only pain, since his mana was absolutely not suitable for such activities. Quite quickly, the boy realized that his grandfather valued him only for his sword skills and inherited talent. But Royfield himself was afraid of doing something wrong, so he often lazed around with his best friend. However, at a time when no one could see him, the guy tried hard because he wanted to achieve results. That is why now, when the heir had failed, he was finally disappointed in himself as a knight. Suddenly the lady heard her friend whisper that he had lost something important, and she immediately asked what he meant. Before the former swordsman could answer, the lady declared that she would help him in his search, since she was resting anyway. But in return, Miss asked, at least secretly, to have a fight with her because she really wanted to train. Suddenly, Royfield asked why the little girl liked this martial art so much. Without thinking twice, the Duke's daughter immediately declared that she loved this business because it was so cool. The girl sat down next to the boy and said that her father advised her to use the sword not for killing, but for self-defense. Since she was a child, Baddest saw how her family protected each other, so she really wanted to help them in everything too. So from then on, the lady firmly believed that being able to protect someone was the ideal means of helping. The Duke's daughter said with a smile that this was why she trained so hard, because she needed the strength to save others. After listening carefully to his friend's story, the guy admitted that her words sounded really cool and heroic. For the first time in her life, Baddest was praised for the way she thought, so the girl was surprised that Enoch accepted her. In response, she laughed and said that the knight looked very cool when he fought because he was completely dedicated to the cause. The heir of the Royfield family was embarrassed after these words, but did not show emotion, only turning away. Suddenly he asked what to do if you try but you can't do it, and the lady immediately thought about this question. She noticed that for some reason this topic was really bothering the guy, although she didn't know that he was getting the opposite effect from his efforts. After thinking for a bit, Baddest advised analyzing the situation, because it could turn out that it wasn't you who was to blame. At first, the monk did not even believe that the miss was not scolding him at all, but was only saying that he might be making a mistake. Suddenly, Royfield remembered everything his grandfather had once told him and realized what exactly was wrong with his life. He grabbed Baddest's hand and thanked her loudly, saying that he could now finally go home. After which, the heir rushed to the estate as fast as he could, as he realized that the sword was originally made for one type of mana. As soon as he ran to the house, his grandfather and father immediately came out to meet the naughty boy. And right to Grandpa's face, Enoch declared that she would not take over Royfield's sword, which he tried to teach him. These words caused incredible shock in the old man, and he screamed, "Did his grandson really come just to irritate him?" In response, the Enoch still confidently said that he was not going to study fencing just to bring glory to their family. At this moment, the father watched his matured son with alarm as he was surprised by his changes. Even the grandfather himself suddenly began to listen as the heir claimed that he would follow his own path of learning. And many years later, Enoch still remembered Baptist's words of encouragement, so now he once again reported that he became like this thanks to her. The girl had no idea that she had once caused such emotions in her friend, because at that moment she did not yet live in this world. But looking at the guy, the heroine realized that the previous Baptist had tried very hard since she was able to help him. But Royfield's story was not finished here, for he went on speaking, and Miss began to listen again. The guy admitted that at some point he decided for himself that he wanted to protect his childhood friend. So he got down on one knee in front of her and asked the Duke's daughter to look at him not through the prism of chivalry. At that moment, the heroine felt a strong panic, since she was not the one her friend fell in love with, and she did not know how to answer him. Royfield was very worried, but was still able to confess his feelings to the lady, and she believed that she did not deserve them. Finally, the Duke's daughter hung her head in confusion, unable to think of anything to say. The knight immediately guessed what the matter was, and with a kind smile allowed Baptist to answer him whenever she wanted. The lady realized that the knight had simply taken care of her once again, which only made her feel even more ashamed. Having finished the dialogue, Royfield thanked his friend for listening to him, and with that said goodbye to her. The heroine stretched her lips into a smile as best she could, although in reality she did not feel happy at that moment. Although she was currently occupying Baptist's place, she had no idea what kind of person the Duke's real daughter was. Besides, in that world, the lady died in a car accident, so she had no chance to return back. For this reason, it would be most logical for the heroine to live as the previous Miss, but she was a different person in this body. The girl was most worried about the fact that the Duke's daughter, whom Enoch liked, was already dead. But even now, the current Baptist did not know why she had ended up in this particular body, and what she should do next. Miss tried not to think about the fact that she had not just taken over someone's body, but had made a real and good person disappear. The Duke's daughter was afraid to even imagine what would happen to the people around her if they found out that she was not real. The heroine even curled up into a ball out of grief, because she absolutely did not want anything like this to happen. Although the lady did not know why she ended up in this body, she could try to save the girl's loved ones in order to repay her. So the current Baptist wiped away her tears, because she still had a lot of good things to do for this world. A few days later, as the friends had agreed, Deloitte was going to visit Marquis Bonnet as he had been invited. The guy gave specific instructions to his assistants so that they wouldn't forget anything, and he himself quickly climbed into the carriage. The merchant was extremely pleased with himself, since he had even managed to exceed the plan for finding new clients in the Empire. Suddenly, having dropped her disguise, Baptist joyfully called out to the guy because they were supposed to go with him. Ocharbe immediately jumped up from his seat, helping the lady into the carriage, and gallantly asked how she was doing. After which he shared that he enjoyed the audience with the princess, as they were able to find a common language. Following the girl, Enoch and Marquis Eben, who had once again donned his magical disguise, climbed into the carriage. As soon as everyone had taken their seats, the merchant began to talk with pleasure about his recent successes. The heroine was delighted that the guy guaranteed that Rosena's profit would increase many times over with his help. For the princess, this was a great opportunity, since with her own capital she could act more confidently. But the whole time they were talking after leaving, Deloitte was interested in one small question. He looked at the two guys who were riding with him and asked why there was suddenly a new addition to the team. The merchant was still able to recognize Khalid, who was hidden under the disguise, but he saw the second person traveling with them for the first time. Ocharbe was the first to extend his hand to the unfamiliar guy, and the knight immediately introduced himself and said that he had joined them. Afterwards, Deloitte turned his gaze to the Marquis and noted that his ability to hide his appearance was truly excellent. The heroine explained that no matter how much she asked the Marquis, he refused to show his true appearance. The merchant replied that everything was fine, and then took out communicators from his bag for communication within the Bunnet estate. The boys looked at the new, unusual device with interest, since they had never seen anything like it before. But the Duke's daughter had another agreement with the merchant, so she looked at him in confusion. The guy immediately guessed what the lady was worried about, so he took out a small box prepared for her. As a result, the girl was very happy because Deloitte not only kept his promise, but did it in the best possible way. In the box was the very same artifact that she had recently commissioned Rosanna to beautifully repair. The monk immediately asked in surprise what kind of object it was, since they were not going to give him anything like that. In order not to explain anything to her friends for now, the miss became confused and asked the merchant to keep this item for himself. Khalid changed the subject and looked out the window because he wanted to get acquainted with the faces of the magicians, but for some reason he did not see them anywhere. In response, Deloitte pointed to 3 guys standing separately and asked to continue paying attention to them. The knight asked if these were the people who were often suspected of fraud and with whom one should be careful. Osharbi even added that it was these magicians who somehow robbed the imperial palace and sold things. Eben reminded that among these people they needed to find at least 2 culprits for further interrogation. The merchant nodded in agreement and said that he would definitely try to return the stolen artifact. Baptiste immediately declared that, in order to save the empire, they simply had to deal with all the enemies in the estate. The friends folded their hands in a ritual ceremony and promised that they would find out exactly what Marquis Bonnet had planned. That same evening, late at night, a lone figure with a hood on his head quietly crept towards the aristocrat's estate. The man approached the butler, who was already waiting for him at the gate, and said that he was a trusted person and a guest. Bonnet immediately greeted the guy who came to him, since he had been waiting for him for quite some time with great impatience. The fair-haired guest quickly got down to business and asked how the Marquis was progressing and whether everything was going according to plan. When Bonnet reported to him, the guy arrogantly walked past him into the living room and did not even say hello. This irritated the aristocrat, who did not like it when someone showed him even a modicum of disrespect. As a result, he shouted at the assistant next to him and demanded that he bring things from the room as quickly as possible. And at that moment, in the most remote part of the estate, 2 strong hands lifted a tile that hid an underground passage underneath it. Baptiste quickly emerged from the hole and reported that she was on site and ready to begin the operation. Since she had a plan of the estate, the lady quickly found the room she needed and began to examine it carefully. But even despite this, the girl still had no luck, and she could not find any evidence about the uprising. Just in case, the lady contacted Enoch, who was watching everything from the outside, and the guy reported that everything was fine with him. This made it clear to Miss that there was still a little time, so she began to search further, although she did not know where exactly. But most of all, Baptiste feared for Khalid, because he had the most dangerous task of them all. The Duke's daughter had almost given up hope of finding anything when she suddenly saw a stack of letters in one of Bonnet's drawers. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she read the sender and realized that it was Count Noilem, one of the most powerful aristocrats. But although the lady found letters from him, there was nothing among them that even remotely mentioned the proposed rebellion. Unexpectedly, the miss discovered that the last envelope had a slightly different handwriting, which surprised her somewhat. However, there was no signature or seal to this letter, so the lady could not remember who exactly sent it. Before the heroine had time to read the information to the end, she suddenly heard someone coming towards her and checking all the rooms. This made the girl panic, and she quickly hid behind the dresser, hoping that this man would not see her. At that moment, the guest was talking to the Marquis, but did not mention from which person he was transmitting orders. The boy irritably reminded Bonnet that he was not allowed to deviate from their plan under any circumstances. In response, the aristocrat boasted that the idea of a manna flower greenhouse had fully justified itself, which he was happy about. He asked the assistant if he had any more similar information, and he answered importantly that he had a lot of information. At the same time, the guy looked extremely proud and pleased with himself, since he really knew a lot. From the guest's emotions, the Marquis guessed that he would not tell him anything just like that, but he still smiled at him cheerfully. Snapping his fingers, he ordered the servant to open the box he had recently sent him to fetch, and said that he was giving everything to the guest. In response, the blond man laughed and said that he simply could not ignore such generosity and kindness. Bonnet put an even wider smile on his face and said that since their thoughts were similar, they would obviously work well together. The guest from another country pretended to be interested in this conversation, although the Marquis meant nothing to him. He asked about remote magic scrolls, and the aristocrat immediately remembered that he had actually ordered them once. He glanced at his assistant, who smiled politely in response, and found no reason to send him away. So the man said that he liked the scroll of fire the most, because with its help, they killed the even spouses. The guest was clearly surprised by how skillfully the Marquis used their tools, as he did not expect this. Bonnet expected to be praised, but for some reason the guest began to criticize the Marquis for trying to be a magician. This quickly made the aristocrat lose his temper, but he tried to remind himself that his confidant was an important person. He, poorly concealing his anger, reported that thanks to his actions, Noilem was on their side, and that was more important. The guy agreed that this was a weighty argument, although he still underestimated his interlocutor too much. As they discussed all the important topics after a few minutes, the boy stood up to leave the estate unnoticed. As soon as he closed the door behind him, Bonnet began to curse the guest with displeasure for his arrogance and impudence. Since it was too difficult for him to bear this stress on his own, the Marquis asked a servant to bring him alcohol. The assistant immediately smiled politely and walked out the door, pretending to be in a hurry to carry out his master's instructions. But as soon as the servant disappeared from Bonnet's sight, he immediately began to change his appearance, since it was Khalid. Despite the raging emotions of anger inside him, the guy calmly contacted the squad and said that the magician had managed to leave the estate. Baddest immediately got in touch and sadly admitted that during this time she had not managed to find any solid evidence. Suddenly, Bonnet's real assistant, who was standing near the lady at that moment, asked her not to say anything more. In the end, the Enoch took the floor and said that he would never let the magician in the gray cloak go, since they were going to interrogate him. The heroine was interested in knowing what the servant wanted to tell her, so she ended her conversation with the squad for now. She didn't know how to start the conversation first, when the blonde himself asked if everything was okay with her friends. The miss answered in the affirmative, and then asked why the assistant had not said anything to his master at all. In fact, the boy originally belonged to Eben, so Miss offered to pass something on from him to Khalid. But the assistant said that he was already glad that he had been able to see the Marquis's face, even if only for a short time, and that would be enough for him. He was one of those who once left the Eben estate by order of the Emperor, for which he was now deeply ashamed. At this point, the guy suggested that they say goodbye so that no one would notice the girl and she could get out calmly. The heroine was most surprised when the servant advised her to be more careful, as she did not expect such care. But the lady didn't have time to answer, because Khalid suddenly contacted her urgently to convey information. Jeff was surprised to hear the news that Bonnet had asked him to bring the best alcohol in the estate. The guy realized that the gentleman still treated him well, since he did everything so that he would not get into trouble with the aristocrat. So the assistant smiled happily and asked Baddis to take care of the Lord and the Emperor for him. In response, Miss said that she was looking forward to the moment when they could all gather at the Eben estate. A few hours later, Bonnet's guest managed to visit several local pubs, which he was very pleased with. As a result, the guy lost his vigilance and did not immediately notice how Enoch and Baddist attacked him from both sides at the same time. The only thing that saved the magician from a direct blow was his shield, which automatically turned on in case of any serious danger. But if the lady failed to break through this defense, then the knight had already managed to at least slightly injure the enemy. Bonnet's guest was visibly frightened by the fact that this swordsman had destroyed his magic shield in just a couple of blows. Moreover, he noticed that none of the attackers were even hurt for some reason, which only scared the guy even more. For this reason, the foreign guest decided to run as fast as he could, as he understood that he would not be able to survive this fight. But before he could take even a couple of steps, strong magical chains instantly entangled his legs, which was not immediately noticeable. The thing is that Khalid also had a good command of magic, which is why he managed to catch the other magician in his spell, which he did not expect. The blonde realized that he had no other choice, so despite the noise, he decided to use explosion magic. But then the Duke's daughter appeared right in front of his face and confidently declared that the young man had been caught and would not go anywhere. And indeed, literally within a few seconds, the chains completely entangled the magician's body, and he couldn't even move. The squad took the stranger with them, and Eben began the interrogation only when they arrived at the hotel where everyone else was. The Marquis was in a very bad mood, so he immediately said angrily that he was the only one asking questions here and wanted to hear the answers. The magician tried to deceive everyone present and claimed that he was just an ordinary assistant and did not know anything. But Khalid replied that simple wizards had no right to come to personal meetings with aristocrats. The foreign guest was frightened, because only now did he realize that these people for some reason knew too much. However, he tried to explain until the very end that he was simply a trusted person, but could do nothing more. Suddenly, Deloitte appeared right in front of him and said that he was seeing this guy for the first time in his life, and that he was not his employee. Sitting down next to the fair-haired man, Osharbe said angrily that he had been very brave to use his trade name. The magician had no defensive words for this, since he was really hiding behind the name of Deloitte. The monk was a little distracted at this point, because he did not know that someone would try to take someone else's name for a while. The girl quickly explained that she herself had only recently found out about this because she wanted to continue listening to the conversation. Here, Khalid finally lost his temper and told the magician to surrender since all his machinations had long since been exposed. The assistant was very frightened by this and shouted at the merchant that he was making a big mistake and needed to be let go. In response, Deloitte asked in confusion if there was anything more dangerous than accusing the direct heir of treason. The magician tried to explain that this was not what he meant at all, but he had no right to say more than he had already said. To this, Osharbe stated that he would make his own decisions on how to deal with certain difficulties along the way. But the guy, trembling with fear, replied that he couldn't tell anything, because his life depended on it. These words disappointed the merchant, so he stood up and said that he would not give the servant any more chances. Since nothing more could be learned, Deloitte told his friends that he had no questions left for the prisoner. He approached Baptiste and complained that some people even dared to treat him so mercilessly. The monk didn't expect the merchant to be so emotional, so he was a little confused when talking to him. Then the lady asked if it was true that Deloitte might accidentally cause trouble for his father, as the magician had said. In response, the guy was glad that Miss was worried about him, and said that he himself would take excellent care of his family. The heroine suddenly thought about Marquis Bonnet and became very angry with him because the aristocrat was walking over heads to achieve his goal. He was too active in encouraging his allies to destroy different layers of the imperial palace, which was dangerous. At this moment, the tied assistant tried his best to get out, but he was completely unable to do so due to the difference in magic. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter wondered if it was Bonnet who had brought information about the uprising to the Empire, because that changed things. She recalled that it was after the rebellion and destruction that the Moselberg Empire quickly came to rule the neighboring country. The fact that another developed empire was unable to resist in any way scared the heroine to the point of trembling in her hands. But what interested her most was the question of whether Bonnet and Noilem were really in cahoots and trying to overthrow the emperor. She remembered that in her past life, the old man had betrayed all of his assistants and ended up leading the rebellion himself. But the Marquis did not give in so easily and tried to resist his former ally, although not very successfully. At this point, Deloitte noticed that Baptiste was deep in thought, but he didn't understand why this had happened at all. And the girl tried to understand which of all the people she knew fit the description of the influential person who took everything. The heroine excluded Prince Eventon from this list, since he learned too late about what happened in the Empire. Suddenly, before the Duke's daughter had time to come up with an idea, Enoch reminded her of the letter she had found at Bonnet's. But Baptiste didn't understand why the knight remembered him at all, since she herself couldn't understand his value. Royfield explained that Deloitte could well have recognized the sender's handwriting, which would have helped them greatly in the end. The girl thought it was reasonable, so she gave the same piece of paper with a different handwriting into her friend's hands. Imagine the merchant's surprise as soon as he looked at the letter, because the guy could not have expected this. The heroine immediately understood from Deloitte's emotions that he recognized this handwriting and therefore asked him to tell everyone. Instead of answering the lady, Osharbe suddenly turned around and looked at the prisoner who was still lying on the floor. The magician resigned himself to the fact that he could not get out, but was surprised when he realized that the master was looking at him for some reason. In an excited voice, the boy whispered that he finally understood what this foreign guest meant by difficulties. Only after this did he report that it was the handwriting of Emperor Helvetian, who ruled a neighboring state. Upon hearing this, even the heroine, who roughly knew the plot of the entire novel, was instantly horrified by such news. The lady could not even imagine that such an important person would suddenly begin to act so early, and even contact the Marquis. At the same time, the merchant was absolutely sure that he had not made a mistake, no matter how much the guy wanted to be sure of the opposite. Not believing her friend's words, the Duke's daughter abruptly snatched the letter from him because she wanted to look at the handwriting again. The girl tried until the very end to convince herself and her friends that all this was not true, and her hands shook violently. She remembered how one day the princess joyfully ran to her because she had good news for her friend. Rosena was then delighted that the groom's father would even open the historic hall for her wedding, which she shared. In fact, the heroine knew in advance that something like this would happen, since she remembered the plot of the novel well. And right now she was holding the paper with the emperor's handwriting in her hands again, although she still didn't believe in this situation. Khalid grabbed the captured assistant tightly by the clothes and asked if what they had managed to find out through joint efforts was true. In response, the magician stated that, as he had said, the aristocrats were making a big mistake if they were trying to find out this information. Suddenly, although no one was doing anything to him, foam started pouring out of the guy's mouth, and his whole body began to tremble violently. The monk ran to help in alarm, but the Marquis realized that it was too late to change anything. So, as much as he didn't want to admit it, the guy told his friends that the magician was somehow dead. The knight asked in surprise how this could even happen, since they had blocked all channels for magic. Khalid replied that the guest could well have been connected in some other way, since at one point he felt a magical push. The heroine didn't tell anyone about this, but her body was still shaking, because in the original only the emperor had such an ability. The girl hoped until the very end that the fact that the ruler of another country was involved in this matter was just a joke. But it turned out that the Emperor Helvetiana did everything to ensure that the rebellion in Moselberg completely destroyed the empire. At this point, none of the friends really knew what to do next, so they fell silent for a while. Even Deloigi remained silent for the first time in a long time, while trying to come up with at least some kind of plan for everyone. The monk noticed how concentrated the merchant was and turned to him for advice, since he understood more about such things. Osharbi admitted that the safest thing for them to do was to pretend that nothing happened, but no one would be able to do that. Baptiste asked her friend for forgiveness, as she realized that he was the one who would suffer the most from the guest's death. But the guy was in no hurry to get upset or blame anyone, so he figured out how to use the situation to his advantage. The Marquis immediately became angry and forbade the merchant to distribute anything to the emperor, since he did not trust him. In response, Deloigi said with a smile that he had not even thought of doing so, since he still had a lot of money to earn in the empire. Royfield was the first to notice that Osharbi had put his hand on Baptiste's shoulder, so he walked over to the guy and pushed him away. The heroine realized that her friends could accidentally quarrel, so she asked the merchant what exactly he had managed to come up with. But the heir to the trading business thoughtfully looked away, since he specifically wanted to stall for time. He glanced at the Duke's daughter, behind whom were the angry Enoch and Khalid, but he was not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, the merchant perceived this attitude of the knight and the Marquis as an interesting challenge, so he grinned even wider. When they all gathered again the next morning to discuss the plan, Deloigi asked what his friends knew about the prince. Eben immediately said that the guy was smart and opposed the war, but the heroine pretended that she didn't know anything. With a smile, Osharbi reported that it was the heir who once stopped Helvetian's incessant wars. The monk remembered with surprise that these military actions took place 4 years ago, and the prince was now no more than 20. The merchant reported that it was the emperor who handed over the government to Aventinus because he trusted him in such moments. Deloigi was even able to find out that from about the age of 13, the heir had already been communicating on an equal basis with politicians. It was because of these torments in childhood that, already in adulthood, the boy sincerely hated wars and tried to avoid them. The merchant even began to act out a small theatrical scene, telling how Aventin fought with other countries. For this reason, Deloigi was confident that the prince would suffer a severe blow if he learned that the emperor was preparing an attack. Osharbi came up with the idea that he would tell Aventin everything, and then watch the escalating conflict from the sidelines. The Duke's daughter understood at the very beginning of the guy's dialogue that this method would not work for them, but for now she listened politely. And the merchant finished by saying that the main thing for him was not to get caught by the emperor before meeting with the prince, otherwise it would be the end. The monk listened carefully to everything and said that he no longer needed any other information if this was really so. Deloigi stated that he would put his plan into action in any case, and then asked about the affairs of the others. Khalid understood that he now had no choice but to discuss all this with the imperial family. The lady said that just in case they would stay at the estate for a few more days so as not to look suspicious. But most of all, Miss was worried that she would have to tell Rose the truth, and thereby destroy her opinion of her beloved. Suddenly, Royfield distracted the girl from her thoughts and suggested that she rest in the room if she was very tired. At this moment, the Marquis silently watched every action of the Duke's daughter, but for now, he did not say anything to her. He knew that this kind of information would be a huge blow to Baptiste, so he was going to give her time to think. The lady was almost at the exit of the room, but suddenly noticed that someone was following her, so she turned around. She was not surprised when she saw Khalid behind her. She only asked what exactly he wanted to tell her now. However, right at that moment, the guy suddenly changed his mind about communicating, so he looked away and asked the miss to rest. This was immediately taken advantage of by Deloitte, who raised his hand and declared that he had important business with the Duke's daughter. To keep the intrigue going longer, the guy deliberately came closer to the girl first, because he wanted to see her eyes. After which he leaned forward sharply and put his usual signature, welcoming smile on his face. Being completely sure of his desire, the merchant asked if Baptiste would go on a short date with him tomorrow. Enoch and Khalid were immediately much more surprised by this than the lady herself, since they did not expect such impudence from their ally. The heroine herself immediately blushed deeply from such a proposal, since she had not even thought about anything like that at such a moment. The girl told Osharba about this, but he still unceremoniously declared that he knew that the lady was definitely free tomorrow. It was for this reason that the guy continued to cheerfully and confidently insist that the girl would definitely be able to go for a walk with him. Baptiste tried to at least hint to her friend that she would need to sit in silence and think about her own. To this, Deloitte stated that without the Empress, the Duke's daughter would not decide anything anyway, and all her arguments immediately dried up. The merchant said that in any situation it is important to find time to rest, otherwise you can go completely crazy. So, winking sweetly at the captain, he once again suggested that they take a walk together tomorrow and pleasantly clear their heads. But the guys did not agree that the girl should have spent her day off on the cunning and brave Osharbe. In response, Deloitte stated that he alone would have no problem appearing in the middle of the street with someone. To this, Khalid immediately came up with a solution and said that he could very well change his appearance in any way he wanted with the help of magic. The monk suddenly remembered that it was also advisable for Baptiste to hide her face, since she could very well be accidentally recognized. The heroine herself at that moment wanted to fall through the ground due to embarrassment, since she was not ready for such a situation. The girl could not find an answer to the question of why Enoch and Khalid behaved this way, and then Deloitte joined them. According to the novel, the merchant had a favorite, Rosanna, so the Duke's daughter did not understand at all what was going on around her. Unexpectedly, Osharbe approached Baptiste because he had a plan that would allow him to instantly persuade the lady. The guy whispered something very quietly into Mrs. ear because he didn't want his rivals to hear anything. As a result, the captain froze in place for a while as she realized that she absolutely could not refuse her friend. So, although the girl was still embarrassed about essentially agreeing to a date, she had made her decision. Therefore, the lady very confidently declared that Enoch and Khalid should not dare to follow her tomorrow while she was walking with Deloitte. The fact that the Duke's daughter herself suddenly changed her mind for some reason was like a bolt of lightning for both guys, because they wanted something different. But the merchant himself was incredibly happy that everything worked out for him, so he even dressed up nicely for the occasion. Moreover, he even helped choose an outfit for Baptiste, who nevertheless listened to her friend's opinion and put on an elegant dress. Although the heroine made it clear to the boys that they were not allowed to follow her, none of them were going to stay in the estate. As the lady walked alongside the merchant, she asked in surprise if their friends really weren't going to follow them today. In response, Osharbe immediately and cheerfully declared that Enoch and Khalid were simply obliged to follow them, but this did not bother him. But the Duke's daughter herself immediately became embarrassed and even began to look around as she felt uncomfortable. However, Deloitte confused her by asking how other men could tolerate her being on a date with him. Blushing from head to toe, the miss asked in a trembling voice what exactly the heir to the trading company meant. Suddenly she herself realized that Osharbe was simply provoking his allies, since he knew their reaction in advance. However, the heroine could not leave the guy alone, because he promised to show her a store for gift wrapping. So, no matter how much Baptiste objected to Deloitte's methods, she was still grateful to him for such help. The girl did not prepare this artifact for herself, but wanted to give it to Khalid as a symbol of what would protect him. The Duke's daughter was actually very excited about the gift, as it would be the first thing she had prepared for the Marquis. And at that moment, the knight was very angry at the cunning merchant because he thought that he had decided to buy gifts for the girl. The monk still couldn't figure out what Badsit had whispered to Osharbi yesterday that made her suddenly change her mind. In response, Khalid advised the guy to at least calm down a little, otherwise the magic would soon stop working on him. Royfield was surprised to notice that Eben had begun to address him more informally, apparently to remove the awkwardness. The Marquis himself admitted that communicating informally turned out to be much easier, but for some reason this angered the knight. So Khalid irritably crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy not to talk to him anymore for a while. Imagine Eben's surprise when Royfield suddenly asked if he really liked the Duke's daughter. But the gentleman tried to hide his surprise and, instead, said that he was not at all obliged to answer. Then suddenly Enoch shocked Khalid even more by telling him that Baddest had recently confessed that he loved her. After which, despite all the discontent of his ally, the guy said that he had expressed his feelings and would continue to do so. The Marquis didn't expect that a simple childhood friend of the girl could be so persistent when it came to her heart. He remembered the image of the Duke's daughter, who always smiled and was ready to support him in everything at any moment in life. So Eben decided to honestly admit that he really did have feelings for the captain of the guard. He shared that he sincerely does not understand how someone can dislike a person with such shining eyes. The young gentleman remembered very well how, when he was next to the lady, all his worries disappeared by themselves. Therefore, the Marquis said that for him, Baddest had recently become an indispensable person and would remain so in the future. This was the answer that the knight was most afraid of, so he clenched his fists tightly as he did not want to show his emotions. Trying to speak as calmly as possible, Enoch said that he simply wanted to say something before they went their separate ways. He pointed his finger right in his opponent's face and declared that he was not going to relax for a single minute in their fight. In response, the Marquis proudly asked who had told Enoch that he would allow him to relax at least for a moment. But at the same time, Eben was worried that the lady would soon have to return to the capital, and he could not keep her here. For this reason, looking at the girl and the boy who came out of the store, Khalid also decided to leave his possessions again. As Royfield noticed that Baddest and Deloitte had gone somewhere else, the Marquis realized that he now had a new purpose in his life. So the guy really wasn't going to relax for a second, because it was finally time for him to act. The next morning, the entire detachment began to gather in the capital, and the assistants joyfully helped their masters. They tried to unpack all the things of the departing aristocrats, and one of the friends happily helped the servants in this matter. It was the Enoch who could barely hide his embarrassment at being constantly praised by the men he carried things with. Meanwhile, the residents still had time to say a proper farewell to the company, which they had managed to forget about. Although the knight did indeed provide great assistance in carrying the things, he also kept a close eye on the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Deloitte was busy with his affairs, giving the necessary instructions to his assistants, who could barely remember everything. In the end, despite the fact that the merchant also tried to find out at least something about their magician, he had to return with nothing. The guy admitted that he even offered money to some people during the conversation, but they weren't interested. The only thing Osharbi was able to learn from the residents was that the level of security at Bunnett's estate had unexpectedly increased. Besides, Deloitte managed to at least persuade people not to say anything about the foreign guest. The Marquis noted that the merchant was quite a cautious and hard-working man, since he had done so much. Suddenly, instead of having a normal conversation, Osharbi said that he still had things to do, so it was time for him to go. Khalid was surprised at the haste with which his ally left him, but then he heard the lady calling him. For some unknown reason, Baddest tried to maintain maximum secrecy and called her friend around the corner. Since the guy became interested in what the girl wanted from him, he obediently followed her without asking anything. At the same time, he noticed that for some reason there was a slight blush on the cheeks of the Duke's daughter, which was rare. Suddenly, the miss stopped and handed her friend a beautifully wrapped box that she had prepared yesterday. Khalid didn't expect anything like this, so he accepted the box with surprise, realizing that it looked like a gift. The girl, turning her head away in embarrassment, admitted that she bought it in the very store that Eben showed her. The master was pleased to hear that this artifact had a powerful protective effect, so the miss gave it to him as a gift. But the guy didn't know until the end whether Miss had bought it because she knew about the effect in advance, or simply wanted to give it as a gift. Looking at the cute and neat gift wrapping, Khalid couldn't believe that the lady was worried about him too. So, putting the gift to his lips, the Marquis promised that he would always carry it with him because it was a gift from Baddest. At this moment in the imperial palace, the princess was doing her work and answering various letters from aristocrats. Noma noticed with alarm that day by day, the number of letters seemed to increase, which worried her more and more. Rosanna smiled calmly and replied that no one could handle this job better than her, so there was no point in being sad. The assistant tearfully asked the lady not to overexert herself so much, and the girl only laughed at her in response. Suddenly the maid thought hard, since she had raised the princess since her childhood and could compare. So Noma was sure that a lot had changed over the years, although Rose's good qualities remained. So the assistant, again barely holding back her tears, asked when the lady had managed to grow up so much and become so wise. Here the emperor's daughter remembered that soon it would be time for her to go to an important meeting, which surprised her. The girl was surprised when the maid reported that one of the strongest aristocrats had already arrived to visit them. For some reason, Baroness Talleyrand expressed a desire to hold a personal meeting with the princess for some reason. Rosa perceived this meeting more as respect from the woman, because she knew that she had a lot of worries. But in reality, she planned to find out the Baroness's intentions before Baddest returned so that they could discuss it. When the girl came to the table, which was located in the garden, Talleyrand immediately turned her head in her direction. Rosanna had no intention of coming to this meeting alone, so she took at least Jenna and Rich from the guards with her. The first thing the lady asked was whether Madame had any objection to their meeting taking place in the garden and not in the main hall, and the Baroness replied that everything was fine, but the miss could not read any of her real emotions because of the veil on her face. Although the princess felt a little offended that she would not be able to find out about the intentions ahead of time, she did not show it. Rosanna was the first to start a completely normal and casual conversation, not knowing when it would be possible to get to the point. And suddenly the Baroness herself hinted that when general topics run out, it is possible to talk about business. In response, Rosa smiled sweetly and suggested skipping the discussion of some uninteresting general things. Talleyrand smiled slyly in response and said that she was not sure that the princess would really like the conversation with her. When Rosanna asked why Madame did not remove her veil, she said that it was her favorite gift from her husband. The woman then went on to talk about how the emperor's daughter was looking for a candidate for the role of a possible groom. The princess did not lie about this, although her heart immediately shuddered from such sensitive questions from the Baroness. Even the defenders noticed that the aristocrat was putting too much pressure on their mistress, skillfully using her status. Unexpectedly, Rosina announced that she was not going to marry for convenience, but wanted to choose a partner solely for love. Then Talleyrand thoughtfully said that, in that case, the girl might not enter into this optional marriage at all. She suddenly reminded that Precia had refused marriage when her parents proposed it to her, which surprised the girl. Moreover, Madame collected information on Riche, who did not expect this because she tried to hide it from everyone. Realizing that the Baroness had crossed the line, Rosanna jumped up and asked if she was proud of having found personal information. Although the lady shamed the woman, she only smiled once again, maintaining a neutral expression on her face. Meanwhile, the emperor's daughter was noticeably offended by Madame, who had delved too deeply in trying to find information. Talleyrand realized that she had partially ruined her own image, so she invited Rose to take a walk with her in the garden. As they walked, the princess was surprised when the woman asked if she remembered what the Talleyrand family was like 10 years ago. Madame explained that her family was no different from others, and that the wedding was the simplest and even almost poor. To meet her husband, the girl came only 3 times and only to those places that her father chose. When the Baroness got married, her life did not get any better because she was never able to give birth to a son for her husband. Rosanna asked in bewilderment why Talleyrand had first told information about her knights and now began to tell a story about herself. The woman responded with a smile and asked to perceive all her words as personal experience from the life of a mature person. Madame even suggested that the defenders also listen to her, which noticeably surprised the girls after their first impression of the guest. Rose didn't know if Talleyrand would talk about unpleasant things after everything that had already happened, but she still decided to take the risk. And the Baroness said that 5 years ago she finally gave birth to her long-awaited son, but her husband had already died. Almost immediately after this, the husband's brothers appeared on the doorstep of Madame's house, laying claim to his money. What outraged Chadenel most was that some of them even offered the woman to become their second wife, and Talleyrand herself asked with a smile how difficult it was for her in such a situation to refuse everyone and become the head of the family. The princess asked in surprise whether the Baroness had really used her last name so that she would not be kicked out in the end. But to this the lady once again responded with a smile and admitted that she had not even intended to act in such a way. Only because she managed to give birth to a legitimate heir, no one dared to expel his mother from the family circle. The Baroness didn't even want to think about what would have happened if she hadn't had this boy, who had been born just recently. She was afraid that, as an unfortunate widow, she would one day be mercilessly thrown out the door, with nothing left. The princess only now realized how many difficulties had fallen on the lot of this woman who simply wanted to be a mother. Madame said that at that time she had no title, but only a good upbringing and a little education. Hearing this, Jenna asked with great surprise how Talaroon had been able to achieve her greatness. The girl admitted that she would like to take her sister from someone else's house, because now she had the right, but she was afraid for her future. Although the captain promised to help any of the defenders if they asked, Pressia did not dare to speak for a long time. The Baroness agreed that the blonde's experiences were indeed serious, and then she thought about it. After which she said that the secret of her success was only a banal but very strong desire to survive for the sake of her children. This surprised both guards, as they did not think that the answer could be so obvious and significant at the same time. Although Jenna didn't know how to take this advice, she still thanked Madame sincerely for the story. And Madame suddenly smiled and said that Pressia's sister was definitely lucky because she had such a good relative. These words made the girl noticeably embarrassed, since she always loved being praised, especially when it came to her sister. The princess, who was observing this dialogue, concluded that Talaroon really did know how to attract attention to herself. Rosina was even sure now that the woman had been rude from the start, as she wanted to test Her Majesty's reaction. So Rose, although she thanked Madame for her story, said that she had not forgotten her cruel words about the knights at the very beginning. In the end, the Baroness apologized to the girls, who accepted her words with ease, since they were not really offended. After which, Talaroon bowed before the princess as well, as she remembered that she had managed to be somewhat rude to her during the conversation. Passing by the woman, Rosina warned her not to dare touch her people, otherwise she would have to pay. Imagine the girl's surprise when, in response to her threats, the woman suddenly laughed loudly and cheerfully. The lady calmed down only after a few seconds and reported that her test had given a good result. Rose did not expect that the Baroness was putting on this whole performance just for the sake of one request, but she was ready to listen. Suddenly, Talaroon asked the lady in all seriousness to take the throne, since she had every right to do so due to her lineage. This request surprised the girl so much that she even forgot about all the rules of decency for a while. But the Baroness stated that only the fulfillment of her request would entail their fruitful cooperation if Rosa wanted it. But the Emperor's daughter did not believe until the very end that Madame was serious, so she asked her to stop joking. Suddenly, Talaroon removed the veil from her head to reveal all the determination that had accumulated in her eyes during this time. The woman explained that she wanted to break the law, according to which girls did not have the right to inherit the throne. She promised to support the princess in every possible way if she took the throne, after which she would change this stupid rule. But Rosina reminded that she could simply ask her father for such a decree, and she did not necessarily have to rule herself. However, this option did not suit the Baroness, because Madame was afraid that Rosina's family would decide that she wanted even more power. Even the assistants did not know what to do in such a difficult political situation as Talaroon had declared. The Emperor's daughter herself had no idea how she could become Empress, since her own brother was supposed to inherit the throne. Although Madame reminded her that Moselberg had once been ruled by a woman, the lady believed that the situation now was quite different. The girl absolutely did not want to take the place of her elder, because in her eyes it was absolutely unfair. Suddenly, Talaroon screamed that if a guy took the throne, the aristocrats would seize power and Rose would not be able to return it to her. For some reason, the Baroness was sure that something like this would definitely happen before the change of ruler. The girl immediately turned around after hearing this because she couldn't believe what the woman had just told her. And Talaroon herself grabbed Rose's hand tightly and admitted that only she could somehow save her empire if she wanted to. The princess had never in her life considered herself a ruler, so it was hard for her to hear such things. Literally a few days later, the assistant cheerfully informed his masters that they had finally arrived in the capital of the empire. Bediste was no less happy about this than the servants, although she understood that she would soon have difficult conversations with adults. The girl was already interested in finding out how things were in her beloved family, so she couldn't wait to visit them. And the Eldrados themselves were happy to see their youngest, since the lady began to come to her native estate too rarely. The first thing Miss did was ask the family what had changed in the estate during her long absence. Valen immediately reassured the girl by saying that nothing interesting had happened at all, so she hadn't missed anything. These words made the heroine very happy, because she was afraid that something irreparable could happen to her family. The Duke's daughter was eager to learn as many details as possible about the family's life, so she began asking questions. But what really worried the lady was that the Emperor had revealed his plans to seize Moselberg, and she could not hide. Miss was worried that if she continued to carry out her actions secretly, the rebellion would turn into a real war. As captain of the guard, Baptiste was required to report any such matters to her father, which she intended to do. The only thing that calmed the heroine down was that this time she was not going to defend her family alone. But for now, Miss had to disappoint her brother once again, as she announced that she would be leaving for her father. Valen immediately started whining about how lonely he felt, because everyone around him was constantly working. But the Duchess advised her daughter not to listen to her stupid brother, and to do only what she herself really wants. Hearing her mother's order for the lady to return with her father and Leos, the girl smiled happily and nodded in response. When de Baptiste arrived at the palace, she was shocked to find that her friend had cancelled all her meetings and locked herself away somewhere. No matter how much the lady tried to find out the reason for this from the guards, the girls remained silent, since they themselves did not know anything. Finally, Marin reported that Rosanna had told her that she needed to think about something important, so she locked herself in. Olivia immediately added that the Emperor's daughter had been like this since her very recent meeting with Baroness Talaroon. Polona, without the slightest twinge of conscience, gave up her friends, saying that Jenna and Richer were with Rosa at the time. But instead of paying attention to the girls, Baptiste asked why Olivia was talking strangely. In response, the youngest guard explained that she had simply tried her best to speak respectfully, because it was the right thing to do. For now, the heroine was satisfied with this answer, and then asked Jenna if she knew what happened to the princess. But the blonde replied regretfully that she was not allowed to tell anything, so the captain would have to find out everything herself. These words even made the Duke's daughter wonder whether the Baroness had accidentally done something terrible. However, in the end, Miss did not torture her assistants, but immediately went to her friend to find out everything from her personally. To observe all propriety, the lady first asked if she could enter, and entered the room only with consent. Imagine the heroine's surprise when she saw Rose's face, which was in the most terrible condition. She immediately ran up to the girl and anxiously asked how long she had been sitting there and trying to experiment. After which, the captain admitted that she had spoken to the maids, and that she would like to know from Rose what had happened to her. The princess wearily reported that while her friend was away, she had seen the Baroness several times who had studied her. Baptiste couldn't believe her ears when she heard that Talaroon wanted to make Rosanna the rightful empress of their country. The girl explained that if she really ascended the throne, women would be officially included in its succession. The heroine immediately guessed that this was a really difficult situation, because a lot was at stake. The Duke's daughter realized that, apparently, it was for this very reason that Richer and Jenna were also overly thoughtful, because they heard everything. Baptiste understood that, along with the possible advantages of Rose's rule, there would also be many disadvantages because of it. Suddenly, the princess admitted that she did not want to become empress at all, as she was afraid of losing her family. Moreover, unlike the Baroness, she was never personally interested in governing the state, but the opinions of her loved ones were important. After listening carefully to her friend, the lady asked why she didn't just refuse Talaroon's offer. The girl shook her head and admitted that she had thought about it at first, but it wasn't the best option. She recalled that the rebellion from their past life left deep scars in the souls of both friends. So now Rosanna was sure that even if she defended the Empire, the conflict would not go away on its own. For the Emperor's daughter, the most important thing was that Moselberg stood firm, and she did not care that it had to be paid for. Suddenly, the princess almost burst into tears and explained that she had completely forgotten about it when she wanted to go to Eventon. The heroine realized that all she could do for Rose now was to gently support her with warm words and hugs. Suddenly, the Emperor's daughter collected her thoughts and asked the captain's forgiveness for burdening him with her problems. Miss saw how hard it was for Rosen, but she couldn't say anything, since the final decision would still be hers. The princess herself admitted that she was not ready to work today, so she asked to discuss the trip tomorrow. Baptiste immediately agreed to this option, as she wanted to give her friend the opportunity to think in private. But as soon as the girl walked out the door of the room, The smile immediately disappeared from her face because the lady was very worried. Suddenly, the heroine heard someone's voice, which called out to her completely, although she was not ready for it. It turned out that it was a local alchemist who was going to the princess to once again engage in interesting work with her. He hugged the valuable book tightly and admitted that he would listen to the story about medicine another time if Rose was in a bad mood. The Duke's daughter asked the boy in surprise if Rosina had always helped him, and he answered in the affirmative. Although he was ashamed of it, the guy admitted that he still did not have the necessary amount of skills, so he studied. It was for this reason that the alchemist was incredibly grateful to the emperor's daughter, who told him many things. Looking at Frandel, the lady remembered that in the original story, he was not a particularly skilled person, although he tried. So if the Moselberg Empire had not been famous for its alchemical knowledge, he would have received nothing. As soon as Miss thought about this, she began to worry about how people would react to her friend's knowledge. So the heroine asked Frandel where exactly he studied, assuming that he could have been taught by the magic tower. The alchemist admitted that he had once actually tried to enter this place because he was still young and hot-blooded, and also made mistakes. But as a result, the guy quickly fell out with the owner of the tower, which is why he was kicked out. Despite the fact that the story was old, Frandel admitted that he still had trouble getting along with the academy. The girl sighed with relief as she realized that the alchemist had definitely not fallen under the influence of Marquis Bunet. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject and asked if the miss had really been able to find that many mana flowers, after which he boasted that he had only processed the plants a little, and in the end, they produced a wonderful elixir. The Duke's daughter opened her mouth in amazement, as she could not have imagined that the alchemist would solve her task so quickly. The guy said that just recently, together with the princess, they gave all the elixirs to the girl's older brother. Hearing this, the lady was immediately delighted, as she knew only too well what effect this potion had. The alchemist said that it was time for him to go to the laboratory, since he would like to study on his own. Battis didn't detain the guy, since she had already learned from him everything she wanted, and she had no more questions. Now, according to the heroine's plan, she was going to visit Leos in order to talk about the prepared elixirs and the future. The first thing she did was tell her assistants everything, who until the very end did not believe that they would be given something like this. Olivia calmly promised that she would definitely become stronger, because the captain had invested too much in her development. The heroine supported the guard's attitude and asked her assistants not to worry and drink the elixirs to the bottom, after which Battis herself decided to make her usual rounds when she suddenly heard a loud argument between men nearby. It turned out that the knights had once again found a reason to quarrel with each other, and now they were not paying attention to anyone. The Duke's daughter looked down in bewilderment as she was trying to understand from the outside what was going on. She looked more closely and recognized the faces of the knights of the Imperial Guard who thought a lot of themselves. One of the guys even stated, a little too self-confidently, that he didn't think that they would start recruiting real losers into the Guard. In response, the guys from the other group only became angrier because they did not like such insults at all. But the head of the Imperial Knights did not even think to ask for forgiveness for his words, because he believed that he was absolutely right. He said, hinting at the squad of girls, that they grew up behind the backs of noble families, so they don't even know why training is necessary. Even when the monsters escaped from the training ground, the guy said that the ladies simply had swords with mana. Battis could no longer stand such impudent information about herself, so she decided to intervene and teach the knights a lesson. But then the heroine noticed that the defenders behind her suddenly began to move aggressively, and so she turned around. It turned out that the girls heard every word the guys said, and because of this, they became incredibly angry with them. The Duke's daughter immediately jumped out in front of her subordinates and forbade them from using any violence. While Battis was dealing with the girls, forbidding them to attack, one of the guys below noticed that they were on the second floor. The head of the male detachment was not at all against openly fighting with the ladies, so he only grinned at the sight of them. The knight who had argued with him not long ago went up to the Duke's daughter and asked why she had come here at all. The lady realized that it was too late to leave since everyone had noticed her, so she replied that she was looking for her brother. This noticeably surprised the guy, since he thought that Miss knew that all the elders had been gathered for an urgent discussion. The captain frowned and replied that she had not heard anything about it, and even the guards did not know about the meeting. In response to this, the chief asked whether it would not be better for Miss to go to him before she was completely late everywhere. The heroine was not pleased with this latest mockery, but the miss tried to keep herself in hand as long as possible. This assistant immediately reminded the lady of her enemy, who was also a commander and often plotted something bad. But the Duke's daughter understood that she was already late, even if out of ignorance, and it was too late to change anything. Taking advantage of her position, Battist suddenly scolded the knights who had gathered here just to fight. But the guys immediately stated that they hadn't even thought about anything like that, since they simply needed to take weapons for training. But the knight who was initially on the girls' side said that the other side was the first to start arguing. In response to this, the leader asked with irritation whether his rival could not behave much more quietly, which would be more cultured. He then pointed his finger at the lady and asked if she would have been able to become a knight at all if she had not been the daughter of the commander-in-chief. These words immediately caused the guys around to start whispering, as they agreed that it sounded like the truth. But Marin confidently stated that all of this was just meaningless nonsense, so the dark-haired man wasn't even worth listening to. She recalled how during the exam, the captain, without thinking at all, rushed at the monster and easily saved them. Then the guy asked if the girls could prove their words if they were so confident in them now. After these words, Lyris became so angry that she began to beg the captain to allow her to act. Imagine the guard's surprise when she saw that Battist's face at that moment was burning with much greater anger. Slowly and very coolly, the lady asked if this was really the opinion of the entire Imperial Guard. At that moment, the heroine could barely contain the rage inside her, but she still once again suggested that the guys think carefully. The head immediately became very scared, because he did not expect that the miss would suddenly begin to crush him with her energy alone. Looking at the motionless figure of the girl, the guy desperately tried to remind himself that she was just a newbie. Moreover, he was greatly reassured by the fact that there were very influential people behind him who could help. He was told that the princess had specifically appointed Battist as captain to weaken the influence of the Eldrado family. Moreover, the knight was often forgiven for many of his mistakes, since he was one of those who showed great promise for the future. While the guy laughed more and more, the girls could hardly contain themselves from such incredible impudence. The knight was completely confident in his impunity, so he did not worry at all about the words he said. Suddenly, Battist publicly admitted that she hated the impudent Imperial Guard with all her heart. For this reason, she grinned maliciously and said that she would deal with each of the guys on the training ground. The guys didn't expect that the lady wouldn't be scared, but would promise to show the very skill that, according to them, she didn't have. At this moment, the head of the Eldrado family was still holding a meeting when he suddenly heard some suspicious sounds. His son immediately tried to listen, because he knew that his father had had a really good and sensitive hearing all his life. When the aristocrats heard the boy's quiet screams, one of them said that it was quite normal for training, but the man was bothered by the fact that these screams did not stop, so he even wanted to check them. After a few seconds, as these sounds continued, he finally got up to find out what was going on. Imagine the surprise of the nobles when they came to the training ground and saw what was happening. For some reason, all the knights from the Imperial Guard were lying on the floor, beaten and groaning from the pain in their bodies. The man who owned all these guys immediately demanded an explanation from Duke Eldrado for this situation. Suddenly, he himself found the answer to his question, as he turned his head to the right and noticed Battist standing in the center of the area. The man instantly became angry when he realized that it was this lady who had so easily and simply beaten up all of his subordinates. And the heroine herself at that moment was cleaning her clothes from dust, so she did not immediately notice that aristocrats had come to see her. The captain demanded an explanation from the lady as to why she had beaten up all the knights around her, because it was wrong. To this, the Duke's daughter boldly declared that she had simply taught a lesson to those people who shamelessly doubted her abilities. While the miss explained her position, her brother looked around the guys in confusion, trying to find serious wounds. And Battist suddenly declared that among the Imperial Guards, the only ones who could not trust her were the princess and her own father. With this argument, she turned to Duke Eldrado and once again explained that she had simply taught these guys a lesson. In response, the aristocrats even began to doubt whether the skills of their knights had declined if one girl dealt with them all at once. But the captain, whose men had suffered, could not accept the fact that Battist would ultimately go completely unpunished. The heroine understood perfectly well that she had made the man very angry, but she deliberately stuck her tongue out at him when their eyes met. Here, one of the aristocrats remembered that they had been told that the lady would supposedly be so tired that she would not be able to come to the meeting. However, the girl dealt with the knights so easily that it was clear that she was full of strength and energy. Suddenly, Baddest reported that she said that she was fine, but the head of the knights asked her to rest in the room anyway. The man immediately realized that the lady had very carefully and skillfully set him up, but he tried not to show it. His friend asked if the captain was really so worried about the Duke's daughter that he gave her time to rest. And another aristocrat reported that Baddest had crossed the line because the boys were now unable to fulfill their duties. In response to this, the heroine glared menacingly and said that she would personally deal with each of her 6 subordinates. Duke Eldrado, looking at this, only sighed heavily, since his daughter this time brought him nothing but a headache. Since he gave the order to finish for today, everyone began to disperse, when suddenly one of the knights rose to his feet. The man looked at this assistant with disdain, because he was very dissatisfied with his work, since he had already given him a chance. So the aristocrat declared that the knight was a worthless piece of work and walked away, although he ended up greatly offending the guy. Baddest watched this whole stupid and sad scene and only chuckled at the very end, since she had nothing to say. And Leos looked at the defeated knights and concluded that they hadn't even practiced before fighting the lady. The brother and sister began to exchange thoughts with each other about this situation, when suddenly their father called them. The man folded his arms menacingly across his chest and asked his children to follow him now, without question. When they arrived at the office, the Duke sat down in his favorite chair and once again asked the lady to tell him everything. In response, Miss Stills stubbornly stated that she was simply restoring order in the Imperial Guard and nothing more. But the father immediately asked his daughter not to lie, at least to him, since he suspected that one of the knights had simply attacked her. He knew that Baddest's relationship with the captain of the guard was too tense, but nothing could be fixed. The heroine guessed that the conversation with her father could last forever, so she asked permission to speak first. The Duke did not expect his daughter to suddenly ask if he had ever fought against the Helvetian Empire. He admitted that something like this had indeed happened once, and that fighting the Empire had turned out to be surprisingly difficult. Thanks to the fact that the man came up with a very good strategy, he even managed to save most of the army. Then suddenly, Baddest asked if father would be able to defeat this empire again if it suddenly attacked them again. The Duke thought hard about this question and admitted that he did not know how strong his supposed enemy was now. However, the man was absolutely sure that the fight against absolutely any empire would never be easy. At that moment, the sister and brother listened attentively to their father's reasoning, as they were genuinely interested. And he said that last time Helvetian's goal was clearly not to capture Moselberg, because that would not have paid off. He studied the map of the area many times after that and realized that there were more strong people in that empire. At the end of his story, the man asked in confusion what the empire had to do with the Imperial Guard. To this, the lady stated that they could not even identify the enemy among their own, so there was a point in defeating them. The Duke did not immediately believe the words of his daughter, who convinced him that she was absolutely right in this situation. The girl said that her father needed to disband the guard as soon as possible and then assemble it from scratch. The head of the family immediately remembered that it was too difficult to do so, since many did not bow to the emperor. But what frightened him most was that the lady allowed herself to talk about enemies who could be very close to him. Unexpectedly, Leo said that he would also like to help his sister, even if his help would ultimately be insignificant. But he understood that it would take several months to completely replace the army, and they did not have that much time. Suddenly Miss passed by and said that she knew this theory, so he could not worry about her at all. She confidently stated that if the commander of the guard is not expelled, he could violate many things in the future. But the heroine still strongly did not want to allow even the possibility of an uprising, so that no one would see its horrors. Only now, once again remembering her past, the lady realized that the rebels knew exactly where the emperor was. The girl was more than sure that it was the captain of the guard who was involved in all this, because he knew the moves very well. Leos was aware of everything that was going on, so he wondered if it could all just be the Marquis of Bernay. And Duke Eldrado suddenly came to the conclusion that the Marquis was definitely being helped by Count Noilum from the far north. When her father asked why the lady had pointed to him among all the aristocrats, she wondered what she should say. In the end, the lady could not bear it any longer, and openly revealed that the Marquis of Bernay and the Earl of Noilum were not enough for them yet. It was at the Bunnet estate that the lady learned that many of the aristocrats had sided with Emperor Helvetian, betraying the empire. She even explained what happened to the assistant that her squad was desperately trying to interrogate. In proof of all her words, the lady enclosed a letter, which was a recent correspondence between the Marquis and the Earl. As soon as he picked up the paper, the man immediately noticed that the handwriting clearly belonged to the aristocrat Noilum. The heroine also remembered that the order from the Emperor was a much more compelling argument, but she could not show it now, all because the lady could not explain how she knew Helvetian's handwriting and did not want to say anything about Deloigi. All she could do was hope that the Duke would agree that the Marquis and the Count were behaving extremely suspiciously. While the father was reading the paper, the older brother praised his sister for her efforts because her plan to infiltrate someone else's estate had been successful. The head of Eldrado asked if his son was aware of this plan, and he replied that he knew about its details, although he was not involved. Seeing a strange doubt in the man's eyes, Bedist reminded him that the Moselberg Empire was in danger. The aristocrat himself understood perfectly well that, as the chief swordsman of the empire, he was obliged to do at least something. Leos was no less worried about the outcome of this dialogue than his sister, so he quietly clenched his fist while the lady was talking to the head. And the miss herself suddenly realized that Duke Eldrado was somehow not particularly willing to act, and might not even understand the reason for the rebellion. In the end, the man wearily lowered his head, since right now he still couldn't think of anything normal. He asked who else knew this information, and Badist calmly listed her friends, since she trusted her father. In response, the Duke nodded briefly and asked, for now, not to spread such terrible news to anyone else. The daughter didn't know what kind of reaction she should expect, so she just listened carefully to what was being said to her. And the Duke suddenly asked what was the reason that the Empire, which said it had stopped wars, was suddenly planning an attack. But the heroine, even despite all the experience of her past lives, could not answer this difficult and important question. The man realized that the children had told him everything they knew, so there was no point in keeping them in the office any longer. So he let them go and leaned his head wearily against his hand, since the leader needed to think carefully. The Duke looked at the letter again, as he could not believe that Noilum had actually betrayed their empire. And at that moment, in his northern territories, the aristocrat was actually planning the overthrow of Moselberg. And he didn't even care what happened to some of his men who never returned from the operation. The old man had long since stopped considering himself weak and therefore tried to rise above his former comrades. Because of this, he sincerely despised their cowardly emperor and Eldrado, who helped him in everything. But Noilum could hardly contain his joy, as he knew that soon the ruler would become his real puppet. At this moment, the maid, early in the morning, knowing that the master would not sleep, carefully brought him delicious tea. The guy briefly thanked Violet for her help, since he had absolutely no time to be distracted from his work, after which he asked to pour the drink first for Syrian, since he had almost completely turned into a mummy from fatigue. The assistant obeyed and looked after the secretary, who at that moment was cursing his hard work. To make him feel a little better, Pabel drank all the tea at once, even though it was very hot and strong. Noticing Sarion's efforts, the Marquis asked him to come to his senses and return to their urgent work, because it needed to be done. In response, the assistant complained that it would be much easier if they had at least 2 more working hands. But Eben asked Pabel to wait a little longer and said that they would rest when Jeff finally returned to them. Hearing that his old acquaintance was planning to return to the estate, Syrian immediately jumped up with joy, forgetting about his fatigue. But Khalid said that the assistant would only be able to come to them when they had finally dealt with Bunnet. He then pointed to the pile of papers on the table and said that the sooner they finished, the sooner Jeff would be back. The Marquis explained that, first of all, he would sort through the papers so that he could hand some of them over to Joel today. The secretary nodded obediently and immediately set to work, since the possible return of his friend inspired him. And at that moment, Eben looked at Bunnet's portrait and barely contained his hatred, because he knew that it was he who killed his family. Clutching this piece of paper in his hands, the guy mentally promised himself that the aristocrat would soon pay for everything. It was only recently that he realized that his parents were attacked only in order to destroy the empire many years later. But now the Marquis did not have to fight alone, as Badist convinced him to trust Eldrado and Rosena. So the gentleman was now going to destroy Bunnet and expose Noilum with the help of his friends. Syrian was so engrossed in sorting through the documents that he didn't immediately hear Khalid suddenly start muttering something barely audible. Then, the Marquis repeated louder that he was going to raise his family from its knees, since it was high time to do so. These words brought tears to the secretary's eyes, as everyone in the estate was waiting for the master to take action. As a result, the guys sorted through the documents until the evening, until they were so tired that Eben had to stop. The assistant begged Khalid with all his might to give him at least 2 hours of sleep because he could no longer cope with the work like this. Finally, after much persuasion, the Marquis agreed to at least rest a little, since he himself was quite tired. But even in such a situation, the guy was going to study one last document, after which he would finally take a rest. While reading this important paper, the young gentleman did not even pay much attention to where exactly he was going, out of habit. Suddenly, the guy looked up from his reading and realized that he had not ended up in his room at all, but in a completely different wing. It was in this very room that Baddest lived not long ago, until she had to leave for urgent business back to the capital. With a sigh, Khalid finally admitted to himself that he was completely exhausted from fatigue. He wanted to go back, but then he remembered that he was the owner of the estate, so he had every right to sleep here too. The gentleman had not visited this room for quite a long time, so he decided to at least remember his childhood a little. Once upon a time, this was his mother's room, where he liked to spend most of his playtime. But now, although the servants cleaned the room well, because no one lived in it, it began to look uncomfortable. However, for Eben, everything changed radically after the Duke's daughter arrived at his estate not long ago. Since Miss was already at home, Khalid looked at the bed and thought that he could take it himself today. But suddenly the guy imagined what Baddest's reaction might be if she were in this room now. This, although he himself did not expect this from himself, made the Marquis a little embarrassed, since the picture was realistic. Then Eben suddenly mentally visualized a sleeping lady who was snoring sweetly and muttering something in her sleep. The guy couldn't stand it anymore and finally turned red, asking himself what he was thinking about. As a result, since he was very worried, Khalid concluded that it would be better for him not to sleep at all and to continue reading the reports. He unbuttoned his shirt a little to cool it down and tried to concentrate on reading as he needed to finish. But no matter how much the gentleman tried to somehow understand the document, for some reason he could do absolutely nothing. Eventually, Khalid gave up completely, as he realized that for some reason he could not understand anything at all. Instead of studying the reports, the guy wondered whether his actions could be interpreted as a declaration of love. After walking around the room for a while, he suddenly realized that he really was in love, so he hadn't lied to Enoch at all. And only now did the Marquis begin to worry about what would happen if the lady found out exactly which room he had given her. In Eben's opinion, Miss would be very surprised and even a little scared, and would then definitely ask about the reasons for such an action. But the gentleman wasn't sure that he was ready to explain everything to the girl anytime soon, so he decided to keep everything a secret. Since he was no longer in a working mood due to emotional tossing and turning, the Marquis nevertheless decided to try to sleep. He sank down onto the bed and then suddenly, thoughtfully, reached into the pocket of his pants to get out the girl's gift for him. Placing the artifact on his hand, Eben began to examine it, which had already become an almost daily ritual for the young master. What Khalid remembers most is Baddest's face at that moment, as she was deeply embarrassed by her actions. So, unexpectedly for himself, the Marquis smiled sweetly and whispered that he missed the Duke's daughter very much. A few days after he sent the documents for verification, Khalid personally contacted his assistant. It was not for nothing that Joel was a member of Levanche's secret guild. Because of all the Marquis's employees, he was the most meticulous. He was able to find out that the organization, on behalf of Bunnet, was hiding mana stones from the tower and then selling them at a high price. But what impressed the guy most was that the scammers even created strange mana stones without a manufacturer for sale. The fact that the enemy somehow had stones of unknown origin greatly interested Eben. There were essentially only 2 ways to use mana, and the first was for a person to charge their item. And in the second case, the thing simply needed to be filled with mana so that it would work without interruptions. So far, only the princess possessed such a complex element as alchemy, which connected these 2 spheres. And all other magicians had access to the creation of various magic stones by drawing circles. Usually all such stones were under strict control, but the assistant reported that duplicates were being sold on the black market. In response, Khalid sighed wearily as he thought that during these 5 years of research he knew a lot, but he didn't know even more. And right now the gentleman had a question about what to do with these magic stones. Suddenly he remembered one of Baddest's suggestions and realized that it could very well help him. So Eben gave Joel the order to explore further, to which the boy bowed obediently, since he did not mind. The Marquis himself suddenly decided to clarify, just in case, whether his assistant had any other important information. And the servant suddenly said that he had one more piece of news, but it was connected with Lady Eldrado, and not Bonnet. Khalid didn't expect Joel to suddenly talk about the girl, but he didn't mind listening to him talk about her. At this moment, the captain was training her charges, shouting at them to fight much more fiercely and aggressively. The girl saw how the skills of the guards were growing before her eyes, although they were still not good enough to be defenders. The lady was most pleased by the fact that the mana elixirs she drank had a good effect on the knights. Moreover, Miss could not help but note that the girls themselves somehow managed to become friends with each other, which was great. Now it was time for individual instruction, and the captain advised Olivia to adopt an even more brutal fighting style. Then she told everyone else about their mistakes, to which Marin sighed and said that baddest was too harsh. Jenna responded with a smile and immediately noted that all the stern comments from the Duke's daughter only benefited them. Lyris couldn't help but notice the fact that their captain's training was actually working, especially when combined with the potion. However, the heroine who heard this conversation said that even with the elixir, one had to be able to fight well. After which she proudly praised the girls who had completed this task in just a few weeks. She even said with a smile that if the defenders continue to be so successful, they will be able to accompany the princess to the tournament. Jenna immediately reported that she had heard that this time the tournament was being held not only for knights, but also for aristocrats. The press was delighted that hunting competitions were becoming more and more popular every year. The captain regretfully admitted that she would have liked to have nominated girls to participate, but only one person was allowed. But her charges immediately reassured Batist, saying that she should have gone anyway. Suddenly, Marin demanded that the Duke's daughter must win in exchange for them not participating in the competition. Lyris asked to make the enemy spit blood, and misremembered with alarm that she had already done something like that with enemies. Then the girl told the captain that they would come up with good words of encouragement so that everything would definitely work out for her. In the end, she suggested going to a bar, and Olivia angrily declared that, as always, Marin only wanted something to drink. Richer immediately reminded that she had night duty, so she couldn't go even if she really wanted to. To Lyris's great surprise, Jenna also refused her this time, although she looked quite sad about it. The girl was surprised when she heard that Precia had been trying to avoid going to public places lately. For some reason, the defender constantly felt like people were looking only at her without stopping. Suddenly, even Richer and Olivia admitted to having exactly the same problems, which was a very strange coincidence. Batist was deeply thoughtful when she realized that for some reason almost all of her charges were being subjected to strange looks from others. She asked if Marin had seen anything similar, but the girl found it difficult to answer this question. Then the heroine admitted that all this time she had been riding everywhere in a carriage, and that was the only reason she had not noticed anything like this. Richer said that she remained silent for a long time because she thought she was just imagining all the attention she was getting. In response, the Duke's daughter said that it was difficult to convince her with words alone, but she trusted her subordinates. So the lady quite seriously suggested that Marin take a walk around the city with her tomorrow and see everything. As a result, early in the morning, the girls got together and arrived by carriage almost to the city center to carefully examine everything here. At first glance, everything around looked absolutely normal, because people were just walking and relaxing. Suddenly, when Batist began to get out of the carriage, one of the aristocrats noticed this and became interested. And as soon as she and her friend saw the lady's face, they instantly froze in place with their mouths slightly open. The Duke's daughter could not have expected that the reaction from the girls would really be so bright. Marin immediately asked in surprise what exactly the captain had done, but the head of the guard had no answer to this question. And at that moment, the aristocrats, whispering something about some Adele, almost fainted at the sight of the defenders. In the end, the heroine couldn't resist asking her friends if everything was really all right with them right now. But, having loudly shouted that they had business, the aristocrats suddenly rushed away in an unknown direction. So, no matter how hard the lady tried to understand at least something, she could not explain to herself the behavior of the people around her. As a result, when a little later the knights went for a walk further, they encountered the same looks from the outside. But what irritated the heroine most was that for some reason the aristocrats often whispered something about Adele. The lady quickly concluded that everything was happening exactly the same way as it had happened to Richie and Jenna, who were afraid of all this. After several dozen minutes of such a walk, Marin admitted that now even she felt somehow uneasy about everything. Although Battis didn't admit it, she had the feeling that she was a hunter with a pipe that easily attracted attention. The heroine had no idea who this Mrs. Adele was that everyone was talking about, so she only became more upset. Lyris assumed that since the stranger was treated with respect, she was certainly of noble birth. The ward even noted that the girl's name somehow resembled the captain's name, but the miss did not admit it. Then she saw some child in front slowly approaching the beautifully dressed girls, wanting to steal something. But before the boy could actually take anything from the aristocrat's pockets, Battis grabbed his hand in protest. The Duke's daughter told him irritably, in a voice that brooked no argument, that stealing was very wrong. At that very moment, the girl, who was simply walking and not bothering anyone, realized that her valuable brooch had disappeared somewhere. The boy realized that he had been caught red-handed, so he dropped to his knees and asked for forgiveness for it. But the captain did not impose the punishment herself, but asked the victim what exactly she wanted for the child. Suddenly, the aristocrat came very close to the Duke's daughter and declared that she was as cool as Adele. The heroine was very surprised when she heard a mention of this unknown person this time. Without explaining anything, the girl suddenly asked the Duke's daughter to sign the book for her, as this would make her very happy. The head of the guard did not understand at all what exactly this lady wanted from her, so she asked her to deal with the boy anyway. But suddenly people started to surround Battis from all sides, as each of them wanted to get an autograph. In the end, Marin threw the little thief over her shoulders and shouted to the captain that it was time for them to get out of here immediately. Without thinking twice, the heroine rushed after her charge, since none of them wanted to find themselves in the middle of a fanatical crowd. Only after almost an hour were the knights able to deliver the boy to the local guards so that they could deal with him further. The Duke's daughter made sure that the boy really treated the child well, because the baby was not guilty of anything. Suddenly, the guard asked what exactly had happened to the ladies themselves, but they simply asked him to ignore them. Miss was able to negotiate, and she and Marin were allowed into a fenced area where they could rest. Lyris admitted that this escape took her much more effort than her last fencing training. Suddenly, jumping up on the spot, the girl asked which book the captain had recently been asked to sign. But Bettis admitted that it was the first time in her life that she had seen this work, which by its title was similar to a novel. Marin suggested that they go and buy a copy for themselves so that they could figure out what was going on around them. But the Duke's daughter reminded them that if they went out now, they would definitely get caught, so it was better to wait it out for now. Soon a carriage arrived, which was supposed to take the girls to the place they needed without any problems, but the heroine was still thinking. She needed someone who could tell her exactly what was going on, and she immediately remembered Midia. So, as soon as the lady arrived at her native estate, she immediately called her friend to her, but was surprised to see her. For some reason, the girl was acting strangely, as she was constantly hiding behind the columns and did not want to come out. Thus, peeking out from around the corner, Torka asked what exactly Battis wanted to know from her, since she had called her to her. But the first thing the heroine asked Midia was why she was standing so far away from her, and even hiding for some reason. At that moment, the lady flew up to the Duke's daughter and fell on the sofa in front of her so as not to appear suspicious. The captain started with the most important thing right away, and said that she would like to know about a book that is currently popular. For some reason, upon hearing that they were talking about a paper edition, Midia visibly shuddered, although there was no reason for this. Battis admitted that she had no idea why everyone was chasing her and constantly asking her to sign the book, so the heroine's only hope was for Torka to help her understand what was going on among the aristocrats. Suddenly, the blonde girl screamed loudly that she knew absolutely nothing, so she couldn't help at all. The Duke's daughter was very frightened by such incomprehensible emotionality of her young interlocutor. The lady herself said quite calmly that if an aristocrat doesn't know something, then there's no need to shout about it. After which, somewhat agitated and suspicious, Bettis asked again if her friend was absolutely unaware. But Midia repeated once again that she could not know what was unknown to her, and for some reason she closed her eyes tightly. As a result, the lady concluded that her friend was indeed, for some unknown reason, behaving very suspiciously. So Miss started to press even harder that she would get into trouble because of the book, which had an effect on Torka. The captain lamented that the situation had become so complicated that even everyday life had become almost impossible. At the end of her speech, she specifically said that if even Midia didn't know, then she now had absolutely no one to turn to. In response, the fair-haired lady apologized for the fact that she could not help her friend in this situation in any way. The heroine was very surprised because all her literate and manipulative speeches for some reason did not work at all. Suddenly, the assistant, who had been hesitantly silent all this time, standing to the side, turned to her mistress. Amelia leaned over to Bettis and informed her that she had a copy of the book if the lady was truly interested. Hearing such news, Miss could not stand it and screamed questioningly, and Midia even jumped up from her seat. The maid still felt awkward for some reason, but she had decided to help her mistress and was not going to back down from it. A few minutes later, the assistant brought that very book and gave it to Bettis, since she had already managed to read it herself. As soon as the Duke's daughter picked up the copy, she immediately recognized it by its cover, because she had seen exactly the same one on the street. Without thinking twice, the girl immediately began to read this book, as she wanted to understand what was so special about it. Imagine Mrs. surprise when she realized that the main character was very similar in appearance to her. The book wrote that even the wind happily played with the red curls of that beautiful lady's hair. According to the story in this book, while Adele followed her convictions to the fullest, love gradually blossomed around her. Several guys tried their best to reach the heart of the beautiful swordswoman who could strike anyone with her blade. In the end, the girl finally stops resisting and succumbs to the enchanting temptation that plunges her into the abyss of love. Having read up to this point, the lady jumped up and started screaming that the main character of this book was actually her. She herself understood perfectly well how artistic these words sounded, but she could not shake off such a strange feeling. Amelia assumed that her mistress had been taken as a basis, and the lady continued to rant while Midia sat quietly. When the Duke's daughter calmed down a little, the assistant admitted that she wanted to tell her about the book, but got carried away by reading. It was only now that it dawned on Bettis that all those people who were chasing her were actually fans of this novel. Here the captain remembered that Torka had recently behaved strangely and frightened her by asking if the girl had also read the book. Before Midia had time to answer her friend, she continued to lament the existence of this work. Unexpectedly, the blonde girl finally spoke up and asked if this novel was really that popular. And Amelia responded with delight that the book was indeed famous, so she did not know why the author did not start publishing it. Hearing these words, the heroine asked what was in front of her and what they were reading if the novel was not published at all. The maid said that most people read the copy because no one knew who had the original. Bettis listened to how many times the book had been copied and was shocked by the complete violation of copyright. An idea came into Mrs. Head and she decided to try to find the real author in order to have a proper talk with him. Suddenly, Torka asked why they needed to look for the author of such an incomprehensible work. The heroine explained that she wanted to make sure that people stopped distributing copies, since she had not given permission for this. For this reason, the captain also wanted to find the author of the work in order to punish him for using her image. Amelia immediately volunteered to help and suggested searching for the original along the chain, since she remembered who gave her a copy of the book. Battist was immediately inspired because she thought that this way she would be able to find the original story quite quickly. In fact, the lady remembered very well that she could have ordered a search for the book in the secret guild of Levanche, where they would have definitely found it. But the Duke's daughter absolutely did not want the Marquis to know even a little about such a work. So, raising her hand up, Miss loudly promised that the three of them would definitely find this impudent author of the book. About a week later, the girl was finally able to find out who exactly had the original, and the information was accurate. But when she saw the estate in front of her, Bettis asked Amelia again if they had understood everything correctly. Valen, whom the lady had taken with her as moral support, asked boredly what he was supposed to be doing here anyway. In response, the Duke's daughter asked her brother to press the bell, and he calmly agreed. Although the girl was grateful to the guy for his help, she was not going to show it so that he would not start to be too proud. Since Valen had once again become bored while they waited, he said that Battist should have taken their older brother with him. But before the lady had time to properly explain why she couldn't take Leos with her, the doors suddenly swung open in front of them. The heroine was prepared in advance for the fact that she would not like the person who lived in this estate at all because it was the same aristocrat who insulted Battist in front of everyone at the imperial meeting. Nevertheless, the Duke's daughter even found the strength to smile at Eliza, although she knew that they would not be friends. Since the captain addressed the lady too formally, she asked him to calmly call her by her first name with a smile. After which, the resident of the estate invited the guests to go inside, as she was counting on having a conversation with them. Valen leaned over to his sister and said that this girl was so nice that he wasn't sure he needed her at all. But the heroine was sure that she had to be on her guard with this aristocrat because she could do something bad at any moment. However, this time, Baddest saw through all of Eliza's smiles, so she was going to do everything to not give in to her. Unlike his sister, when they sat down at the table, his brother liked absolutely everything about this aristocrat's hospitality. The girl was glad that the guy praised her tea and said that you could even drink it with lemon if you wanted, but the Duke's daughter herself was not at all delighted with how sweet her former offender was now trying to appear. Suddenly, Eliza said that the guests did not have to thank her at all because they were not strangers to each other at all. The lady was completely unable to understand this phrase since she did not believe that the lady would now flirt with Valen. Suddenly, the mistress of the estate admitted that she really did have the original book, and this greatly surprised Baddest. Only then did the aristocrat admit that she was just a buyer and had no idea who the author was. The fact that everything was so confusing somewhat puzzled the Duke's daughter because she had planned to find the writer faster. However, Miss could not help but thank Eliza for the information and asked if she could name the seller of the book. The noble lady immediately informed that it would be very difficult to do something like that since she had promised to remain silent. The captain said that she would not remain indebted to the girl if she helped, but she said that she could not break her word. Suddenly, Valen asked if the lady was not interested in knowing who the author of this book was, which surprised the hostess of the house. Even the heroine herself did not expect that her brother would suddenly speak up, trying to help her achieve her desired goal. And the guy suddenly declared that instead of making a copy, Eliza had obtained the original, which meant that she valued the book. He explained that Baddest simply wanted to solve the problem that the book had caused, and the aristocrat immediately became interested. Once he had started telling everything, the Duke's son continued further and said that the whole point was why the book was a secret. The guy directly stated that the heroine from the book was a complete copy of his sister, which was completely illegal. After which, with a sweet smile on his face, Valen hoped that, thanks to Eliza, they would still be able to find the author. When the brother hinted to the aristocrat that the author might wish to thank her, she agreed to cooperate. But the girl wasn't going to help just like that, even if she really wanted to meet the author. Baddest was so happy that they were finally able to come to an agreement with Eliza that she immediately agreed to help her with anything. Then the aristocrat said that she would like to see the Duke's daughter at the next discussion of this very book. The lady reminded that she had not even finished reading the piece, but the hostess informed her that this was not a problem at all. Since nothing else was required of her, Miss still did not refuse such a simple event. But just a few seconds later, she felt as if she had fallen into a trap, and she didn't even notice it. A few days later, the same meeting began, to which many girls who loved this novel came. Eliza organized it herself and watched the guests from around the corner with a grin because she knew what was soon awaiting them. When the time came, the girl approached the closed doors and asked Baddest if she was ready to appear in front of the people. The aristocrat heard a sluggish and indistinct answer, so she set the Duke's daughter in a more cheerful and confident mood. Having prepared herself, the hostess of the meeting announced that Madame Adele was there, and the girls immediately turned around in surprise. Imagine the surprise of everyone around when Baddest appeared right in front of them and greeted everyone present in a sweet manner. The heroine was instantly almost knocked down by the girlish, delighted squeal, but she heroically managed to endure it. The Duke's daughter then walked past the people, carefully greeting each of the girls, as was agreed upon. The only thing that upset Baddest was that the meeting was taking place in Levanche, which was led by the Marquis. Nevertheless, the lady played her role very well and efficiently, trying to make sure that every girl was satisfied. Suddenly, the heroine even recognized one of the invited guests because this whole story of searching for the book began with her. The aristocrat was delighted that Adele herself remembered her, but Baddest was not happy that she had to run away that day. Here, Eliza proudly boasted to everyone that this evening she would personally present to everyone the original of her favorite novel. The hostess of the meeting was going to officially present the book, first of all because it was dear to her personally. Suddenly, an assistant came running to the lady in a panic, calling out loudly to her even before he had time to reach her. Eliza couldn't even imagine that the servant would suddenly tell her that someone had managed to steal the original book while they were all here. The guy saw only the silhouette of some little girl and thought that the thief couldn't have run too far from here. The aristocrat immediately ordered that all entrances and exits be closed and that a search for that lady be started immediately. As a result, the meeting was greatly delayed because Eliza's servants could not find the person who had taken the original. As soon as Bettis heard the hostess of the meeting start raising her voice, she immediately became noticeably upset about it. Miss came up with another way to catch the thief, and for this she climbed to the topmost balcony to look down. She was sure that the girl who stole the book was clearly not a professional thief and would quickly give herself up. In the end, that's exactly what happened, because the thief, in her panic, didn't even think to hide the original story under her dress. Realizing that she had been found, the girl made another attempt to escape, but twisted her leg, causing her to fall. Bettis noticed that the girl who stole the book had hit herself hard enough when she fell that she no longer ran away. It so happened that the lady in the blue dress injured her ankle, so that now she could not even stand up without the help of a servant. When the hood accidentally fell off the thief, the Duke's daughter was incredibly surprised at the sight of her face. It turned out that it was Medea, who had been carefully hiding her face, who had tried to steal the book for some unknown purpose. The most important thing for Eliza was that the original remained intact, so she quickly hugged the book to herself. Only after this did the aristocrat remember what a lot of stress Lady Torka had just put her through for some reason. But Bettis didn't let the aristocrat pounce on the fair-haired girl, as she immediately covered her friend with her body. The heroine announced that it was too crowded here, so they had better move quickly to a completely different place. The hostess immediately realized that the Duke's daughter was absolutely right, because they did not need unnecessary attention from people. The lady deliberately continued to play the role of Adele and extended her hand to Medea, offering her help since she was in pain. While no one was looking, the girl managed to whisper to her friend to quickly put on her hat, hiding her face. The heroine was very lucky, since the aristocrats around her decided that the whole thing was a staged theatrical performance. Eliza also pretended that everything was fine, although in reality she could barely contain her anger towards the thief. As a result, the hostess of the meeting very cleverly led the people away, and everyone obediently followed her, as they wanted to see the original. Only a little later, the aristocrat stood in front of Medea and asked her to explain why this had happened so recently. Lady Torka knew perfectly well that since she had been caught red-handed, she could not avoid such a showdown. Even Bettis could no longer protect her friend in any way, since she herself did not quite understand the motives of her actions. For some reason, Medea found it difficult to start speaking, which was noticeable from the girl's drooping shoulders and head. Suddenly, she came to her senses and screamed loudly that this book should never have fallen into the hands of someone like Eliza. The girl was seriously offended by the fact that she had just been compared to unpleasant and deceitful individuals. Before the heroine could say a word, both ladies suddenly began to argue with each other, accusing each other of one thing and then another. Eventually, the aristocrat got tired of arguing and simply said that she was able to pay for the original, so she had it. Literally a few seconds after these words, Medea collected her thoughts, and then suddenly screamed that it was she who wrote the novel. There was a dead silence in the room for a few moments after this scream, as the girls did not expect such a turn of events. Meanwhile, Lady Torka actually didn't even think of joking about such a thing, although she didn't find the strength to admit everything at once. The girl, with tears in her eyes, admitted that she gave the book to her friends to read because she was interested in their opinions. Bettis was surprised to hear that friends ended up lending the book to their friends and even making copies. And Medea burst into tears because she had not given anyone permission to copy her novel, and she had been deceived like this. Even though her friend took her image without permission, the heroine still felt sorry for the failed writer. Lady Tork felt a little better knowing that the Duke's daughter was not angry with her for such a flagrant violation of copyright. When the girl once again admitted that she really was the author, Eliza froze suspiciously in place. Suddenly, without any ceremony, she pushed Bettis aside and began to personally console the crying writer. The heroine could not grasp the logic in the words of the aristocrat, who said that she would have returned the book if she had known who the author was. And the mistress of the estate herself ordered her assistant to urgently bring some kind of refreshing drink. But Medea didn't care about Eliza at all, because the girl was worried that Bettis would never forgive her. Torka admitted that she tried very hard to fix everything before the problem started, but did not have time to find the original. The Duke's daughter once again noticed that the fair-haired girl for some reason spoke badly of Eliza, which surprised her. Suddenly, Medea declared that it was this lady who was constantly spreading rumors about Bettis at the imperial ball, and not her. Hearing this, the heroine was very surprised, although she herself had once suspected something similar, but there was no evidence. Most of these rumors were conveyed to her by Amelia, who wanted a good reputation for her mistress, with indignation in her voice. The assistant didn't even hesitate to swear while she scolded the unknown person who came up with all this. Because the aristocrats quickly started talking about Rosanna, the heroine forgot all about it. Torka admitted that Eliza tricked the Duke's daughter into coming to her event, since the original was in that place. Hugging her long-suffering friend, Battis turned to the mistress of the estate and asked if she would make excuses. In response, the girl actually began to ask for forgiveness, saying that she was wrong when she spread rumors and bought the book. She then added that she sincerely wanted to buy what she really liked, and it was without malicious intent. Although the lady often lied to everyone around her, this time Eldrado for some reason believed her, realizing that this could also be a lie. But then the heroine remembered how popular she had become thanks to a series of events, and realized that everything wasn't so bad. Hearing these words, Midia turned to her friend hesitantly, as she was still afraid that she might change her mind. So the blonde girl asked again if the captain was angry that she had written such a novel. But the lady only smiled in response, as she understood that Torka did not want such public dissemination at all. The girl admitted that her goal was achieved, and she was even glad that she didn't have to punish anyone in the end. Because of such pleasant words, Midia burst into tears again, because she could not believe that her friend had really forgiven her. Suddenly, the heroine thought seriously, as she realized that no one took this book as an ordinary mockery. Even though it was difficult to find the original, the plot of the story itself was simple and harmless. So Battis decided to encourage the tearful girl, who had no idea about anything like that. Taking the novel in her hands, the Duke's daughter suggested starting an official publication of this sweet story of love and adventure. Midia was immediately delighted by this proposal, as she could not even imagine that something like this would happen. The captain warned that her friend would have to remove all the moments that were associated with real people. In addition, with the help of the official publication, the lady hoped to get rid of the endless letters from fans at her house. Torka couldn't believe that the story she was writing for herself would eventually be officially published by a publishing house. With trembling hands, the girl took the novel into her hands and realized that she was very pleased with herself and the work she had done. Battis noticed that for some reason the blonde girl froze in place incomprehensibly when suddenly she declared that she wanted to publish. This made the heroine happy because she really wanted to help Midia finally gain the popularity she deserved. And the lady suggested starting by turning this story in a slightly different direction so as not to remind us of it. A few weeks later, the hunting competition arrived, and Marin was delighted with the atmosphere around her. Richer was also glad that this time representatives of noble families could also take part in this process. While the others were enjoying the preparations, Jenna kept watch over the princess for now and asked if everything was okay with her. Rosanna smiled back and admitted that she had recently taken a walk around the campgrounds, so she had been able to clear her head. Here, Precia noticed that in Her Majesty's hands was a recently published book by Midia, which many people liked. Rose nodded in response and said that it would be a sin not to read such a bestseller, especially with a beautiful cover. Jenna admitted that Batist personally handed out a book to each of them and ordered them to read it, although it was strange. After which the knight said that because of the pirated version of this book, they were even persecuted at some point. However, the assistant was glad that in the end everything ended well, and everything was fine with her entire team. Rosina asked in surprise what the original content of the novel was that could have caused such consequences. But the blonde was unable to read that part, so she couldn't help in this matter, although she was interested herself. The princess couldn't hear the last part that her assistant told her, so she politely asked her to repeat it. But instead of Jenna, Olivia repeated, saying that people adored all female knights to an incredible degree. Precia admitted that she still cannot believe that she somehow became the object of someone's worship. Rich also joined the conversation and said that although they were the first girls to serve, she didn't realize it either. The princess could well understand why chivalry became so popular after the publication of this bestseller. Noticing ribbons on the sword and belt of one of the guards, Rose guessed that they were given to her by those same amorous fans. In the Empire, there has been a custom since ancient times, according to which girls give ribbons to the person they later support. Hearing about this, Marin thought hard, since she had never received anything like this during her entire knighthood. But for everyone else on the team, the reason why Lyris wasn't popular remained quite obvious. Besides the ladies, the guys were also preparing for the competition, and Enoch was no exception when suddenly a girl called him. The guy immediately approached her and politely asked if she had called him and why, since he was not in a hurry yet. In response, the lady coquettishly adjusted a strand of hair and said that she was looking forward to the guy's performance in the arena. After which, she extended a ribbon to him in her palms and asked him to accept the symbol of her feelings, which puzzled Royfield. However, he did not refuse the girl, which the guy's teammate immediately noticed and loudly slapped him on the back. The young swordsman asked the man to stop making fun of him, as it was completely unpleasant for him. Suddenly, before the guy could relax, his annoying ally took out several of his ribbons from his hip bag. The monk was very embarrassed that a person who was not close to him tried to talk about personal matters, and he demanded that everything be returned immediately. With a sarcastic smile on his lips, the knight returned all of the boy's ribbons and asked if his girlfriend had really given him one. In response, Royfield confidently stated that he would turn around and walk away if his teammate continued to laugh at him and his feelings. The knight laughed even harder in response, but still understood Enoch and so, just in case, left him alone for now. Meanwhile, the other guys immediately began to discuss the fact that Royfield, with his handsome face, was stealing all their beautiful girls. Upon hearing this, the guy was at first speechless, since he had no intention of doing what he was accused of. For the sake of interest, the older generation even made bets on which of the young people would receive the most ribbons this year. Imagine the surprise of the men when a crowd of girls suddenly ran past them, hurrying to Lady Eldrado. Baddest herself did not want such attention for herself, but after Midia's book she could not fix it in any way. At this moment, Enoch was still looking thoughtfully at the ribbon in his hand, since the words of one knight still touched him. The guy thought that he was ready to exchange all these ribbons from other girls for just one, but the Duke's daughter did not approach him. Soon the Emperor himself came to the hunting competition, as required by the traditions of this event. The ruler began to deliver a pre-prepared speech, but it sounded heartfelt and moderately patriotic. At the very end, he announced that his heir apparent would also fight among the other knights for victory in this competition. The heroine listened attentively to the Emperor's speech and was ready for any difficulties that might arise on her path. The girl's soul was warmed by the fact that her subordinates sincerely rooted for their captain and looked after Rosina's safety well. And the princess herself constantly turned her head from side to side, which is why she was too absent-minded and did not notice much. Jenna saw these gestures of Her Majesty and asked if she was really looking for someone among all the participants who had arrived. Rose admitted that there was one participant who caught her attention, but she could not find him in such a huge crowd. The whole point was that this guy, who was better watched from afar, was walking through the forest right now and was not in the camp. He smiled slyly, as he had initially only taken part in order to enter the capital, but he had discovered something. It so happened that the mercenary managed to notice how Baddest entered the princess's chambers this morning, and carefully tried to hide. But what struck the guy most was that for some reason Khalid came with her, hidden by the magic of disguise. As soon as the competition began, the lady immediately took the most convenient defensive position on the branch of a large tree. Since she was bored, she remembered how she had recently come to the princess because she needed to talk. Rosina was happy to see her friend, as they were both too busy to see each other often. The captain politely told her charges to wait outside, and the girls immediately carried out this standard order. As soon as they left the tent for Her Majesty, the heroine immediately pulled the curtains so that they could not be seen. Only after this did the lady tell her ally that he could come out, as the surroundings were calm and safe. Literally a few seconds later, Khalid appeared in front of Rosa, masterfully disguised. The princess was incredibly happy to see her cousin alive and well, because they had not seen each other for quite a long time. The girl admitted that she didn't even believe the Marquis when he said that they would see each other at the hunting competition. Meanwhile, together with Baddest, they made every effort to include his false name in the list of participants in this tournament. Khalid admitted that he had something important to discuss with Rosena, which was why he acted so quickly. He asked anxiously if something was happening in the palace, since he was only able to get in with the help of the Duke's daughter. In response to this, the heroine admitted that she told her father everything that they had managed to learn during their research. That is why the man who commanded all the palace guards was very attentive to any suspicious details. Here the princess could not resist and asked with curiosity what exactly her brother wanted to ask her, so that he came to her tent. The guy admitted that he would like to talk about the crystal mine that Baddest mentioned at the beginning of their conversation. The Duke's daughter immediately understood what Eben was talking about because she had tried hard to trade information with him back then. The young gentleman suddenly asked, quite seriously, whether the girls had any plans for this place. The friends looked at each other and admitted that they hadn't even thought about what could have happened to this crystal mine. This more than satisfied the guy, as he immediately suggested using this mine to defeat the Marquis of Bonnet. Both girls stared at their ally in complete shock, as they had no idea how such a thing could have been pulled off. A little later, when he explained his whole plan, Rosena thoughtfully agreed that such a thing was indeed possible. The heroine was only worried that this good plan still had too many risks for all of them. However, the princess did not want to get upset in advance, but suggested that they at least try to perform these actions first. Her Majesty's attitude greatly frightened the Duke's daughter, because she personally did not really want to involve even more people as allies. But Rosa herself was absolutely sure that Baroness Talleyrand could become a good ally for them. Although a lot of time had passed since that conversation, Baddest still couldn't calm down about it. In the end, the girl sighed heavily and closed her eyes sadly, since there was no point in worrying now. Then the lady heard something small move in the bushes, after which an unusual-looking fox appeared from the greenery. As soon as he jumped out into the clearing, the animal experienced stress from the fact that a huge beaten beast lay in front of it. The Duke's daughter guessed that even if she waited a long time, no one larger would come to her on their own. So Miss decided to change her strategy, although she didn't really plan to win these hunting competitions. Suddenly, the girl felt the presence of some person who was deliberately and very skillfully hiding his aura from her. The heroine immediately reached for her weapon because it seemed to her that the man was about to attack her. Suddenly, Enoch, who had come to her to hunt together, called out to his childhood friend, somewhat confused. The lady turned to the guy in confusion, since she didn't quite understand why he had found her during the competition.